With a history of racing almost as long as the sport itself, welcome to Shenington for Event 6 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. Karts have thrashed their way around this circuit since the late 1950s, when karting as a sport first came over the Atlantic. This weekend sees drivers from the IAME classes and KZ2 look to add their names to the illustrious list of winners here on this old RAF airfield site with 2 days of full-bodied competition. KZ2 come off an opening round at Warden Law a few weeks ago, with Josh Price leading the championship, but sure to face strong challenges from round one winner Charlie Turner and new E-plate holder Ella Stevens. The IAME classes have in good number many of the front runners from last weekend's Shenington Super Prix, which served as the E-plate meeting as well for the Waterswift and X30 categories. This weekend, their focus turns back to British Championship objectives. Oscar Kenny and Chester Fawkes will be looking to continue their strong results from last weekend to break the dominant championship form of Alfie Davidson in IAME Waterswift Restricted. IAME Waterswift promises to be as tight as ever. Look out for George House and Freddie Wood, hoping for their best results of the season so far. X30 Junior will all be about who can stop Harrison Mackie. Could it be Morgan Moore or Archie Owen? Both drivers have impressed in preparations for this weekend. Can they go further than they've been before? And last but not least, X30 Senior, with James Pashley making a welcome return to the Wera Tours British Kart Championships this weekend, and Alistair Cresswell, second in the final here last weekend, both drivers striving to make their mark. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Oxfordshire for Event 6 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. It is indeed. Welcome back to Shenington, Day 2 here for Event 6, the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. A brand new round, but the same ferocious racing with myself, Andrew Mather, on commentary. Alongside me in the box, overlooking Cafe Corner, is Henry Beaudette. Henry, dramatic day of racing yesterday around this 1 kilometre circuit for the direct drives, 1.2 for the gearbox karts. It was good, wasn't it? It was really good, I have to say. Some a little bit fractious in a couple of the races towards the end, but that's only to be expected. We said yesterday that it's a crucial weekend. After this weekend, the IAME classes only have 2 races, 1 weekend to go at Three Sisters. So a lot of people saw their championship hopes pretty well extinguished yesterday. There are a couple, I believe there may be one driver who can seal the title today. We'll get to that in a little while as we take you through the order. Now, look, the forecast doesn't lie today. It is absolutely glorious. It's British summer has arrived, so enjoy the next 12 hours while they last. But yes, and I'm really pleased to see already, I've got to say, Andrew, the live chat has exploded. They're an impatient lot this morning to Matthew Ames. It's not broken, we're here. Motorsport Magpie, thank you very much for keeping everyone in line on the old Alpha Live chat. Maisie Creed Racing, hello, is anybody there? Yes, we're here. I have a bone to pick with you though, Joshua Owen. This is not a stream. This is a professional karting broadcast. Oh, look, a puppy. Oh, hang on. So whilst Henry goes off and accommodates himself with the local wildlife, let's go through your run of order today. If you weren't with us yesterday, everyone has 2 heats. We'll start with the juniors, their B versus C race first. Same story for the seniors. Then a run through the Waterswift Restricted category. The Waterswift category, that's the inter-level class. Then KZ2, that'll be the end of rotation number 1. You'll then have another couple of heats for juniors and seniors, but we'll come back to that later because let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's down in Parc Ferme.
Sorry, I was just catching some rays. It's nice and sunny out here, sunny Shenington. Summer has officially arrived, I think, for UK karting. Yesterday, action-packed day, lots and lots of battles going out on track, and I think today you've got a lot of drivers that are going to be doing some redemption drives. Obviously, it's a double header, so drivers carry over some of the passion, some of the rivalries that have been going on in the day before. I think yesterday was definitely a bit of a turning page in this IAME championship where we're over the halfway point and those drivers are really trying to get those points in. There's some drivers to look out for. Alfie Davidson in the mini restricted class could potentially capture that championship win this early on in the season. He's definitely gunning for that win. He was telling me yesterday that's really what he's going to be trying to do. So keep out for some names. You've also got Taylor Orridge, who's one of our front runners. Yesterday, Taylor had a DNF, so he's one to look out for. I think he's going to be trying to fight his way through the pack and really gun for that win today. I'll go back up to the comms box to introduce some of the racing. I'm Nicole Sutherland. I'll catch you later on.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, I think that was a great summary of yesterday's racing, Henry.
A very important announcement to make. Apparently, Thua 37, hello. I hope your life is now far better than it was 30 seconds ago. Joshua Owen, we weren't late, you were early. There's a difference there. But again, welcome aboard. Hello to Michael Burke. Please, in the live chat, tell us where you're watching from, who you're supporting. It's really important that we get the message out to all the drivers that are here, many of them, that they have got people all over the world watching it and supporting them. But of course, as you look at the wonderful Wera Tools karting paddock, none of this would be possible without our title sponsor. Let's hear a little bit from them.
Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use. Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. We can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see, 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship. Getting ready then for the racing action to begin here at Shenington for Sunday on Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Just a quick run through the rest of the order for the schedule today. So kicking off at 11:30, not too far away from that. We'll have the two heats for the juniors and seniors before the lunch break. The lunch break is an hour long, where you will be able to see the premiere of the Olympic Special Edition thing.
Yes, not the Special Olympics, but it was pretty special. The Olympic Special Edition of the Paddock Show. That's a good one. Nicole and myself did that a whole hour of Paddock Show. Woohoo!
All to look forward to. Let's get ready to go racing. X30 Junior out next. Let's whiz through the grid then for the first race of the day, man. Patel on pole position, alongside on the front row is Aaron Richardson. Riley Cranham and Thomas Minspearing go from row number 2. Leif Kahn and Monday Junior Canini on row 3. Morgan Moore and Hamish Forrest, they're on row 4.
Taylor Orridge and Harry Walsh go from row number 5. Taylor with a bruised hand. Then Cameron Edmonds and Max Ewell are next. Row number 7 is Monty Brathwaite and Archie Owen. Sky Parker and Aston Sharp round out row number 8.
Sam Branston and George Quartermain next. Then Alexander De Benedictis and Nat Johnston. Jack McLaughlin and Zhao Shenji are then towards the back of the grid, the last 2 rows of the grid. Theo Lestrange and Seth Nurnberger. Charlie Myers and Jacob Backler. Let's go racing again here at Shenington. Are the lights out? No, they're not. We're going to get an extra formation lap.
Taylor Orridge had that accident with Harrison Whitcomb in the final yesterday. Thought he had broken his finger. Initially, the medic said, no, you're not racing today. So I think he went to the hospital, realised he hasn't broken his finger, has been cleared to race by the medical staff. But he is in a degree of pain, So you watch for Taylor, he'll be getting through it today. We've got people watching from Karting North East, the People's Republic of Tyne and Wera. Anthony Self, hello. Shaz Walsh, Harry Walsh, 73. So Harry, Shaz will be watching Harry in this race, starting road 6, I think. And Adam Disney supporting Riley Cranham. Cranham, he's our man. If he can't win, one of the other Junior X30s probably will. There we go, how's that? Yes, second rolling lap. Beautiful blue skies. Now, these heat races, as they were yesterday, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. All the drivers have brand new tyres this morning, so 1 set for yesterday, 1 set today, so there's no advantage there.
Into the tram lines in a short moment's time. Then Mayan Patel had a bit of a drama at this point of the day yesterday. Can he get it right here on Sunday? We're away and racing once again at Shenington into turn 1, barrelling through towards Cafe Corner, all being quite sensible at the moment, which is good to see for the X30 juniors. And it's Patel leading for Jade Racing Team down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time in this one. Good start for Aaron Richardson. Had a disqualification from the final yesterday, so needs good points on the board. There was another one of the Fusions running a touch wide out of Stratford and clipping those tyres on driver's left. But apart from that, Henry, relatively calm start by junior standards.
Yes, Mayan Patel proving that yesterday's pace was no fluke in qualifying. So that's 2 qualifying sessions he's led in 2 days. Already, he's improved from yesterday. At this point at race 1 yesterday, he was the back of the field having spun. So he's learning. We spoke to him in the Paddock show last night, and now it's a case of, right, we're going to, without being cruel, he's going to lose out a little bit of racecraft to the likes of Cranham and Richardson, and certainly means Thomas Min spearing behind. However, he's got himself in a position where if he's smart, there's the number 89 Kart, 69 Kart of Jacob Bashler is out. He had a terrible day yesterday. Was finished 6th in the repechage, didn't get through to the final because of an on-track penalty. But yeah, Patel, this is a case. He may not win this race, but already, even if he's quick enough to win it, he may not. But he can run and learn to race around these far more experienced drivers and build and build and build as the day progresses.
Jade Racing Team with a great record round this circuit, lots of knowledge, lots of expertise, and it's showing with another one of their drivers in the top 5 at the moment, Laith Khan, who had to go through the repechage yesterday, had a bit of a torrid time in the heats. Well, this is a lot better. Still 6 minutes of this one to go, but Laith Khan 5th on the road at the moment. Who's coming up through the order? Samuel Branston is coming up through the order. This is a close moment there involving Sky Parker out of Stratford. Branston up 6 spots so far in this race to 11th. Not good news, though, for the number 95 of Hamish Forrest. +3 seconds, early stages of a race. That usually indicates, Henry, that a +3 second penalty is for some form of start infringement.
Normally 2 wheels outside the tram lines before the signal to start was given. Laith Khan dropping back, but again, this is progress for Laith Khan. Fast, let's just stay in the position. Let's just get ourselves out of the repechage. Let's not worry about that. There's Alexander De Benedictis getting a penalty. I think the Apollon Energy sponsored Kart, or the Energy, very nice little sponsorship logos on that red, white, it's always Italian livery. Oh, a warning for Theo Lestrange, his British Championship debut here at Shenington, not the Super Prix, that was last weekend. Who else? We've had Nat Johnson has sadly come in to retire, the Jamie Green Racing number 32 Kart, which is a shame. As we look at the leaders pulling away. Now, Mayan Patel, he's not worrying about Riley Cranham. He's not trying to defend. Here comes Laith Khan now back up the inside, and he makes the move on the number 62 Kart of
I think
Aaron
Richardson ended up at the bank there. He's not come back onto the circuit, has now come back onto the circuit, but lost a lot of positions in that moment there. 4.5 minutes. Here you lead 2, Patel and Cranham. This is straight away a much, much better performance from Riley Cranham. He was kind of a little bit AWOL yesterday. He was there, he was in the top 10, but across the course of the season, we've been expecting to see Cranham in top 3 in pretty much every race. It's good to see that him and the team have been able to turn it around since last night.
And of course, at a critical moment of the season, luckily for him, Taylor Orange didn't score any points in the final, unluckily for Taylor, but because Cranham was on course to lose out almost an insurmountable deficit yesterday, but he's up this game yesterday. Taylor Orange, meanwhile, far to start with the race, look for the GP plate. If you didn't tune in yesterday, Orange is in unfamiliar colours. He's now running with the George Gibbons Motorsport team. He's still got his very familiar crop race suit on, but it's a KR chassis, a Kart Republic chassis. There he goes, with Laith Khan now following him. So he's gutsing it out, you know, with driving through the pain barrier. Monday Junior Canini, who plays a starring role in the Paddock show, he is 7th. Cameron Edmonds continuing his good weekend in 8th. Sam Branston, saw Sam this morning, he was looking somewhat disillusioned with life, although he was holding a bowl of pasta and chicken that I can only describe as looking somewhat plastic. Maybe that was the reason for his mood. His mood will have lightened now, however, because he's up to 8th position, ahead of Richardson and Harry Walsh, who has got, Shaz will be happy with that. Edmonds, Forrest with his penalty 12th, then Ewell. Archie Owen is having a better time of it this time. He's one of the Mad Croc karts. So Archie, the Welshman, again, had a poor day yesterday. Brathwaite, Aston Sharp, Courtnamain, Parker, G, Benedictis, McLaughlin, Lestrange, Myers, Nürnberger. They're the only karts left running. We've lost Jacob Bashley. That will upset Maisie Creed because Jacob drives for her MDL Motorsport team.
Tough day for Matt Johnston yesterday. It could be a repechage again if there's not a good result for the number 32 in the second set of heats, but we'll come to that in due course. Should note as well that this is a B versus C heat, so anyone who was placed in Group A from the timed qualifying earlier on this morning, they're not in this one. They're watching from the sidelines. They will have their first heat later on in this morning and early afternoon session. Meanwhile, Orange on the attack. Brilliant move there down the inside of Thomas Min-Spearing. We know that he's not at 100%, but, well, 100% Taylor Orange is pretty exceptional. Even if he's at 90% Taylor Orange, that's still going to be a challenge for the rest of the field. Now,
of course, you hear Andrew Mather talk about B versus C. At the end of time qualifying, the 40 drivers in this class were split into 3 groups, A, B and C. So you have A versus B, B versus C, A versus... It's like binary, but for dyslexic people. Is that right? A little bit like that. Everybody races everyone else, and it means that you know, everyone has 2 heat races, but of course you can't have 40 cars on the circuit at the same time because that'd be crazy. Speaking of crazy, there's Taylor Orange at the inside of Morgan Moore. It was a very happy podium finish yesterday for premium karting, and well, I said that Mayan Patel may not win this race. Do you know he may, because he is keeping Cranham at bay. Cranham hasn't made a move. This is smart driving from Mayan Patel, and also this is an important drive. Do you know why it's an important drive? Because now Riley Cranham knows, hey, I can work with this kid. This kid will not start defending, so he'll trust him in the future. That can be very, very important.
Absolutely. 40 seconds of this race to go. Here is your battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places. Taylor Orange defending into Stratford. He's done the hard work of getting past these drivers. The gap up to Patel and Cranham, all likelihood a little bit too large to close in with the time remaining. Do quite regularly at this Shenington circuit get these packs where they split apart. You get a big field spread around this circuit on the old RAF site, RAF Edge Hill. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. We are going to get another couple of laps in. The pace is a little bit higher though in this race. Saw lots of junior races yesterday cross the line, you know, 1.5, 2 seconds to go. That one was with 5 seconds to go. Just shows how much Patel and Cranham have been pushing along and working together.
Now that's really interesting. And you know, there will be somebody watching who goes in the next heat saying, all right, if over the first 11 laps of this race you battle and squabble and cost yourselves 5 seconds, you end up doing 1 lap less. Now, if you're a very tactical thinker, you could work that to your advantage.
Change for the lead. Cranham has got through on the, well, it was on between the run between Bruno Chicane and towards Wilkins. Now they are on to the final lap, and Cranham knows, yes, it's first versus second, but, you know, 2 points in an intermediate classification at this stage of the season could be key, could be important, could translate into a difference in championship points as well. And after a bit of a off day for Riley Cranham yesterday. He needs every single point he can get. If he could clean sweep today, that would pull himself back into the title picture with Harrison Mackie. That's why he's defending now. Mayan Patel wants this race victory, wants another P1 for Jade Racing Team round Shenington into Wilkins. Cranham will hold it down to driver's right, hit the curb correctly, get off the corner. Riley Cranham starts Sunday with a heat victory. A very nice one indeed. Mayan Patel in second place. In the battle for third, Taylor Orridge takes it. That's a gutsy drive, considering what happened to Taylor Orridge yesterday in the final. He did have a warning flag, though, I should just note, but no investigations in that race for any of the drivers. Just a few warning flags and plus 5 second penalties. But Orridge from Moore Spearing Khan. 2 Jades in the top 6. They will be very pleased with that.
And of course, when I spoke to Taylor yesterday and he had his 2 fingers sort of splinted together, he goes, "That's all right, it only hurts when I point." As, you know, in the splints, but there we go. Cranham's back in top of the positions there. Now, the order in which you're looking at on your screen there is not the order in which they finished. I'd love to say that Hamish Forest won. I tell you what, if you're a Hamish Forest fan, just screenshot that. You know, context irrelevant. There we go. Context irrelevant. But yeah, a calm opening. Good battle for third position. A good scrap further back as well, from about 11th place on back, which went the way of Archie Owen, just in front of Harry Walsh. Hamish Forest actually finishes 14th in that one. A hello to Jordan Montgomery, and a big hello to the Stewart family. Oliver Stewart, Mum Helen and Dad involved in a car accident not far from the circuit on Friday night. Adrian Stevens, Ella's dad, has kindly lent them the Stevens family van so they can drive home. I believe they're driving home today. Les Latham, the man in the know in all things KZ2, informing me. So we do wish them well. We hope to see you all back very soon. And apparently Johnny Shocks, Johnny McDonald, they're threatening to let him out of hospital. Oh, so that's which is very positive news as well, because he's been a bit under the weather. So that's race number 1 in the books. And we will now go to a commercial break. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome back to Shenington Kart Racing Club, just outside of Banbury in Oxfordshire for event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Getting ourselves ready in the box, myself, Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette, for the second race of the day. X30 Senior are next. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. Groups B and C heading out on circuit. Lewis Bird has pole position and he's joined by Gus Lawrence on the front row of the grid. Aaron Brown and Fred Green go from row number 2. Freddie Lloyd and Alistair Cresswell start on row 3. Row 4, it's Harvey Roth and Joseph Smith.
On row number 5, Oliver Rands and Tony Casagel, then Conor McPollin and Harry Ewell. Row number 7, we see Ireland's Robbie Buckley, joined by William Smith, who promises to sing if he gets to the podium. A Will Smith song, What's the Paddock Show, to realise what all that's about. Arch Tillett repaired Go Kart and all is there on row number 8, along with Sam Lewis.
To the second half of the field, Ryan Ekberg and Juan Pablo Girard go from row 9. Nasser Al-Thani and Dylan Briley complete the top 20. It's a 21 kart field that's finished off by Mick Barrett Racing's David McIntyre.
Yes, in the immortal words of Mike Skinner, yes, yes, oh yay. We're about to go X30 racing. into the tram lines. Oh, that looks poor. Gus Lawrence has got his hand up halfway around Wilkins to show that he's not happy, and quite rightly so. Not because Gus said so, because the formation was bad. We'll go around again. Rebecca Lloyd taking a look to Fast Freds. Yes, he was his usual demonstrative self this morning on the dummy grid. Hiya, Freds, how's it going? You're all right. Ah, good yesterday, was it? No, did not. It was. Oh, okay. Looking forward to the World Championship? No, gonna what?
I did the silly thing of asking him a technical question on Friday during track talk. If you missed it, you can watch
as long as you didn't ask to spell technical,
and
then you're all right.
His answer was, I don't know, I'm a driver.
Honest.
It's like, well, fair enough. I'll move on.
Salt of the earth. Honesty is always the best policy.
So, the story from yesterday, very good day for Gus Lawrence. He really does seem to have got this title defence back on track. But today's a new day, and he's got to do the job from the outside of row one in this first heat for X30 Senior. Lewis Bird looking for a good run for George Gibbons Motorsport. This is looking better. Into the tram lines, green line, away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Good start for Aaron Brown. Immediately up to second place, gets ahead of Gus Lawrence. Lawrence is having to fight in hard there with Freddie Lloyd for third place. There's one driver off slightly towards the back. He was the 32.
No, there's no 32 in the field.
It might have been to the 27 of Oliver Rands for the Optima Performance, running a touch wide. Apart from that, all good for the seniors down towards the Bruno chicane. A little bit tight, a little bit congested, and that's what can happen on lap one. Tillett gets away with that one. It's the number 12 of Tony Gazagal. That's a real shame for Tony. He had a great qualifying, the French driver, and it's all been undone in this heat on lap one.
And William Smith also involved in that. It looks like the chassis might be bent. You know what we're going to have to do with Will Smith's chassis? Put it on the Get Jiggy with it.
Oh, they will. That's very good. That is very good.
Rare form this morning, rare form. Here we go then. Well, Lewis Bird leading. Now, Gus Lawrence, what this field learnt yesterday is that if you give Gus Lawrence the race lead, then he can be quite a hard man to catch and pass. And so I'm not going to say that Aaron Brown will be driving overly defensive. Lewis Bird, another sort of convert from the Croc team to the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Well, Brown, I don't think if he even defended it would have made a difference there, because Gus Lawrence scything his way up the inside, coming through Hanger, and sets off after. That's Will Smith's kart coming into the pits. His mood, he's
not going to be any better.
Not be any better, you know. However, luckily, the McMarrick Racing team will be all over that car, and they will get him out for the next race. As we investigation into Archie Tillett. Yes, he was the Glider Club next door said there was an unidentified flying object coming into Bruno chicane. He hadn't been given permission for takeoff. That's why Archie's under investigation. We saw the incident with Casagel, Tillett and Smith.
Good fight back from Aaron Brown there, down the inside of Alistair Cresswell into Wilkins for fourth place. Could lose a number of positions last time around. It's the difficulty. Sometimes if you get offline through Hanger, got to wait your turn to get back in, and there's a problem there. Cresswell and Lloyd.
There's another Tim Wilson car, and Freddie Lloyd didn't look very happy with life. Alistair Cresswell, who was going to put his notorious DIG t-shirt on because it's a good luck charm, and well, we didn't see. I mean, it looked like, obviously, we saw the aftermath. Oh, there's another one off. Deary me, and this is his senior X30 or junior X30. That's Joseph Smith. So both Smith brothers have been in trouble in the start of this one. And I've got to say, there's Dan. Oh my goodness. Dan, there's a draw. Oh, okay, we don't need to see that. Dan Ashton running towards the scene, 3 karts in the barriers. I was going to say that this race is not very good. Red flag is out. Red flag is out. Red flag is out. We got 5 minutes to go in this race, so early stages yet. And so 3 karts off Hanger corner, 1 kart upside down, driver underneath the kart. Again, I can see out of the commentary box window, Dan Ashton and several marshals are there. I can see 1 driver standing up. I can see 2 drivers standing up. So the 3rd driver, we're not going to show it on camera at all. We will probably go to a commercial break in a moment, I think, while we decide while we figure out what's going to happen. The ambulance is on circuit, and we won't give you the names of those drivers involved. We won't speculate. What we will do, ladies and gentlemen, is take a short break, and we'll be back when we know something to tell you.
Well, a big part of any motorsport effort is always the work behind the scenes, preparing the machinery and preparing the equipment. We're here with Aaron Brown in the Vismo International pit. Aaron, not only running as a driver, of course, this year, which you have for many years, but also taking the role of being an engine developer and an engine tuner. Tell us a little bit about Brown Power and what it's all about.
So I've always been interested in doing the engines myself since I was in cadet. I used to fiddle, checking the squish, rebuilding carburetors, things like that, and over the years just done more and more each year. So this year is the first year I've had a few customers of my own. So I have Henry Gregory here in the same awning and Archie Tillett as well this weekend. So yeah, going quite well this year so far.
How do you manage your day-to-day activities at a race meeting between the driving and also the technical side?
It can be quite busy. But the main thing is making sure everything in the evening's checked over so you don't have any problems the next day. So maybe you're staying a bit later than usual. But yeah, no. So with the amount of customers I have at the moment, like this weekend, it's not too much of an issue.
And as you say, in the awning with Henry, who we talked to earlier in the season back at Wilton Mill, how key is that, having your customer there for feedback and being able to turn things around quickly?
It's definitely good to have two of us in the awning so we can both compare data, where you can learn twice as fast if you have a teammate. So and having a teammate that's fast as well is useful.
And this circuit in particular, speaking about power, Shenington, big long straights, that old school nature that we've been talking about with others. What is it that you work on mainly? Are there any little secrets that you can give us?
Not secrets, I wouldn't say. I just think that this track in particular is a power sensitive track, so you just have to make sure everything's as good as it can be. So there's less corners than most other tracks, I would say.
And is it the different ways that you tweak things and play around with things across the course of the weekend, starting with some time qualifying and then going into the races?
Maybe changing your gearing on newer tyres. This track's at quite high altitude, so I'd say your carburation can be slightly different because the air's thinner, but not too much difference. Engine-wise, the best thing will be the best at any track, generally speaking. So,
season as a whole, how's it going? Back to the driving side, how's it going from your perspective?
Currently 6th in the championship, quite close to 4th. My aim would be a top 3 this year. It's my first year doing the British Championship, so Henry's currently 4th. So both of us in the top 5 by the end of the year would be a good achievement, I'd say.
How have you found it at this level? Is it different to what you expected?
I would say there's just more of the drivers at the higher level than what there would be at the racing I've done previously. I've raced against the same drivers like Gus, like Henry for several years, but the British Championship has maybe 10 drivers that could win every round, which is a bit different to your normal club meetings. And racing I've done before.
What would you be happy with this weekend, do you think?
A top 3, I think. I'd be happy with that, yeah.
Well, we'll see how you get on, Aaron. Best of luck, and I know you'll keep working out.
Cheers, thanks.
Welcome back to Shenington. We're under red flag conditions at the moment due to an incident down at Hanger Corner, midway through the first heat of the day for the X30 senior category. You can see the drivers congregated on the back straight, the Hanger straight there, awaiting to receive instruction from the race officials as to what to do next, whether that be a restart or a return back to the paddock. There you can see a couple of the karts being recovered back to the paddock that are clearly not in a condition that would be good for continuing. One of them was the number 29 of Conor McPollen. From what I've been told in my ear from sources out on the circuit is that everybody has been up on their feet and looking, in relative terms, of course, okay. Henry Beaudette rejoins me in the box. And,
yes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a scary one, mate.
It was indeed. Oliver Rands was one of the drivers, so 3 drivers involved. All 3 are up and walking. One of them has walked into the ambulance.
Yep.
The other 2 are walking away. And I think Nicole Sutherland would have some news as well. I think Robbie Buckley is another of the drivers involved. So, Nicole, what news can you bring us?
Down in the pit lane then, I've got kart number 98, the senior X30 driver. So this driver had come in during this race, but because of the red flag, it will be taken back a lap. We've just had confirmation that this driver will be able to start this race from the back as the marshals send all of the drivers back around. This might shake things up again for the restart of the race. Andrew, we'll throw up to you. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, that's Nasser Al-Thani from Qatar there for one of the a number of almost like wild cards for Jade Racing team this weekend. Yeah, there was a lot going on there. I fully understand why the red flag was thrown. He had a fairly serious incident and then a number of other things going along outside the track. So absolutely correct decision.
Ollie Rands has just walked into scrutineering.
Good.
That's a good sign to see. And you've got the number 30, the number 89 kart. Is that the number 89? No, it's very, very skitter. It's a Mick Barrett racing kart, which is looking decidedly...
so that's going to be the number 29 of Conor McPollen, most likely.
Okay, so the Irishman, Conor McPollen, who is walking... So Conor is the driver who inverted his kart, and he's the driver that walked into the ambulance. Robbie Buckley, fellow Irishman, is walking back with his number 13 kart to scrutineering as well. So Ollie Rands, Robbie Buckley and Conor McPollen involved in the incident. Rands and Buckley have walked back to scrutineering. McPollen walked into the ambulance to be checked out.
So the red flag has been withdrawn. We are currently under a slow procedure. And straight back to green. Wow. Okay, so the race resumes with 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Lewis Bird and Gus Lawrence go back to work at the front of the field, side by side between Aaron Brown and Fred Green. And it looks like Aaron Brown has taken advantage there. Nasser Al-Thani rejoins the race in the number 98, but will be, as per we understand it in the box, 1 lap down. So efficient turnaround there by the officials. There on the move is Alistair Cresswell. Now, of course, because the red flag came out and the lap on which we were on was not completed, the order has been reshuffled. Alistair Cresswell's had a bit of a lucky break here because we saw him involved in an incident earlier on the lap with Freddie Lloyd. They've retaken their positions as they were on the last full complete lap before the red flag. This would be quite a story for Alistair Cresswell. He's gone from absolute despair, losing all those positions, but because of the circumstances, he's now got another opportunity of being in the top 3 in this heat. Same for Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd needing good results. Per our understanding, in terms of, should mention, unverified points by our calculations in the box, does currently sit second in the championship as we're midway through this event. He needs a good run, especially with his championship rival Gus Lawrence doing things like that down the inside of Lewis Bird to take the lead of the race. Gus Lawrence, his job today is consolidation. He's got good pace, he's on good form, He won the round yesterday. If he can do so again today, it won't be championship winning position, but it would put him in a very commanding spot going into the last meeting of the year when we head to Lancashire. We head to Three Sisters in September. And once again, Henry,
Yes.
what's impressed me with Gus Lawrence this weekend is everything he's been doing out on circuit. He's been quick. He seems to do things with so effortlessly, with no fuss.
I was about to say the word seamless. And of course, there is experience. You know, he knows the team well, he knows the chassis well. He's got stretch, he's a mechanic, you know, Steve Lamian, who has been there since day one almost. Now, so I disappeared for a little bit. I went down to check with the drivers, spoke with Ollie Rands, he's absolutely fine. Spoke with Robbie Buckley, he's absolutely fine. Spoke with Paddy, Conor McPollin's mechanic. He said, I'm not quite sure what's wrong, but he did walk into the ambulance. And that banged up, and Paddy goes, it's not a problem, we'll be out for the next one. As long as the medic says it's okay, the car will be fixed. So that's a relief. There we go. We'll draw a line under that incident now. We didn't catch it on camera, so there won't be a replay of it. And it was at this point of the circuit going to Hanger Bend, the fastest corner on the entire track. Obviously, Robbie Buckley saying that Conor McPollin landed on his kart upside down and then slid off into the grass. So it was a spectacular one. Everyone is okay.
Change from 5th place, Freddie Lloyd, the other driver who's got a bit of a break here with the red flag coming out on the same lap where he had a problem. He's just got past Aaron Brown for 5th place. There is a move down the inside from the number 35. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Joseph Smith, another driver who's benefited in a way, Henry, because of course when the red flag came out, it was the third incident we'd seen on that lap. We go back to the last full complete lap, and everyone who had incidents who wasn't involved down at Hanger got back to where they were.
Because I've got to say, there is a move from the number 36 kart of Harvey Roth. I have to say, it was a very scruffy opening few minutes.
It was.
Far too many incidents and unnecessary, you know, bits of the C word. Just, you know, not something that we expect to see from the senior X30s, but I would imagine that even these drivers, they would have seen the accident. You know, word will spread like wildfire up and down what happened. The drivers behind it would have said this is what happened. Oh, my word. Speaking of course, and I was going to say, now things have calmed down a bit as Lewis Bird sends one in from about 10 kart lengths back to take the race lead from Gus Lawrence. But it certainly has calmed everyone down-ish a little bit. Maybe. Probably not. Almost certainly not. Wait for Gus Lawrence to make a move for the race lead. Now we're back to normal.
That was a super move from Lewis Bird. I think it was sent from about Buckinghamshire.
Oh, what? Yeah, exactly.
But Gus Lawrence trying to get underneath on the approach to Bruno. But Lewis Bird shuts the door. Alistair Cresswell could win this race, you know. He's had some fantastic pace across the last 2 weekends here at Shenington. Yes, you sometimes have to have a little bit of luck in this game, but he's right there in 3rd place. We are going to see the last lap. Oh, no, I think we're going to get across the line with about 1 second remaining, maybe half a second remaining on the clock. So we'll get 2 more laps. That is more opportunities if you're Alistair Cresswell in the number 18.
Well, I was going to say, he said he was going to put his Lucky Notorious B.I.G. T-shirt on. Then he had a crash. Then he was saved by the red flag. And now he's in a potential, well, you know, maybe that T-shirt will bring him luck in a roundabout sort of way. And it's getting very, very tight now at the front because Bird is defending, and not only has Cresswell joined the fun, behind him is Fred Green. Then it's a little gap back to Freddie Lloyd and Aaron Brown. I think we're going to have 6 karts in a row, all as we come down to Stratford Corner on this next lap, the last lap. There will be 6 karts, nose-tail, taking about 6 different lines into Stratford Corner. Lewis Bird gets a warning flag for overt defending. Here we go.
Down in towards Stratford, there is a bit of a gap. Fred Green's trying to go around the outside of Alistair Cresswell. That's going to get tight in a hurry. And it's Lloyd who's taken advantage of that one and got up to 4th place. Aaron Brown has gained a spot also, still holding a good position in the championship, looking for another good day. Lewis Bird, well, he had a mega overtake into this part of the circuit. He's now going to have to defend again. Is there an opportunity for Lawrence? The answer is no. Out of Wilkins. Lewis Bird is going to win a dramatic first heat in X30 Senior from Gus Lawrence, Alistair Cresswell, Freddie Lloyd, Aaron Brown and Fred Green. Top 6 covered by a single second. Harvey Roth 7th, Joseph Smith recovers to 8th, 9th for Harry Yule, and Archie Tillett in 10th.
Now, this is the type of race that it was. Of the top 10 finishers, 1, 2, 3 of them crashed during that race.
Yes.
Tillett on his own at lap number 1, that involved Kazagel, who finished 13th. So 4 of the top 13 had an accident during that race and still made the finish.
I say that'll be one on the lap charts where people go,
yeah.
Hang on a minute, we'll try and work that one out. But for those of you who watched it, thank you very much for joining us. And do make sure that you're sharing the broadcast out as well. Let your family and friends know.
What did Bird get a warning for? Putting on the track, Bird. No, I don't know.
We don't know officially.
Lewis Bird probably got a warning for defending too vigorously before 2 laps to go, I would guess.
So, getting ready for the next race as everybody comes in after that senior. There will be another senior heat later on at 1 o'clock here local time. Let's get ready for a short ad break for Waterswift Restricted.
Here we go then with Waterswift Restricted, your starting lineup. Oscar Kenny, the E-plate holder, will start from pole position alongside Henry Algar. Chester Fawkes, yesterday's runner-up, will start third alongside Daniel Ferguson. Ethan Robinson and James Roots go from row number 3. Harry Chapman and yesterday's winner, Alfie Davidson, possible championship contender, championship winner today, will start from row number 4. Mason Hibbert, Philip Petreo, and rounding out the field, William Bennett or Alessandro Salas. Now, we did have 12 drivers yesterday. We've only got 11 today,
yes,
and that would be Alessandro Salas missing in the number 28 Kart.
And more drama.
Looking down, Nicole is right there on the spot. I'm not sure she's got a microphone. We're going to go around again because our pole man is not out. Our pole man is sat stationary on the grid, and will they? Now they're going to go past the start-finish line now. I'm not saying that we're able to speak to Nicole down there, maybe not, but certainly we might be able to get a visual on the kart. But I can tell you there's a whole crowd of other drivers, a mechanic working on that kart. So this is the pole man on the grid, not going anywhere, and I think they may have closed the gate. That could be game over. We'll have to have a little look. So, Oscar Kenny, we said yesterday he was desperate to get that first podium in the British Championship. Well, his job has just got a lot harder because he's not going to take the start for this one. It means that kart number 12, Henry Algar, and Chester Fawkes, well, Fawkes will assume de facto pole position, but somehow the number 12 kart of Algar has got to get across the start-finish line before Fawkes.
Absolutely. So let's see if we're good for a start on this one. Looks like we are. Green light, away we go. Good start for Chester Fawkes. Second yesterday in the final, looking to take that big step towards the top spot. This is already a very different race to what we've been used to in IAME Waterswift Restricted, with the dominant championship leader Alfie Davidson having not had a good qualifying further down the order. There is a move from James Roots down the inside of number 23 of Ethan Robinson, and was going to be into second place, but here comes Daniel Ferguson. Daniel Ferguson, who had a bit of an up and down day yesterday, had a retirement in one of the heats, wasn't quite able to use the pace that has inherently been there for the number 15 privateer. That was a good move from Daniel Ferguson. And I say, with Davidson a bit out of position, it is so key for particularly Davidson for Ferguson and for Fawkes. They have to capitalise on this today if they're going to take the title picture to the last round.
Now, I know that Ferguson is entered as a privateer, but he's got the Ram Racing Oracle Motorsport graphics kit on him, and he's got Gary Henderson Curl and 2017 World Karting champion Danny Curl sort of working with him, and other drivers. Do we have any? Oh, he's taking the race lead. Well, Danny, champion of the world, to be proud of that one. Are there any other Oracle drivers in the other Waterswift class? I don't believe so. Well, that's a heck of a privateer operation, I've got to say. And well, it's working because he's leading this race.
His father races in the British GT Championship.
For Ram Racing.
For Ram Racing.
I guess that.
GT4.
Yes, I guess that, because he's got Ram written on the front of his cart there. Jolly good. Now, further back, side by side, between the number 46 of
Alfie Davidson.
Sorry, Alfie Davidson, so our champion-elect. Now, as the day progresses, our timekeeping wizard, Ian Rogers, from motorsport-timing.co.uk, will give us up-to-date championship positions. And then I will endeavour to try and find out. It's always a problem. Myself and the Fusion team owner, Dan Hazelwood, have a very rocky relationship when it comes to me predicting if and when one of his drivers has mathematically sealed a British championship or not. Because on 2 occasions, I got it wrong on circuit commentary, and Dan Hazelwood, well, I mean, he uses a bit of the old hair dye nowadays, but that was his first trip to a bit of Just for Men was after I said that his driver hadn't won the British title, when indeed he had. Many moons ago at Ella Park. Nathan Aston it was.
Chester Fawkes, the fastest lap of the race, 49.77. And at the moment, Fawkes doing a very similar job to what he did yesterday in the final. Working with the race leader in this heat, it's Daniel Ferguson. Yesterday, it was Alfie Davidson. And Chester Fawkes knows the circuit well. There's a good amount of his club racing here at Shenington, and was second in the Shenington Super Prix final last weekend. One of the biggest events of the year here in this part of Oxfordshire. So I would expect for the next at least couple of laps, maybe even take the clock down to around a minute, these two to continue to just keep pushing away. The pace at the moment, 49.9 for both of them. Not the fastest on track, though, last time around. Alfie Davidson is the fastest driver at this precise point, 49.8, but he's got to find a way. And this is one of the difficulties with this circuit, Henry.
Yes.
Right, he's made his way through. He's into 3rd place. That's very good news if you're Alfie Davidson. Now the hard work begins, because you've got to cross the gap around a circuit that can get a little bit blustery. The best way of doing that, of making progress, is having someone in front of you and giving you a bit of a tow. And that's the very thing that Davidson now does not have.
Well, I mean, James Roots is there in 4th position. The main problem he has, though, is the 2 drivers he's trying to catch, i.e. these 2 drivers, not those 2 drivers. Those 2 drivers on your screens now, the number 15 of Ferguson and the number 38 of Fawkes. They're working together as things stand. Fawkes there now gets on the rear bumper of Ferguson's car and just gives him a helpful hand down the straight towards Stratford. So even though James, the roots are on fire, has caught Davidson, they're basically doing just what the top 2 are doing. So even though Davidson and Roots are working together, they're not really gaining much, because the 2 drivers they're chasing down are doing exactly what they're doing.
I tell you what, though, I think they are, particularly through Sector 1. I think they've got a bit of an advantage here over Ferguson and Fawkes. Fawkes has gone down the inside, so Fawkes has read the situation and gone, no, I want to be at the front of this one. With those 2 drivers closing in behind, I don't want to be sat in 2nd place. So 3 minutes to go. And yes, that is very good pace from Davidson and Roots. Roots' new fastest lap of the race at 49.6. They took 2.5 to 3 tenths out of Fawkes and Ferguson last time around. We've got a race on here with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Here we go. Here's the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. And there's all sorts of swapping over going on there. That's Harry Chapman passing Mason Hibbert, his Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammate. Behind them, Ethan Robinson, Henry Argyle and Philip Patterow are all involved. William Bennett is a little bit further back, but yes, visually you can see the gap closing, and with 2 minutes to go, it's going to close even more because Chester Fawkes will have to start defending. He proved yesterday he's wise beyond his years, is Chester Fawkes. Very eloquent on the microphone, very tactically astute as well, but as tactical astuteness aside, he will have to defend and slow both him and Daniel Ferguson down, which will just bring Davidson and Roots right into play. And that's not going to help Chester Fawkes. If you miss your apex at Stratford Corner, luckily he just about keeps enough momentum to hold on to the lead. And that graphics kit, here's a name that we haven't heard for a while, Danger UK Graphics. They did my graphics back in the late 1990s. But it was all black and white. Serious? Yeah, no. I thought the Danger UK graphics had gone bust long ago. But no, they're there.
They're alive and well.
They're alive and well, and adorning the sides of our race leader, Chester Fawkes' go-karts.
So, less than 90 seconds on the clock. You can see quite visually the gap is coming down. It was 0.7 of a second last time around. It's now less than half a second. Ferguson looking down the inside, repays the favour to Fawkes. Has he got a little bit too deep through Stratford? No, he's got the move done, but that has now properly brought Davidson and Roots back into play. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. James Roots has been in many a race around this circuit where he's been there just waiting for things to kick off ahead of him. Into Wilkins once more. No move from Fawkes there, with good reason, because Alfie Davidson, sometimes when you win a championship, you've always got to have a drive from the middle of the pack when you've had a bit of a dodgy qualifying. This could be that very day for Alfie Davidson.
You also have one of the, if you win a championship, you also have one of those drives where the opportunity to win a race is there, and you have to say, no, I'm not going to take it because I've got to think bigger picture, which is a very hard thing for any driver to do, is to look at an opportunity to win a race and not take it because the risk far outweighs the reward. Now, Ferguson, Fawkes, Davidson, and you can see, well, Fawkes is still trying to say to Ferguson, go on, keep pushing. It's not the last lap. Here comes Alfie Davidson, and Chester Fawkes should do nothing about that.
No.
He is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and now Chester's still trying to say, come on, let's go and work together. James Roots watching and waiting in the number 21 Evolve Motorsports team. But Ferguson is the wanted man at the moment. Here comes Davidson, Fawkes and Roots down towards Stratford Corner for the last time.
Through the Stratford hairpin, good line there from Daniel Ferguson, didn't defend too hard. He's got to do a little bit more work to hold on to this one into the Bruno chicane. Threading it through, right, then left, then right, on the power, onto the hanger straight. He's got to get down, does not want to give Davidson the opportunity to get underneath him through hanger, and he's done that. As Fawkes is trying to wrestle his way in. Here comes Davidson, is he going to try and prise the door open? Ferguson leaves enough space and gets the run off the line. Daniel Ferguson is going to take the first heat of the day. A great try from Alfie Davidson to take P2 from row 4. Fawkes in the top 3 again. James Roots followed them in 4th place, and Harry Chapman comes home in the top 5 as well.
And Alfie Davidson, as you saw, going through Wilkins, Alfie Davidson, there was a little bit of a love tap on Ferguson, and he could have just kept forcing the issue, and he could have won that race, but then he would have risked the ire of the stewards.
The officials,
The officials, yeah. So smart move, very smart move indeed, to think, okay, no, I'm going to back out of it, take 2nd place. Now, there are 2 areas. You can watch this on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, but also on the Karting UK YouTube channel across the entire network of Motorsport UK social media outlets. And I'm wondering, I can see the Alpha Live chat here, can't see the Karting UK chat here. I have a feeling that Kathy Watson has said hello on the other live chat, because she's normally said hello by now, and asked me to say hello to John Watson, one of our stewards, and to say hello to Shay as well. But that'll be in a minute, because we've got another race coming right up. war.
Taking through the grid then for the first heat today in IAME Waterswift. It's a big one, and it's got Austin Newstead on the front row with Jarlath Sayer. Teddy Porter and George Clark go from row 2. Sukmani Kira and Finley Lines on row 3. Christian Kobe and Blair Smith on row 4.
On row number 5, Henry Clark and Max Mason. Austin Gibson and Harry Williams go from row number 6. On row number 7, Harley Musk and Will Green, Orion Meta and Luca Hose Balak on row number 8.
Freddie Wood and George House go from row 9. Callum Graham and Charlie Clough complete the top 20. Aaron Nair and Grayson Wortley on row 11, ahead of Ian Carey and Luca Narroway on row 12.
Then we've got Sophie Campbell, Johnston Stewart, Joseph Davis and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, Colby Patterson, Baron Altonsoy, our camera cart, Mason Brooks starting down in 30th position. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Nearly a full grid of Waterswift come into the first couple of corners. Brooks at the back has got a whole sea of carts in front of him. Which way does he turn? Well, we'll find out pretty soon, but it's Newstead hard on the anchors who gets shuffled wide, side by side. Are we all going to get through cleanly? Just about. Brooks on the outside of Stratford Corner, tucked right up. Oh, I mean, that's faster. That's as close as you are on the M25 motorway, but a lot quicker. And they're 9, 8 if you're Mason Brooks. He has a little look at his mate as he goes past him at 50 miles an hour and picks up another place.
Really good start this from the IAME Waterswift category. Out of the final corner, there is the point, and it's Jarlath Sayer at the front of the order ahead of Austin Newstead. Sukmani Kira's had a good start, is up to 3rd place. That's a gain of 2. Finley Lines, so impressive this weekend as Finley Lines. Can he get another round victory here today? He's got a little bit of work to do in this heat. He's there in 4th place in the bright green helmets. Who made the most progress? Hey, it's the power of the camera. They're all going to be scrambling for it. Mason Brooks gained 12 positions on that first lap, and here he is.
Well, Austin Gibson did brilliantly with it yesterday, and it's great that we've got this. The Alpha Live innovations continue apace. Joshua Owen saying, "Come on to Luca Holmes, Balak and Finley Lines." Finley Lines, the human highlight reel yesterday. He's there in 4th position. Now, when will he treat us to his trademark inside lines at Wilkins? Boom, boom. See what I've done there?
I do.
Oh.
I do indeed. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Sayer at the front of the order. Championship picture. Oh, was down the inside. That is a beautiful move from Sukmani Kira. She's gone through on Austin Newstead. Lines followed as well. It's up to 3rd place. Newstead slots back into 4th. And a Blair Smith had a bit of a tough day yesterday, the Scottish driver, but it's good to see him there. Another driver who's... this is one of the things I do like about these double headers, Henry, that, you can have a bad day and it's immediately like, right, get back on it. Today's a new day, it's a new round, and they can get the confidence back very quickly.
I agree. It's obviously... you can't do it with all the different classes in the British Championship because of numbers and what have you. But... when you do have a double header around, dear! Speaking of double header, that looked like that was Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. Now his mechanic Rashid Al Mamari is here. Oh, and there's Brooks. That's how close we go. Oh, oversteer there, snap oversteer. He makes the move down at Stratford Corner. Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa is still sat in his cart. Now. There into the pits comes the number 57 premium karting, Orion Meta. Now, I mean, I'm just speculating here. They both, Meta and Ahmed Al Khalifa, were down towards the back of the field. You just saw there on the main portion of your screen, Al Khalifa is up out of the cart. The cart is out of the way, and Khalifa is in a marshal post.
Yeah, shame for both of those drivers, particularly for Ryan Matto, in terms of the qualifying performance, have taken a big step forward from 24 hours ago. There's an incident just out of our commentary box window at Cafe Corner that we'll get back to in a moment because there's a strap going on here. There it is. It's Ian the number Carey. 93 and the 98. It's Baron Altonsoy involved.
Yep, and also Baron Altonsoy from Turkey is Baron Altonsoy. Him and his brother started racing karts out in the UAE. and the number 93, the other driver, was Northern Ireland's Johnson Wood. Here's a scrap for 4th place, and it's good news for Finley Lines, because as Newstead battles with the 3 Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts behind him, Smith, Kobe and Porter, that is allowing Lines and Jarlath Sayer and Shukmani Kira, I've already mentioned the top 2, Sayer and Kira, have to say it as well. The 3 drivers leading this race, Sayer, Kira and Lines, they all played starring roles in the Paddock show last night. Probably one of the most fun Paddock shows we've done, showing that the kids really showing their personalities off, not taking themselves too seriously, having a laugh and a joke, and just, again, being comfortable around the media on camera. We're trying to make this Paddock more fun than ever before, while maintaining the incredibly professional levels that the teams bring. But yeah, you let kids mess. Kids will be kids. Nothing you can do about it. Here we go. Here's Mason Brooks, one of the youngest kids in this class, and he is now directly behind the number 44 kart of Harry Williams, and heading down towards Stratford Corner. Well, from the back of the grid, Mason Brooks is now up into 16th position. He's passed half the field in 5 minutes. There he is, number 84 for Fusion Motorsport. Great job, great job.
I'm sure Ian Rogers and the statisticians around the paddocks will know this. I've got a question for them. Is Mason Brooks the driver with the most positions gained so far this season? Because he has a knack for this. He won round 1's final, of course, from a long way back on the grid. And he's got the opportunity for more here, because he's got a big pack of karts in front of him, out of Cafe, past the gantry here where all the mechanics stand and instruct their drivers on what to do through Pitts Bend. Bit further forward, Blair Smith on the inside there, trying to hold on to 4th place ahead of Newstead and Teddy Porter here on board now with Mason Brooks. Has got a little bit of an overlap with Harry Williams. That's getting a bit close through the Bruno chicane. On exit, he may have an overlap as well. Back at the front of the order, it's a Fusion 1-2, Jarlath Sayer and Sukhmani Kira. The job is not done yet, though. 1 minute and 35, or thereabouts, is what they're going to have on the line as they complete lap number 8.
You know the only people that really don't like these new onboard cameras? The mums of the Waterswift drivers, because that's so close. Now he's got Christian Kobe in front of him, so he's got to try and, is he going to go to the outside and try the crossover move? Yeah, he'll jink wide and then try and cut underneath Kobe. He's got alongside. This is good. Wonder if we can flash back to him now. He's looking over across at Kobe, inches wheels apart. Is he going to make him move? Not quite. Now he's got to set him up again.
I'll tell you another gentleman in the paddock who's going to be in two minds about this. It's our producer James Fitzgerald, because this is great action, but all the while he's going to be thinking, please, I want my camera to come back in one piece.
Well, I mean, it's not a problem. Dan Hazelwood said that if Mason does well, Dan Hazelwood will buy Alpha Live 10 onboard cameras.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
35 seconds.
Jokes.
35 seconds to go. Change for 5th place there as Austin Newstead loses out. I think Austin Gibson's coming through as well down the inside. That's a nice move from Harley Musk. Musk had a really tough day yesterday, has got back on the horse and is charging here up into the top 10. Will Green has found a way past Blair Smith. Will Green, who, well, in terms of his track record on a Sunday, it's been impeccable. He's won both rounds so far, but such is the nature of this IAME Waterswift category, he's going to have to work very, very hard indeed, the championship leader, to continue that streak here today. Final lap board is out. Sayer and Kira have control of this one. 1-2 at the front of the field for Fusion Motorsport. The big question is, what order are they going to finish this heat in? And is there going to be an opportunity for Finley Lines? We should never count out Finley Lines.
Nope.
1.9 seconds back, but if there's a big battle between these two on this final lap, he could just about have a chance into the last corner.
And I'm not too clear on championship positions, but I think that Sayer is far better placed in the championship. Oh, and Brooks inched apart again. Now he actually loses the position to the number 38 kart of Freddie Woods. Kira will try the crossover, but Jarlath Sayer covered the inside line. Well, I got to say, Jarlath's mum may be a complete and utter cheat at Paddock Show Olympics, but Jarlath getting it done on the track. And a great result. And Sukmani Kira, that young lady, is, well, we've got Alice Powell here. Abby Pulling is here, part of the Alpine F1 Academy. We have got so many talented young ladies in karting nowadays. Sukmani Kira being one of them. And Jala Sayer turns round, gives his teammates a sporting thumbs up. And there is your provisional top 14 finishers. 600ths of a second.
And just to prove the point with Sukmani here, how she's growing into the season, now of those top 4 drivers, Sayer, Lyons and Green, yeah, your top 3 in the championship, and she's right in there amongst them now.
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit further back in the championship, but it's going to be the ultimate disruptor, I think, as we run into the end of the season.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that she's got another season in this category as well. So, you know, whereas the likes of Sayer will probably, Sayer and Lyons probably moving up next year, I don't know, but I would imagine so. Sukmani will be well placed to become, a favourite.
So, sunny conditions here at Shenington. That is the completion for Waterswift. We'll see their second heat after the lunch break. Next up, though, it's KZ2 after this short break.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from all of the biggest brands in the game. We're so much more than that. So if you're looking for kart parts, then we've got you there. Come and have a look. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashes, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. Oh, and if you're looking to hone your skills away from the track, then we've got everything that you're going to need to build the ultimate sim rig. So whether it's karting, sim, or motorsport in general, it's safe to say we've got everything that you're going to need.
Big thanks to Demon Tweaks for their continued support of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Getting ready for the first appearance of the day for KZ2. They had a good day yesterday. James Glenister taking the victory in the final. And it's going to be a very close race again here for heat number 3 of the weekend. KZ2 are next. Let's take you through the grid for the first heat of this new round, third one of the weekend. Ella Stevens on pole position again. Ashley Lewis alongside on the front row. James Glenister took the final victory yesterday. Starts on row 2 for this one alongside Jake Weston. Good qualifying performance there from him. Josh Price on row 3 alongside Miles Murphy. And it's Nat Thomas and Lee Ward on row number 4.
Row number 5 sees Derek Morgan joined by Ryan Green with George Barker and Bryn Kinch next. Field rounded out after a problem in qualifying for the 2022 Series champion and the current British Open champion, Charlie Turner. Well, time for Charlie to show why he is big time Charlie, because he has to come from the back of the grid. Now that's... do you know what? You're all thinking it, so I'm going to say it. It's very hot, which means the track is very grippy, which means the track is going to chew lots of KZ2 rubber. I'm not sure whether we're going to have a couple of mechanical failures or not. We will have to see. Tactics is one thing, outright speed is another, and today is going to be a mixture of do we play smart or do we play fast?
Indeed.
Or a combination of the both.
Yesterday, James Glenister was able to use the tyres well. If you are wondering, why are they just shooting past the camera points at Stratford? Different circuit layout, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 1.2 kilometre layout. It's still called Stratford Corner. The hairpin, the right-hand hairpin at the bottom end of the circuit, it's just they go a little bit further down to their Stratford Corner in this gearbox category. The other difference, of course, as well, standing starts for all of our drivers in this one.
Two things to note. One driver missing that we haven't had this year, Tom Adams. I know his dad Chris will be watching. and you know, is after bemoaning the fact that he's in the paddock for all these years, and now he's bemoaning the fact that he's not in the paddock this year. But no, we do miss both Chris and Tom. Got an idea to boost the KZ2 grids. Chris Adams, Derek Turner, Big Derek. You know, there's 2 extra drivers. If we do a KZ2 Masters,
yeah,
there we go. You know, Adrian Stevens, he's always fancied himself. We interviewed him on the Paddock Show last night. He said that we got up to over 90 miles an hour these karts are doing. So I reckon the Masters class, yeah, I think that's a goer. Absolute nailed on goer. Michael Burke still up in Australia. I got to say, I watched that. Now I'm Olympic expert. Ariana Titmus, what a swimmer! What a swimmer!
Say, got a gold yesterday.
She won gold yesterday. Now, can our golden girl Ella Stevens get the kart fired off the line like the rocket ship that it is? Because once that E-plate kart gets going, there is nothing else that can match it for outright pace. But she's got to get it off the line first.
So it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again. Dan Ashton just directing the drivers into their correct positions for the start of this one. Ashley Lewis had problems yesterday as well. We're looking to take advantage of this front row starting. There is Charlie Turner, winner at Warden Law, starting at the very back of the field. Thumbs up, ready to go then here in KZ2. The nerves and the revs will rise. Eyes on the lights.
Oh,
problems
no!
for Ella Stevens. She stalled. And away we go. The race is green, but it's more problems for Ella Stevens on row 1. Gets going now, but that is a much bigger problem than she had yesterday, Henry. She's going to be some 10 seconds off the back of the pack.
And you know, that was at the absolute worst moment. The lights were in the process of changing. The starter had already signalled for the lights to count down, and Ella Stevens, she's not got up to speed. I think a gear linkage has gone. That's something where she went to get in, instantly the hand went up. Fantastic reaction speeds from everybody behind her to avoid what would have been, oh my goodness me, up over the inside curb, going into Wilkins. We got a huge pile-up. That's 3 cars off. Glenister was up and over the curb, and that pushed him into, I think that's pushed him into Josh Price and Miles Murphy, the Moore Racing team, who won the Wera Tools Excellence Award at Warden Law. Tom Moore's prize is a full Wera Tools kit. I'm sorry to say they're going to need to put that to good use straight away, because that was nasty. Oh dear.
And into the pits comes Josh Price. Josh Price is out of the race. Ella Stevens is out of the race as well.
Okay, Josh Price, you can see Ella Stevens. Look at the front of Josh's kart. The front wheels are facing outwards. You know, I mean, both facing opposite directions, going outwards. That was could have been a lot worse. And yeah, I think that was. That's not from Glenister, because Glenister jumped over the curb, got his line all wrong. Now, James Glenister is still there in second place. In the midst of all this, Miles Murphy has been able to continue, and Charlie Turner is up to 6th position. While we're talking already, the KZ2 Masters class has already got entries flooding in. Sam Moore can make a comeback. Alice Powell said she'd have, oh sorry Alice, you're not old enough yet. I'd have a go in that. I get myself in a KZ2 for a KZ2 Masters class. Yeah, because, you know, I'm a sucker for punishment. Here we go, back to the track.
Change of lead. James Glenister has got past Jake Weston. We should mention as well, Jake Weston, in everything that was going on that first lap, an absolutely tremendous start to this race.
Yeah.
Started on the second row of the grid and is still there in second. That was Nat Thomas having a look at Ryan Green. Technical flag for the number 4. Miles Murphy's race is over, and I can see why the rear bumper is completely deranged on the rear right. The officials have called that as a safety issue. Actually, might be something else that we just can't quite spot here in the box. But either way, Murphy, in what has so far been a bit of a torrid season for him, is going to be out of this one on lap number 4. Back at the front of the field, Lee Ward again. He had a tremendous day yesterday, did Lee Ward.
Yes.
Fighting all the way, taking these opportunities, having another strong run here is the privateer from the Republic of Ireland. It's there in 3rd.
Now, I'm not sure if we've missed the boat to get an action replay of that first lap incident down at Wilkins, or whether we might be able to cue it up if we do have it on tape at the end of this race to try and the rear bumper on Murphy's kart is actually shredding itself against the rear tyre. I mean, we've got Fraser down there, and this is Fraser, the cameraman, giving us some great viewpoints. Nicole Sutherland is also down there as well, who can sort of maybe get a few, maybe it's not a great idea to shove a microphone under the driver's noses at this point, but off camera she may be able to get some thoughts of what some context of what we've been seeing. But what we are seeing is that one of the youngest drivers in the field, Jake Weston, first year in the class, second weekend in the British Championship in KZ2, is having a fantastic. Now we do have some audio about some information on Miles Murphy. Wonder if we can go down to that. Let's go.
Miles Murphy then. Miles, what's just happened?
We still got tangled up the final corner. It looks like there was just like a load of argy-bargy, and then Josh got sent over the back of me. Rear bump hits against the tyre, and they call you in, really. So not much you can do. It's one of those things, I guess.
Great, thanks Miles, and bad luck.
It kind of so we had a terrible day yesterday, and it started the same today, but what can you do? It's motorsport, eh?
Well, Miles Murphy, always very fair, and looking forward to his next race. But real disappointment for Miles Murphy to be out of this one. Just over 3 minutes to go. And, we were talking a lot about the tactics yesterday, weren't we, Henry?
Yep.
I just wonder at the moment, it's James Glenister doing that thing of, Jackie Stewart used to say it back in the day, you've got to win the race as slowly as possible.
Absolutely. He is almost trying to, lovingly cutch and caress those tyres around every corner and just backing the field up. But backing them up or not, let's have a chance. This is an opportunity to talk about a bunch of drivers that don't normally get as much airtime. Weston second, Lee Ward third, Nat Thomas, who had a bit of a contretemps with Miles Murphy yesterday in the first heat. Nat Thomas running fourth, so he is upholding Jade Honours at the moment. Ryan Green, winner at Glenagor. Jake Weston's gone as well. That's the third more racing kart out of the race. Oh, and it just broke suddenly, and he's looking down, it's jammed, he can't push it forward. Oh, every single one of the more racing entries now parked at the side of the track. Ryan Green up into fourth place. Last year at Glenagor, the weekend, the tyre destroying weekend that was Glenagor last year, the winner, Ryan Green, on that DR kart, the privateer run Danilo Rossi chassis. He's just set the fast lap of the race, sitting pretty in fourth position. It's a really tiring weekend as well, this weekend. What price on Ryan Green not popping up on another podium? Morgan is fifth. Turner, now what's Charlie Turner looking over his shoulder? I'm not sure if Charlie Turner's got an issue. I think Turner and Ashley Lewis, I don't think finished a race yesterday. He had terrible luck. Charlie Turner's going to be as slow as possible, but Nicole Sutherland has some information on Ella Stevens. What is it, Nicole?
Some Parc Fermé updates then. Just caught up with Ella Stevens, who's retired after being on the front row at the start. She said she thinks a potential clutch issue is why she couldn't get off the line and has had to retire during this race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. A clutcher, terrible.
Yep. Real shame for Ella Stevens, and work to do for Jade Racing Team before the second heat. Lee Ward doing brilliantly, holding on to second place here. Nat Thomas just behind there. Ryan Green still your fastest driver on second. Oh, a bit wide there through Hanger. Derek Morgan, Del Boy not too far behind, the number 7, looking for good points here. The thing that's curious for me, though, in this race, I don't know whether Nicole will be able to find out more information for us as this race goes on. Charlie Turner, the pace has just gone. Has just lost out to Ashley Lewis. Lewis back up into 6th place. It's a difficult day so far for Charlie Turner.
Yes, Charlie, and who has just retired the kart. So another one falls by the wayside. Lewis looks over his shoulder, and that kart was going slowly long before it finally cried enough. Bryn Kinch is on for his best finish so far. So's George Barker. There we go. Oh, there is a look at a smoky wagon. Nicole said that the motor does stink, which means something is burning, and sometimes you don't need a visual. All you need is a nasal diagnosis. Something was, she burned.
We're on the final lap then. James Glenister looks to have this one in his hands. Lee Ward still there in second. Nat Thomas has just done the fastest lap of the race, so he's not given this one up yet. This is going to be some really good points for some of these drivers. This is similar to what we saw with Warden Law. At round one, it was the rain. It was the drivers who'd gone for the slick tyres versus the wet tyres. That's what jumbled it up that day. Today, here at Shenington, it's going to be the reliability in particular. It's going to be a win for James Glenister. He continues how he left off from yesterday with that one. Lee Ward in the top three again. Nat Thomas third, fourth for Ryan Green. Derek Morgan fifth, Ashley Lewis in sixth. George Barker, I think that's the best results of the year so far for George Barker, with P7. And Bryn Kinch as well on his first run of the year in eighth. Retirements in that one, all of them big ones. Charlie Turner, Jake Weston, Miles Murphy, Josh Price and Ella Stevens.
Do you know what? It's where I get myself in trouble, but I can't help myself. Back at Warden Law, on the live chat, there were some fairly unkind comments about George Barker, because to be fair, he hasn't done a high level of racing. He's done other championships, but they're not major championships. And there was a lot, and he was off the pace.
Yeah.
He's jumped in to the hardest class, the hardest championship, and there were a lot of hate, a lot of pithy little horrible comments on the live chat. Those little troglodytes, they're not saying anything now, are they? Because he's just finished that race less than 20 seconds behind the biggest, the most decorated man in KZ2 karting.
And I say his
done,
pace
George.
as well, 45.81. He's within 2 seconds of that man, James Glenister. He's getting there. We'll be back shortly after this quick ad break. Back here at Shenington, we're midway through the programme for the heat. Next out on circuit, it'll be race number 24 of the weekend, and X30 Junior preparing for the A versus C race. This is always a bit of an interesting one, Henry, because it's you've got a split of tyres. Anyone in Group A on the pole side of the grid, this is their first race. Anyone in Group C, this is their second one.
Right, yes. Very, very quick update. KZ2 Masters entry list for next year growing. Michael Burke is confirmed. The factory Team Castlemaine 4X Arrow kart.
Super.
Ollie Hancock's confirmed. He's on the Techno chassis. Chris Adams is in, I'm in, Derek Morgan's in, Sam Moore's in, Alice Powell's in. She's got to lie about her age, that's fine. That's 7 of us. It's a go next year. Speak to Mr. Parker now. Whoa.
Harrison Mackie there took the win yesterday. In terms of the outright pace, Mackie wasn't as high as he has been throughout the course of the season. But again, we talk about how championships can get formed and title campaigns ebb and flow. Mackie yesterday took full advantage of the demise of others and secured another very well-earned victory. Yes,
and then Harrison Mackie did apologise for using some choice language afterwards.
He was a bit of a naughty boy.
But we'll find out. Well, he was an excited boy. Let's go. Next race up now.
Second heat of 3 for X30 Junior. George Edgar has pole position for it. Aaron Richardson alongside on the front row. Winner yesterday, Harrison Mackie alongside Thomas Fitzspiringer. There's a problem for Zef Nurnberger. That's your second row of the grid. Moving on to row number 3, Kenzo Craigie and Monda Junior Canini. On row 4, it's an all Argenti affair with Arjen Crailie and Hamish Forrest.
Row number 5, Zach Green and Harry Walsh. Then Charles Kitely and Max Ewell. Row number 7, Dylan Patel and Archie Owen. Evan Purcell and Aston Sharp on row number 8.
Next up, it's Joey Brown and George Quartermain. Harrison Whitcomb and Nat Johnston have work to do. Josh Parker, Zhao Chen Li are next. Then Rashid Hilal, Zef Nurnberger, Jake Brook, Jacob Backler and Ashley Harzer complete the 27 runners in this one.
Nurnberger's kart is back up to speed, but we will not take the start with the rest of the field. We will go around again. Now, Zef Nurnberger's kart, let's see, I'm going to show my age now, which is 28.
Sure.
Plus tax. That is, it's the purple sponsored kart. And back in the day, the Minnesota Vikings had a defensive unit called the Purple People Eaters because they play in purple and they would smash people all over the place. Well, Nurnberger's Purple People Eater, pizza packet, pickle peppers, yeah, that one, has eaten its chain, but has somehow managed to get back on the track.
Has indeed. So, George Edgar has pole position for this one, and being in Group A, that means he was the fastest driver in qualifying over those 3 average laps. So there's good pace over more than a single lap and fresh tyres for George Edgar.
And Edgar was saying in the Paddock show that if the race had gone one more lap yesterday before it was flagged, then, or before the race had gone one more lap, he would have won.
Green light, away we go then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for George Edgar. Defends straight away. Aaron Richardson, no option but to hold there on the outside. It's allowed Mackie to come through. It's allowed Spearing to come through as well. So good start for our juniors down in towards Stratford for the first time in this one. Everybody hugging that far right white line like their favourite granny.
Apart from Zach Green, who was going on. I like that. That's very good indeed. Yeah, there's a Jamie Green kart. I think they're now in 7th position, which is kart number 8, Zach Green, I believe, was trying to go round the outside of... it was Jack Green, who's picked up a lot of places there at Stratford Corner. At the end of lap number 1, Mackie. Speaking of Aaron's favourite nanny, I haven't seen Nanny June on the live chat either. She's probably out trying to buy her other grandson, Lewis Mackie, a wig, because he's gone bald.
Well, he could fix it with the new Wera tools that they got for winning the Excellence Award.
Yeah, there we go. Monday Junior Canini is will be having a good day. He passes Kenzo Craigie down into Stratford Corner. Rest of the field, still side by side, back in the pack. Oh, one of the Crocs getting sideways. That was the number 96 of George Quartermain. And about a quarter of the way round to 90 degrees.
End of lap number 2 then. Harrison Mackie has the lead, but has got the attention of the former George Edgar, who's thrown it down the inside. Good driving there from both of them. Mackie left just enough space. George Edgar had to pull out of that one, but it's the Argenti duo of Spearing and Craigie that they've got to be aware of now. Spearing down the inside, goes for second place, gets it, opens the door for his teammate as well. Great work there between Spearing and Craigie to dispose of George Edgar. Keep an eye on Montegiuni Canini. Had a difficult start to the season, did Montegiuni Canini. I remember watching him in the repechage at PF, but from then, his attitude has been fantastic to bring himself back in to the front battles in this X30 Junior class, and nicely running there in 5th place.
And do you know what? I'm glad you said that, because obviously I've missed the first 2 rounds of the IAME series, but just looking at the way that Mondi was having a laugh and a joke with us in the Paddock show last night, that tells me, look, he's enjoying his karting. Kenzo Craigie up into P2. Now, Craigie, in his 2nd year as part of the Mercedes Formula 1 Young Drivers program, yesterday, of all the Argenti karts, Craigie was not one of the fastest.
He wasn't.
Now, it's important. That's why he's part of the Young Driver program, because he does things like that. Up the inside, into hanger, 2 wheels over the curb, flying through the air, takes the race lead. Kenzo Craigie to the point for the first time this weekend.
Brilliant stuff there from Kenzo Craigie. Not many overtakes seen through hanger this weekend, but that was a good one. Less than 5 minutes to go. Craigie's going to defend down into Stratford. Is that an opportunity for Montegiuni Canini to try and go around the outside? Good space left by Spearing there. Respectful racing between this group. Was Craigie a little bit crossed up there on the entry to the Bruno chicane. I tell you who else is coming into this battle. Zach Green in the number 8. The bright green helmet there. Jamie Green's old racing colours, of course, back in his old DTM days. 7th of Arjen Kraling is also on the back of this train. It's happening again. X30 Junior is delivering entertainment by the bucket load.
Yes, and the top 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 drivers go through. Aston Sharp in 7th position is right there. No, he's just a little bit behind. Now, why isn't George Edgar coming up? there he is. There's an issue with George Edgar's transponder. I was going to say, it's the top 7 drivers, then a gap back to Aston Sharp. I've also realised why Aston Sharp... Aston Sharp's got 2 little twin sisters who are very, very chatty. So I think he probably sits in his go-kart to get a little bit of peace and quiet.
And getting on with things as well as Edgar down the inside of Canini. Good move there for 4th place. Mackie has retaken the lead of this one. Harrison Whittaker's just set the fastest lap of the race. Bad qualifying for Harrison Whittaker. He's going to have to work hard to keep his title bid alive here today, but that is the new fastest lap of the race. It's gained 5 places so far, and this one is up to 14.
Yeah, so Harrison's mechanic Nigel Hathaway was and Harrison's stepdad Steve, they were holding an engine after qualifying. There was always not well with that engine. Well, it's got the Hathaway International spec setup on it now, and Harrison set the fastest lap of the race so far as we watch. Who was that retiring?
Jacob Backler out of the race. That is going to be repechage again for Jacob Backler, and it could be tyre issues.
Somebody else had a puncture this morning as well, although looking at the rim of that kart, that is, the side of the rim has got some white marks on it, which has made contact. But there was somebody else I was wandering through Parc Ferme out qualifying that had a tyre. The air had just, departed.
Interesting that it's the rear right as well, because rear right doesn't tend to take as much punishment. If you're not riding too many curbs with the rear right around this circuit. But that is a shame for Backler, and he'll be in the repechage. 2 minutes and 20 remaining in this race. Harrison Mackie looking in control, looking like he's got actually a bit more race pace than he did yesterday. He was still in that top 5, and consistency is always an important part of a championship bid. But the championship leader looking back to his imperious best in this one. Zach Green's just set the fastest lap of the race. Is there in 5th place. Make that 4th place, because down the inside of George Edgar is out. Is Arjen Kraling? Is that Kraling? Yes, it is. So Arjen Kraling out of this race was riding in the top
position,
10.
Yes.
That is a real shame for the German, who's that's the front right this time.
Comet, look away now. Well, I mean, so we've had a couple of accidents. We've had drivers hitting curbs that are freshly painted. Has somebody unknowingly just hit a curb and chipped away a bit of concrete, exposing a very rough, serrated concrete edge? New leader, Kenzo Craigie. But of course, nobody knows where that problem is. It's so unlikely. Comet tyres, the tyre manufacturers, the X30 classes, you don't get punctures. Very, very rarely you get punctures. To get 2 in one race tells me that somewhere out on the circuit, something has been dislodged, or there is a certain curb that 2 drivers have hit at exactly the same angle and had exactly the same result, both on the right hand side, right front and right rear. Right front on Kraling, right rear on Bachelor.
30 seconds to go, and still very close here between Mackie and Craig. This has been a brilliant battle between 2 of the finest drivers in British karting at this level.
Mackie leading the Junior X30 FIA World Rankings. Is that right? Is that
he's very high up there indeed. And
officially classed the best X30 driver in the world according to the FIA rankings, I believe. Andrew will check that out. We can check it out. We'll give you something. Yeah. Meanwhile, the clock has struck 0, but I don't think they took the last lap more, because there's 2 laps to go. And here we are. Let's count them: 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the race lead into Stratford. Mackie, Craigie, Green. Then spearing 4th, Edgar 5th, Sharp, is he 6th? Is he 7th? It's Canini 6th, Sharp 7th. There are your contenders. You've got 2 from Fusion, 3 from Argenti, 1 from Mick Barrett, and 1 from the other team. Jamie Green Racing.
That's the one.
On the tip of my tongue. Now they get the last lap
then. On to the last lap. This one's not decided. This could be key in terms of the intermediate classification as well. Harrison Mackey's going to try and keep this one calm. Doesn't need to get too defensive. Thinking the story of his season so far, you wouldn't mind, a second or third would be okay. He wants to hold on for this. The last thing he wants to have happen is everybody of this group come through and he end up around in 7th place. Bit of a battle going on there between Canini and Sharp. Zach Green looking like he wants a piece of the action here on the last lap. Mackey has a gap, doesn't need to defend too much into Wilkins because that would be a big send from there from Kenzo Craigie. In the end, they're going to come over the line. Yep. No changes on that final lap. Mackey takes it from Craigie and Green, 1, 2, 3. Edgar P4, Spearing completes the top 5.
Excellent race, and other drivers gesticulating as they come across the line. That was an MDL driver. I noticed there was a warning flag. The Purple People Eater had a little nibble out of the number 33 kart of Ashley Haase, and that got Zef Nürnberger a warning flag, but nothing else. And so look, 0.3 of a second they're lacking. That was a massive gap at the end. 0.3 of a second between Mackey, Craigie, and Zach Green. George Edgar, again, he found the sweet spot finally. I was speaking to Mick Barrett, his team boss, and they said, we've been having to go with him, we've been trying to G him up because he's made the step out of Waterswift straight into juniors, and he's a little lad, is George, and it seems to have clicked into place now. You were looking at some FIA rankings.
Harrison he's had a fantastic season in Europe and here in the UK. More on that later, though, because next race up pretty much immediately. It's X30 Senior.
Go on.
Let's take you through the grid then for the last race before the lunch break. Cian Geraghty's on pole position, and alongside him on the front row is Gus Lawrence. Noah Wolf and Fred Green form up the second row of the grid. On row 3, it's Hayden Eldridge and Alistair Cresswell. Row 4, it's a returning James Pashley and Joseph Smith.
Row number 5, Henry Gregory in the Vismo International car alongside Tony Casagel. Oliver Stilp and Harry Ewell are next with Luca Mann, Will Smith, Freddie Housley and Sam Lewis next.
On row 9, it's Casper Piecki and Juan Pablo Gerard. Oliver Harris and Dylan Briley, who has the power of the camera in this one on row 10. It's 21 driver field, completed by Ty Stansfield.
Now, all the drivers, the 3 drivers that were involved in that massive accident earlier, they caught a lucky break. They weren't drawn in this race, so their mechanics have got a bit more time. Here we go then. That's privateer driver Dylan Briley. Crop Promotions entered driver Dylan Briley. And oh dear. He's looking down at his cart, and at the back of the field, oh no, the power of the camera is not. Oh, okay, we can. We'll try and go around again. Come on now, Dylan, get that wagon rolling. Now you can see this is what a driver. He's driving one-handed.
His airbox
come on. Oh, well, there we go. Oh no! Now can that get fixed and set back out? We haven't started the race yet. There is a repair lane, which he's now in directly underneath us. Where's Dad? Oh,
he's in Parc Ferme. That's it.
Now
he's out.
In Parc Ferme. He's out. Oh, if only he'd stayed in the repair lane. We could have seen Stuart Brady diving in there, putting an airbox on and kicking it back out. You could see the repair lane to the right of you there. But that is game over. Oh.
And that's the fine margins. That could be something as simple as, a Jubilee clip.
A Jubilee clip, a crocodile clip.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to Dylan and his dad Stuart, who works incredibly hard. But here we go. The remaining runners head into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. It's a great start from Cian Geraghty to take the lead as they go round Cafe Corner. 20 drivers file through Pitts Bend, down Stratford straight towards Stratford Corner, with Noah Wolf in P2 chasing Geraghty down.
Yeah, Noah Wolf. Always a little bit of a a moment off. And there's the tyres, I think, have been the biggest part of the circuit that's had a bit of punishment there. They've been disarranged, but everybody still running in this one. Everyone's come through sector number 2. So Cian Geraghty, lots of knowledge of this circuit. There's a picture of him back in his cadet days in this building that we're standing in.
Yes, there's a picture of Gus Lawrence when he drove for V Motorsport the year that he didn't finish a race. Anyway, we'll move swiftly on. I'm looking at Dylan Briley sort of has a moment to himself and walks away. Back up to the lead pack. Hayden Eldridge. Take a bow, Hayden. You're having a storming weekend. Running in P3 at the moment in that number 33 BMR restart kart. And of course, Air Force One, Harry Platten, is here helping the BMR team, Ben Platten's team. As we look at the top 3, top 4 coming out of the field. Gus Lawrence in 4th, James Pashley now behind Gus Lawrence. This will be interesting. How can Pashley, with all his local expertise and all the expertise of the Jade Racing team, he's just sitting behind Gus Lawrence. This is a straight fight between Lawrence and Pashley for 4th place. New leader, that new leader is Noah Wolf.
Indeed, Noah Wolf with that move down into Stratford corner. And a good move it was indeed. Hayden Eldridge having a really good run in this one for BMR. Had some good pace last weekend at the Shenington Super Prix. Doesn't guarantee you anything when you then come into this Wera Tools British Kart Championships round. As Geraghty back down the inside, retakes the lead in and through Park Bend. Noah Wolf didn't fight that one too hard, and with good reason. Very quick corner. Things can go wrongly very quickly indeed through that part of the circuit. And also, considering that Lawrence and Pashley are closing in, you don't want to fight too hard at this stage of the race. Into the Bruno chicane once more. Fred Green pushing along. Henry Gregory having a stronger day as well, trying to wrestle his way back up into the top 5 in the championship. Slipped down a couple of positions last night after yesterday's results. And this one just bubbling away. Ty Stansfield's on the move, has gained 8 places as the privateer. The Englishman in kart number 22, as that was close between Pashley and Lawrence once again through Park and into Cafe. Wolf feeling the need to defend now, wants to keep his track position there. Second on the road ahead of Hayden Eldridge. Hayden Eldridge taking that almost disruptor position in terms of the championship standings. A little bit further down the order. We know that Gus Lawrence is there. We know that Noah Wolf and Cian Geraghty are there as well. All fighting for the top spot at the end of the year. All inside the top 5 in the standings after yesterday's round. 4.5 minutes to go. Cian Geraghty, new fastest lap of the race, 41.95. Big thank you to the team down in Park Fermi who have confirmed that it was an issue with the Jubilee clip. That's the big metal ring that goes around the neck of the airbox. That is the component. You know, a 20p component is the one that's sadly put Dylan Briley out of this race.
Well, it's Damon Hill once lost the British Grand Prix at Silverstone with a £1 washer.
Yep.
Back in 1995. 5. And hang on a sec. We're having an hour.
5 was the one where he took out Michael into.
Yes. Then he was 93. He was on course to win his first race.
First race.
There we go. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a bit of an anorak moment up here. It could have been worse. I mean, it's only a heat race at Shenington International. Here we go. Back to the lead group. Geraghty, Wolf, Lawrence, Eldridge, and Pashley. Fred Green back in 6th. Then Gregory, Stilp, Cresswell, and Joseph Smith. Ty Stansfield, Freddie Housley, Tony Cazagel, Harry Ewell, Will Smith, Sam Lewis, Casper Piecki, and then Juan Pablo Girard Diaz, Luca Mann, and Oliver Harris are the 20 karts that started this race that is still running.
3 minutes to go then. Geraghty looking comfortable at the front of the order. Ty Stansfield continuing that progress, by the way. He's on the outskirts of the top 10 now from the back of the field. Good run there for the privateer. Changed for 8th place as well. Alice Cresswell has got past Oliver Stilp for that position.
I've just had a horrible. I'm joking about it. Yeah, the guy from Alpha that attached the onboard camera to Briley's kart with the Jubilee clip. Where did you get the Jubilee clip from? It wasn't from an airbox, was it? I'm joking. There we go. Here we go. Into Cafe Corner. Stranger things have happened, Andrew, as you know, in this sport. 2 minutes to go. The top 5 have got a 2-second lead. There's a move. Well, it's about time. Noah Wolf, known for his very, very spectacular overtaking. We've got Kart Masters next weekend. Remember Wolf passing 3 drivers around the outside of the banking in one Minimax race 2 years ago. That was, so Noah Wolf doing Noah Wolf type things now. Back into and he was spectacular yesterday in the wet race that was eventually red flags. There's Hayden Eldridge though. I mean, we know the package is good, but now we know that Eldridge is as good as the package because he's using it to its maximum. Here comes Garrity.
Could be an opportunity for Gus Lawrence, this, and it is. Reed's up the inside. There's going to be a gap there. The reigning champion and has got second place. These top 3 had a good battle in their first heat yesterday. This one is just rising in temperature now. We're just over a minute to go on the clock. Noah Wolf, who for Kart Masters fans, unfortunately won't be at Kart Masters next weekend because they'll be going out to Sweden for the last round of the FIA European Championships. But right now, he wants to get this final bit of business before the lunch break done. And he's pulling away. He's pulling away from Gus Lawrence now, which is not something we often say in X30 Senior.
No, because Lawrence has got his hands full with Keir Garrity trying to get past. Pashley is there in 4th. Eldridge is 5th. Fred Green has bridged that gap into 6th position. Then there's a huge chasm back to Oliver Stilp, Alistair Cresswell, Ty Stansfield and Henry Gregory, who were all in a really good scrap with Joe Smith, Tony Kazagel and Freddie Housley also in the midst of that battle. Jacob Holm on the live chat. Dylan Briley needs the onboard camera for the next race, Redemption Arc. Absolutely. Do you want to go and ask his dad?
No.
Okay, well
that's what we have runners for.
Yes, because they're easily disposable of when they
Keith Garrity down the inside gets second place off of Gus Lawrence. We're not on the last lap yet. That'll be next time around. Noah Wolf is going to have, I would say, about 0.4, 0.5 of a second lead as they head into Wilkins. And crucially, he's at that region where for Garrity, the slipstream will be really weakening now. He won't be able to feel that little pocket of air to slot in behind Noah Wolf and pull himself in almost like a tractor beam out of a sci-fi movie. And Noah Wolf can kart, and you can see him pushing his head there, going, come on, this is a big heat. This could be a big victory for Noah Wolf to get one over on Kean Garrity and Gus Lawrence. Garrity a little bit deep through Stratford there, but has got good exit in terms of speed off of the corner. James Pashley's still there as well in 4th place. Eldridge and Green are going to fight here over the last spot in the top 5. I've seen a lot of Noah Wolf this season, Henry, but this I think is one of his most accomplished drives so far. It's been very good.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot more of him as well because he has had a growth spurt as he takes the checkered flag, and Pashley finishing just behind Lawrence there, but it's Wolf by 0.7 of a second. Massive gap over Garrity. Lawrence, Pashley, Eldridge, Green, Stilp, Cresswell, Gregory and Stansfield. So obviously we know he spends a lot of time racing out in Europe now, and shows, how can we say this, flashes of promise. Flashes of promise. Every once in a while, a driver needs to come back to familiar territory, their old stomping grounds, and lay the smackdown on their rivals. Again, if you're having a tough time as a young driver, and of course these are all youngsters, hey, even though he's a senior, he's still a youngster. Just come back, remind yourself, look, even though things aren't going very well in a different category, it's not the driver. We can still drive the wagon.
Yeah, and he's been learning a lot across the course of 2024. He takes the victory in this one by nearly 3/4 of a second ahead of Cian Geraghty. Gus Lawrence, third place. That's a good set of points. He'll have a decent position on the grid for the final. James Pashley P4, Hayden Eldridge also in the top 5. Fred Green, Ollie Stilp, Alistair Cresswell, Henry Gregory and Ty Stansfield all in the top 10. Great drive there from Stansfield from the back of the grid.
Nicole is down in the Paddock area, but we'll take Nicole and then we will take a well-earned lunch break. Paddock Show premiere. Take it away, Nicole.
What a morning then for our second day of finals here at Shenington. Action-packed as always. Before we head into the afternoon of finals, we have a quick ad break and then we have the best paddock show the British Kart Championships has ever seen.
Vive la France. No, that was last night. This is welcome to a very special Olympic edition of the Paddock Show here at Shenington. This is Andrew Mather. No, it's not.
I've grown some hair and shrunk.
And shrunk. So Nicole Sutherland and myself will be bringing you the first 20 minutes of this hour-long Paddock Show. And of course, to celebrate the Olympic spirit, we're going to start things here at Shenington with a bit of a game. So
this is one of Henry's brilliant ideas for the Paddock Show.
We have two teams of competitors. Right, they're all fighting already, which is good. So, team 1 over here, team 1 over here, and team 2 are over there. Now, the rules are very simple. Each of us have 6 Olympic disciplines in our hand. 2 members of Team A, who are the actors? Mason Brooks and Grayson Wortley. You'll be acting out the sports for your team, and you guys, Luca, Finley, man there, young man there, mum there, Jarlath's mum, will be guessing the Olympic disciplines. For Nicole's team...
Who are our actors?
Actors.
Will and Freddie.
Freddie Woods and Mr. Green, they are the actors. They'll be acting out the sports for Nicole's team. And Mondi, Sukmani and Max will be the guessers. So, right, the rules are you are not allowed to tell your teams what the sports are. Right, we'll go first. Ready? So I'm going to show you an Olympic sport, then you have to act it out, and you've got to guess what the Olympic sport is, okay? Right. You can have as many guesses as you want. You get 5 guesses. 5 guesses, okay. Right. Ready? Come this way. Right, turn around. Okay, this is your first one. Yes? Shh. Right, there we go. Okay, okay, so start acting out the sport we've just shown you. You don't know what it is? No, what does that say?
What is that?
Right, where's the cat? Okay, all right, so we'll start on something a little bit, right, okay, take 2. Your first, second sport, we won't have 6 each, we're going to have 5 each now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you act that out?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you got 5 guesses, they're going to act it out. Oh, Jarlath Sayer gets in 1, there we go. It's gone well so far. Right, so, Nicole, over to you.
Right,
Grayson, Mason, come this way.
Can you read this? I don't know.
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
bro, we know that.
I couldn't read it. This is what we've got. Right. Team 2, off you go. Yes. Synchronised swimming. Henry, we've beat you already.
Oh, what? Okay,
Guess
okay,
one,
okay.
Max got
That's
it
1
on.
all. 1 all.
Yeah, he said swimming.
Oh, cheating. Cheating.
He said
And
synchronised.
that's not in the Olympic spirit, ladies and gentlemen. As I'm judge, jury and executioner of this game, 1-0. 1-0 to me. Right. Mason and Grayson, come this way. Ready? Your next Olympic sport is that. So, axe away. Ready? No, not horse riding. It might be a specific type of horse riding.
A question.
Not quite. That's 2 guesses down. Not hitting with a stick. No, that's quite a topical thing. No, you're not allowed to hit the horses with a stick, as we found out. Hunt, look at it. Look, they are. No, this is great stuff. This is great stuff. No. What the? Oh, we're running. Punt. No, not horse jump. Dressage. There we go. Finley Lines gets it. Dressage. Okay. Dressage. Where's that? It's horse dancing, is what it is, isn't it? Horse dancing for posh people. Right.
Next one, boys.
Okay.
And
Now,
you should get
so
this.
we are 2-0 up at the moment, team.
This is easy, okay?
Right, off you go.
Mason, another way.
Oh, this is easy.
No, that's not your.
Sukmani got it.
Sukmani gets it. Fencing. Well done. Okay, Sukmani. Bonus point. What is the sword they use in fencing called?
Javelin.
No. Javelin. Steve Backley called. He wants his sport back. No. It's called an eplee. An eplee. Yeah. How, exactly, Grayson Wortley. How do you not know that? Okay. This could be a. Might have overestimated our contestants here. Right. Okay. Sport number 3. You've got 2 points, and you have got 1 point. Right. Ready?
Oh.
Right. So you got. It's easy. So here we go. Right. You got it. So right. Ready? Right. Go on then, guys. We're not. Nope. Badminton, correct. Oh, clean sweep so far. 3-1. And I don't know what that is. That probably. Oh, there we go. There we go. And some dancing as well, which is an Olympic sport. But right. Next topic. Nicole, over to you.
Next one. Okay.
What even is that?
I think we've got Henry. Have you put a trick question into this?
No.
Because I don't know what
Let's have a
sport.
look. I did make it easy.
I don't know what sport that's supposed to
Well,
be.
that's what my first career was, before I did the old bit of the karting. Could be. I'm not helping you. I'm not helping you.
Right, boys, you just do what you think. Do what you think it is. What do you do in a? Maybe how you do it in a cart, and they might get it. Sit on the floor.
Right. And then like.
Driving. It looks like kart racing to me. Braking.
Braking. That's
Smart.
what it said. Braking.
Right. Okay, so you've got how many points?
He's not playing.
8. Do you know what? No. In this game is open to everyone. Like karting, open to everyone. Shh, right. Last round. Already fighting. Okay, last round. Mason and Grayson, come this way. It's for tension for the camera. Right. Okay. Last sport for you guys. Yes, it has to be that one. Now shush and do your thing. Right. Okay. Last chance. Here we go. What are we saying? This is Finley Lines. Congratulations, Diva. Okay. I think we got a clean sweep.
He's had a clean sweep on the track, and he's guessed all of the games.
And he's a man of the world, isn't he, Finley Lines?
Right.
Last go, and then I think the only ever Olympic Games version of the Paddock Show is over.
Wait, have we got a clean sweep?
So far, so good.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay. If they lose this, do we win? So.
Right, hang on a sec, we're going to watch this.
Sukmani got it.
Sukmani, what did we say? Surfing. Oh, okay. I think, well, we've run out of questions. I think we'll call that a draw in the spirit of fairness. A draw. Well, you got what? Oh, no, no, no. You got. You got it. You got right. All right, right. Okay. Tiebreaker round. Mrs. Sayer and Mr. Canini Jr. come this way. Right, because, no, because they're the only people that probably know what this is, that can act it out. Okay, we're going to do it together. We're going to do this together. Right, so that is your sport, Mondi.
They're cheating, William Green cheated.
Mrs. Sayer, behave yourself, and that is your sport. Well, they're going to try it. If you act it, they will get it. They do all the strokes in the months. They do the first stroke, and then they do the backstroke, and then they do the...
All right.
Yeah, okay, right. So, together, they're going to act out... Props. It's degenerated into utter chaos. Right. We're going to give Mondi a head start because someone's using props. Go on then, Mondi. Let's see. Right, what are we doing there? What kind of swimming is it?
No.
What's he doing? He's doing another stroke? No. Medley, there we go. The man there got it. Well done. Pun? Pursuit cycling. Did you read the card, Jarlath, or did your mum tell you?
No.
Right.
Someone's running.
It's. Tell you what. Let's talk about the go karting, shall we? How was your day? Right. Who wants to talk about some go karting? Let's talk to a race winner, shall we? Finley Lines.
Finley, in you come.
Turn you around there. Right. Nicole, speak to Finley Lines about what an amazing day he's had. Thank you, everybody else.
You have had a final win, and you've guessed pretty much all the questions for your team. How are you feeling about that?
Absolutely amazing. I think the Olympics was a bit better than the racing, but I think, the Olympics was definitely better, to be honest. But 2 wins, 2 entries, I think you can't do better than that, to be honest.
What was that, Jalal?
Max Mason popped an absolute manoeuvre here today, round the outside of 2 go-karts. This is unbelievable news. Outrageous.
Are you going to take my job and go on the comms?
Oh yeah, I think I should.
Thank you. Outrageous. I think I'm the one that should be worried. I know I should be worried about. Full Slim Shady manoeuvre, in effect. Sukmani, I mean, you get... Well, I'm going to say, how about the ones that actually guess some answers? Sukmani, come in, tell us about your day.
Oh, you've done great acting.
Great acting, Mason. Sukmani, tell about your day on the track.
First year finished third. Second one, I don't know.
Oh, that makes two. I forgot. It was okay. It was okay. So it's 1 round today. Where'd you finish the final?
4th.
And tomorrow is we looking for another podium?
Yeah, top 3 hopefully.
Okay, here we go. And how about, let's have a look there. Here we go. Talk about Freddie Woods. Talk about your day. You got Medley right. Freddie, how was your day?
First he wasn't very good. Got driven over in the first one.
Excellent.
Then second one just wasn't very quick.
Oh dear.
I know. It was okay. Finished 9th.
So basically the Olympics was actually better than the karting for you today?
Probably.
But tomorrow you get to go again?
Yeah. Hope the quality's better.
Okay, no problems. Now, a new member of the IAME paddock, Luca Holmes-Ballock. Luca, you come into the IAME field primarily, I imagine, to give a bit of support to your Synergy teammate, Finley Lines. How was your first day in IAME here in the British Championship?
Good.
Excellent. There we go. Succinct as always. What would you like to do tomorrow?
Just...
Win, baby, win.
Yeah.
Okay, no problems. Right, then, thank you very much, boys and girls. Nicole, should we have a little wander up the other end of the paddock?
Let's go this way.
Now, you did win.
They're so competitive.
They are so competitive. First things first, we have a champion in the paddock. Hello, Jess Alexander from Racing Pride. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well. The sun's come back out, so that's...
Just leaving as well.
Yeah, I got to watch everyone drive around on slicks in the wet, which obviously I'm very used to doing.
Former member of this paddock, and now the National Pro Kart Endurance Champion and professional paid go-kart driver.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cool to be back. It's a really nice paddock to be back into, to kind of see how everything's changed, catch up with everybody, meet everyone that's still been around since my day. And
most of us just older, fatter, with less hair.
Well, speak for yourself.
What did you think of the drive-in today, Jess?
I thought it was really good to watch. I thought some of the racing, from what the racing I did see, was really, really good. I thought driving standards were good. It's always nice to watch, young people coming through, and some of us have been around the sport a long time. We need fresh blood coming through, and it's really good to see that. To see the effort that Motorsport UK put in to make it a really good championship. All the stuff on the side, as well as all of this was new to me. This wasn't here the last time I was at the British Championship, so it's really good to see.
Any plans to jump back into this paddock anytime soon?
This has made me very tempted. I did actually text my dad, who, when I used to race, it was always my dad that came with me, and I did text him and say, it might be time to think about a return, but I need to see. I do fancy a shot in a KZ at some point, so that'll.
Sounds excellent to me. Right, Jess, we've got to leave you because we've got a world champion over there. Let's go and catch up with
Danny Kart. Let's go and ambush him.
Right, let's go and ambush. If you go left and I'll go right, and we'll
and then they've got nowhere to go.
Pincer movement. So very, very quietly, like we're hunting wabbits. And somebody who loves to be there. You go. We got him. Excellent. 2007 World Karting Champion. 2017. 17. Yeah. Danny Curl, you started the story. Started here, Shenington, racing for the Allens. Yeah. Jade, your story started from a young kid. They would literally take parts out of the bin so that you would get racing, and you went on to become the world champion with them at PFI in 2017. Okay. The World Championship is back at PFI in 2024. Do you think we're going to have a British World Champion again this year on home soil?
I think it's a very good chance, obviously, at home soil, but I don't know, it's looking... British-wise, Gus is obviously going to do it. I imagine Joe Turney will obviously be the one to beat, I imagine, there. I think you've got a very hard chance, but a lot of the Italians are coming, and so we see. I don't know, I haven't seen any of the pre-testing, because they obviously are pre-testing at the moment, so I haven't seen any of that so far, but I imagine it'll be close. You haven't got any plans to give them a run for their money, though? You're not going to jump back in? I'm a bit too heavy now, I think. I've eaten a bit too much over Christmas, so I'm not sure. Standing outside the fish and chip shop as well, so I don't think that's going to go well.
Just so, for all the kids out there who aspire to do what you did, but who have got no means to do so, like you hadn't, what would be your one bit of advice when the chips are down, quite literally, why never to give up? Because there are so many times that you could have just thrown the towel in, your mum could have thrown the towel in, you had your brother could have done the same thing. You had the backing of the Allen family, watching Scott Allen jumping up and down the bank, hugging in tears with Mark as you were going round, on that day. What was a one bit of advice you'd give to any aspiring young driver, in this paddock or not, that, that want to have a dream, haven't got the means to do it? What would your advice be?
I don't know. Obviously, it's very hard on days where you have a difficult day, but I think as long as you surround yourself with people that are doing it for pure passion, then, when I was there with obviously Scott and Ross and all that, from the beginning of whenever I met them, they was just there to try and win, and that was it. And that was something that I was always inspired by. So I think you can never give up, because you don't know when your time's going to come. For me also, I didn't know I was even going to race at that World Championship when I did. So, and to get obviously where I did with Dino Chiesa gave me a chance, and I took it, and that's what happened there. So you never know. So don't give up. You've always got a chance. I've also just heard, is it your birthday tomorrow, Danny? Yeah, it is. Oh,
I think so. I think Gary's coming. Come and have a sing happy birthday. Come and have a sing happy birthday to Broski. Go on, happy birthday to you.
Start laughing.
Happy birthday, Danny. Okay, thank you very much, Danny, and the whole Henderson Kill family. Let's go. Should we go and speak to some wagon drivers down this end?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know if we've actually got some other European champions, champions around the paddock. I've seen Joe Turney here this weekend.
Yeah, a potential world champion. That's for the future. Let's talk about today's racing. It was very, very good indeed, wasn't it?
I definitely think that you can tell we're at that halfway point I don't know why I'm still carrying around our.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right. I mean, because you don't want to litter. You don't want to litter. That's the thing. I'll put that in. It's got Wera branded and everything. Here's another driver that has done rather well today. Noah Wolf, who came to be in. I think you had. Well, tell Nicole how excited you were about that last race and how much you almost had a Code Brown moment.
Well, I come out of the gate and I said, "Did that catch on live stream?" And Henry said, you might be able to see a bit of poo come out of my pants because it was very, very, very close.
What did you do? I missed it.
Flat out corner, not very so flat in the wet. I had
tried
nothing
nonetheless.
to lose, so I sent it, gave it some big and it almost didn't go well.
Yeah. For those of you that haven't watched, for those of you that are watching today's live stream, this is going to be obviously premiering during this lunch break on Sunday. The senior X30 final is one to watch when it started to rain on a slick track, and Noah Wolf was inches from going up the bank at Hanger, which was almost. There we go. Oh, hello. It's Mr. McPollen going through there. Hopes for tomorrow.
Pardon?
Hopes for tomorrow.
Obviously to improve one spot. If it wasn't red flagged, maybe we could have done it today, but yeah, we'll be better tomorrow. Just got to improve.
Excellent.
Maybe to be a little bit more reserved if it starts raining when you're on slick tyres.
That's not how I drive, all or nothing.
All of his dad's got the repair bills to as well.
You've also got someone on standby to check your suit just in case.
Yeah, try.
Need it.
Excellent. Thank you, Noah. Right, let's have a little look. We talked a lot about this. Now, of course, in the Jade Racing team, the Birrell Art outfit, Maya Patel, come out here. So the red and white wagons, very quick. You had an up and down day today. Yeah. Pole position, crashed first corner of heat number 1, really good at heat 2. What eventually happened?
Yeah, so basically in coming into the final, I was starting 10th, which was a bit out of position because I was basically the quickest on track all weekend. So then came into the hairpin, and then I just got absolutely killed, absolutely killed. I was on the brakes, I locked up, and I got pushed, and I got a bumper. And then I was in third, fourth actually, and then we were in the top battle. Then there was a big gap from behind, but then everyone started defending and white lining it, and then I ended up eventually losing one place because I got driven wide, onto there, and I lost quite a bit of positions, and then fought back, and then still one of the quickest on track. Fought back up to 6th which was not too bad.
When you've had a day like that then, men, do you prefer the double header setup where you get to go again tomorrow?
Yeah, because you learn from what mistakes you've had, and then you go again tomorrow.
Always go again tomorrow. Let's go further. Thank you very much. Best of luck tomorrow. It's really good to see different names coming to the top. Okay, it didn't end well, but the speed is there. You know this as a driver, Nicole. You could do a couple of fast laps, but then putting it all together in the heat of battle is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yeah, I definitely, in my experience as well, had a lot of those where you put it together in the practice and it's looking really positive, and then just that lack of experience and lack of times being at the front just catches you out in the heats.
Yeah.
And it becomes quite evident, you just end up, sometimes you just get eaten alive by those drivers that are used to being up the front. But it's good to see those names coming through and adding to their tally of good results.
Exactly. Now, you may have noticed being pushed, probably the fastest kart that we've had here all day, being pushed back into the awning here. The E-plate, the Shenington Super Prix winning KZ2 of Ella Stevens. Wicked fast in all the KZ2 heats.
So impressive.
But Ella's dad, starts wasn't our forte today, was it? Ella is off somewhere. She loves being interviewed on camera at the best of times. I'm sure she's frustrated because this is one fast wagon.
It's really good once she gets it going, yeah.
What is the problem at the start?
Oh, we're not too sure at the moment whether it's Ella or the setup or what. So just try and iron it out for tomorrow if we can.
Now, let's just see. You got the stats. We saw Ella making a pass going into Hanger Corner on I think it was Josh Price. How fast are the KZ2s going as they go into Hanger?
I'm not sure about Hanger, but we're actually topping out somewhere on the circuit about 91 mile an hour.
Whoa. Can Ella drive on the road yet, or is she too young?
She's on L plates.
On L plates. It's crazy when you think about it, isn't it?
I think we're going to keep her on L plates for a while as well. You know? Don't rush for the task, because I think it might be a safer bet, you know.
Safer for all road users. Okay. Is she, you know, how quickly does she erase today from the memories?
Oh yeah, it's really good, because obviously it's up and down, but we just look at the good bits and not the bad bits, and just think we've come here and achieved enough this weekend already. Just to put it on par was good enough. So, and then if we have a bad one, we have a bad one. If we have a good heat, we have a good heat. So, just take the good bits and not the bad bits, really.
Excellent, and this is a good bit of kit. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. Let's have a wander out. I haven't been in this paddock all year. I missed the opening 2 rounds. I've got to say, several teams have grown in size. Not least this team, the Evolve team. We've got let's have a look. Any drivers in here? We'll have a quick look around. We've got a couple of hard-working mechanics. Sam Lewis is. I tell you what, here's a happy driver. Sam, come and have a cutch. Come and have a cutch. What happened?
For none of you.
Everything happened. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong today. Just one of them.
But we're still smiling, sort of.
Yeah. I still got a quick pace for tomorrow, but quali needs to go right this time, and it'll be fine.
What was wrong in quali?
I just had mechanical problems. I didn't even make a single lap. So. But yeah, front running pace. So.
What's the atmosphere like in Chris Lamar's team? Because it's like it's grown. You've got James Roots, you've got Luca Narraway, you've got Henry Algar, yourself. I think there's the boss man, Chris Lamar, whose little daughter is here with us this weekend as well. What is it like in the awning?
Very, very friendly.
Bearing in mind the boss man is standing just behind the camera, so you know. Don't say what you were saying to me just before we went on there, okay?
Think of the team.
No, it's just very friendly and relaxed, and it's quite a nice environment to be in. Quite professional, but then, yeah, still quite friendly.
Excellent. Quite professional, still quite friendly. There we go. Nicole, you've been in around, you've had teams, you know. What's the key to a happy... Okay, thanks, Sam. What's the key? We'll make a move, because obviously they're still putting together a somewhat broken wagon. What is the key to maintaining a happy driver and a happy awning when the results have not gone to plan?
I think... Alfie Davidson's bike actually matches the awning. Sorry,
excellent.
Just a switch subject.
Right. It's actually, oh dear, he's actually admitted to stealing a bike. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
You shouldn't admit it.
Don't admit it. Right. Hang on a second. Nicole's going to answer a very important question. You roll across here, then we'll talk to you about your win today. Yeah, as you're saying, when things aren't going well, how do you keep the atmosphere of the team? What's the key elements to...
Hard work. Hard work, definitely, and just effort by all of the mechanics, TMs, drivers, parents. I just think if everybody's still putting all of that work in, that's it for me. And the team I was with for a good 2 to 3 years, like the last team I was with, Thule, I just think that's what I found, even when it was going really wrong, which sometimes I had some results where it was not going right. It's just the hard work that everybody was putting in.
Yeah, that's again. Now, let's speak to another winner today. Winner, chicken dinner, and then we're going to find some paddock show pooches. Bring the pooches forward. Come on then, Alfie Davidson. First of all, congratulations on your win, and congratulations. Safety first.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about your day.
We got third in the heat, and then the first drove away with Fox in the final, and then we battled, so we've had a good week. Hopefully we can win the championship within tomorrow.
Excellent. And whose bike have you stolen? Borrowed, sorry.
Austin Gibson's.
Camera cart. There we go. Austin. So, no, your sister wasn't the camera cart. You were the camera cart. We got some paddock show pooches. I'll go and harass the pooches. You talk about Austin Gibson and the camera cart.
Austin Gibson, I said to you on the grid, you can't miss any apexes because you got the camera on. And I actually thought for quite a lot of the race, you were leading it, weren't you?
Yeah. It was a good race, yeah. It's really hard.
Did you think the pressure was on a little bit, or did you forget that the camera was on there?
Oh yeah, I knew it was on there. I felt like the pressure was on all the time when I was out there. So it's pretty hard.
Would you have it on again?
Yeah, I'd love to. It was really fun, yeah.
There we go, James from Alpha. We've already got our camera driver lined up for tomorrow. Thank you. Paddock Poochers then, yes. Henry is over there.
Yes, 2 Paddock Poochers. This is Bella, and this is Rosie. And you belong... forget the microphone, just to worry about scritching the Poochers. And you belong to...
Davidson.
So, winning Paddock Show Poochers. And I've hit the spot there. Look at that. Oh, is that nice? Do you want to say hi? Yes. And there we go. So, again... excellent Paddock Show Poochers. Have you enjoyed the day?
Oh yeah, it's been brilliant, thank you.
Excellent. Do you come here? Sorry. Do you come here often?
We follow Alfie as much as we can.
Excellent. And the dogs, obviously, at the pooch.
They're essential to come with Nanny and Grandad, aren't they?
Of course, they're absolutely essential. Right. Thank you very much. 2 Paddock Show Poochers. Right. Onwards.
I liked her shoes. Maybe can we make that a thing? Paddock Show shoes.
Okay.
We spot out the best shoes.
Angus Fender.
There are.
That's one way of avoiding the interview. Oh, there's a few. Hello, Alicia Barrett. How is your Alicia Barrett? Teddy Porter. We got a whole bunch of wrong-uns in here. How's your driver gone today?
Okay in the end. We had a bit of a roll yesterday, so today was building confidence. But
So your driver, George
Clark. George Clark.
Yes, we spoke about this as well. Are you in the backseat because you are the VIP?
Yes.
Excellent. Are you driving because you do a bit of sideline Uber?
yeah, basically for the team members, yeah.
Right then, exactly. So we're going to go around the entire team in the back here about who are we sparring for today, and how was your day, and why have you got a crack on your windshield?
I'm not sure about the crack on windshield, probably a pigeon or something like that, but yeah.
An ex-pigeon?
Yeah, ex-pigeon flew off now, but yeah.
Right, okay. Tomorrow, are we locked and loaded, ready to go?
Locked and loaded, ready to go, yeah. Positive energy for tomorrow, yeah.
Excellent. Positive PMA, positive mental attitude. Look at that. Someone should... Auto glass replace. Auto glass. Right. Again, let's banging the drum. Yeah, we've got talk about we've got Racing Pride here. We've got we talk about inclusivity, diversity. You've got young ladies winning and on the podium in both the fastest class and the youngest class. Yeah. We've got female mechanics. We've got female team managers. We've got Brian Rush is a female on a Saturday night mainly, only a Friday. How's today gone, Brian?
Very good, thank you very much. Yeah. P1 was a good result.
Yeah, excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
Look, if ever I saw, look at this, James Glenister, our KZ2, if ever I saw a tactical retirement, look at this. Congratulations, welcome back.
Yeah. No, the heat that I pulled in. That was your scrutineers wanted my engine off the heat before.
Oh, okay. Well,
the mechanic forgot to put the bolt on. So.
Oh, fair enough. But I mean, all worked. You are the most successful KZ2 driver in the modern year of the British Championship.
I've been here a long time.
No, but again, it's speed is one thing, and it's being smart is another.
Yeah, it's a racecraft. Well, I don't know how many laps I've done around here, but you can just basically bring the chassis in slowly, like the tyres, not the chassis, and that helps you massively around here. So.
No problem at all. Well, thank you very much. I think you've got to go to the podium. Excellent. Right. We're gonna. There's a future. That's
Jarlath Sayers' brother.
Jarlath Sayers' younger brother, and Jarlath Sayers' mum, who's a dirty, rotten cheat at the Olympics.
She's an Olympic cheat.
Yes. Now more racing. Team of the week at Warden Law. Sam Moore. Luke's not here, is he? Luke Moore. It's his birthday on Tuesday. I was told there was cake.
Yes, there is cake. There is, but Robert's made that at home.
My lad, my eldest, made you that.
Oh, right. Okay, hang on a second. Lemon drizzle, I do, okay. Right. So, hang on a second. Nicole Sutherland, meet Sam Moore. Sam Moore, meet Nicole Sutherland.
Hello.
I'm going to eat on camera.
Yeah. Wow.
Come on then, Sam. Let's have a chat.
Yeah, go on then.
Today, performance-wise, what are you thinking? How's it been going?
As a team, we've struggled a little bit this weekend. Ella's pace is very, very good.
Henry stuffing his face in the background.
Yeah, no, it's good cake, isn't it? Yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah,
Fair play to you, Robert.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. I'm trying to watch my weight.
Yeah, so am I.
Unfortunately, like Sam, I've watched my weight grow over the last few years. Alice Powell said that she wanted to get back into a KZ2 if you would.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I mean, you know, it's an awesome class. I'm going to carry on. I'm going to eat more cake.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much.
Ella's got some serious pace. Jimmy's turned up and done wonders like usual, but Josh, to be fair, has pulled it out of the bag today. Yesterday we struggled. Miles and Jake, yeah, we're just not able to quite find the right balance, so we've just not been able to perform. Miles did a lump better in the final. But his crash earlier today, he hurt his shoulders, he jarred his shoulders, so he's been a bit sort of under the weather. But obviously we all actually want to send our love and best wishes to Ollie Stewart from the Birrell team, who obviously, well, not obviously, but last night they had a bit of a serious road incident, and both Jeff and his wife and Ollie were injured, so we send our best wishes to all them.
Yeah, best wishes to Ollie then. Really, it's really sad to hear, especially ahead of such a big weekend. But the most important thing is that they are relatively okay, and yeah, the whole racing community, I'm sure, will be wishing them well.
Yeah, it's come unfortunately at a bad time for him because it's a double header. So his drop rounds now mean that he's obviously lost today and then he's going to lose tomorrow. So what he does going forward, I don't quite know, but hopefully, because he was starting to get right on top of it. He was rapid yesterday, so yeah, it's a shame. Bonus for us, unfortunately for us, but yeah, it's okay.
It's kind of one of those themes that sometimes happens to drivers when they get to that point where they're almost getting a bit unstoppable. They have something like that happen to them. Like we saw it with Taylor Orridge earlier. Such a good run of results recently, and then in the final has suffered an injury. So hopefully,
yeah, it's hard for us because we don't get to see a lot of racing. In each class, probably don't, every driver from each class don't see. You only see what's before you. So if he's injured, I hope he gets better soon. But it's karting, unfortunately. At the end of the day, this is what you come for. It's a challenge. When it's going well, you ride the crest of the wave, and when it's not going so well, it's tough. But the competition throughout each class, I would imagine, even the road tax is phenomenal. So it's brilliant. It's just unfortunate. Yeah, when it goes bad, it goes wrong bad.
Yeah. Well, it's great to speak to you, Sam. Henry is there, and he has scoffed down that entire cake within about 30 seconds. So
there you go, mate.
You can't give him back the wrapper.
No, I didn't. I was going to... Sorry, I got to say, Robert, thank you very, very much. And thank you, Sam. Echoing Sam's thoughts on Oliver Stewart, a big get well soon as well to Johnny McDonald, who is not well at the time. Oh, dear.
Harrison Mackie.
Oh, so right.
A bit of a slip up by the driver.
Yes, he's gonna redeem himself now. So this is really good. We have spoken to every single class winner apart from. I haven't spoken to Gus Lawrence yet. We did
spoke to Gus Lawrence.
Yes, we did
after the race.
After the race, but on the Paddock show, we spoke to nearly every class winner. Now,
hang on.
First things first. Harrison Mackie.
He just said it's a bit sunny for him.
Bit sunny. Oh, there we go. Well, what have we got to say to the viewing public for our choice of words after the last race?
Yeah, I am really sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. It just happened.
In the heat of the moment. No. Okay, forget about that. Right. Talk about the race.
Yeah, it was great. I struggled at the start a bit trying to get past everyone and try and get a gap, but once that crash happened, I sort of was a bit confident that I was going to get away, but that Battenberg did scare me.
What are we going to do tomorrow?
The same.
And what are we not going to do tomorrow?
Say that word again.
Right. So, excellent. Did you know that your brother's going bald?
Yeah. I got a bad photo of that.
Lewis Mackie, Harrison's brother, formerly a driver, went on holiday last week, top of his head burnt.
And he's only just turned 19 as well.
He's only...
you're so horrible. You're probably stressing him out too much.
I know it's all right, he's not listening, but hi, Nanny June, how's it going? Yeah, there you go. Right, well done. From the highs to the lows, Harrison Whitacombe. From one Harrison to the other, it didn't quite end the way you want. So going into the last lap, yourself, Taylor Orridge, came together, you went for a move. You've had time to decompress, and I know that you spoke to him. And again, in this sport, adrenaline's high. It takes a big man to just go, sorry. And, you live and learn, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, me and Taylor had a discussion afterwards. He looked at it, he even said it's his fault, and I'm just glad he's all right. Yeah, glad he's all right, and... yeah.
Sorry, I just had to point out
Excuse me, right, we're going to stop.
choice of footwear.
We're going to stop the interview right there, ladies and gentlemen. Harrison Whittaker, please leave. No. It's okay. Apart from that,
Do they go into sport mode?
Yeah, they do actually.
they go in sport. Orange socks and blue Crocs.
Well, I just had to stick them on, to be honest, because something happened afterwards, so I'm just have to go back up to the stewards anyways. Some mechanic may have said some not very nice words to me.
Oh well, okay. Well, you are Welsh. I mean, but that's we stick together.
Yeah.
Never mind, Nicole. Taylor. We hope Taylor's okay. He may have broken his fingers, which means he may not be allowed to race tomorrow. But it's hard racing. Initially, when you look at it, you went for a move, and it's like, oh, I think that might be, racing incident, but maybe more your fault. Taylor come out afterwards. It's one of those things. But the main thing is that you talk about it, and you discuss it like adults, even though you're kids.
Yeah, honestly, everything's good with it. To be honest, pace was good. We're just happy that he's all right.
There we go, and hopefully he'll be out tomorrow. Thank you very much, Harrison. We'll see you soon, ladies and gentlemen. Never, ever in the history of the Paddock Show have we seen a shoe and sock combination.
I want to see how fast he can run in those.
Put him in sport mode, Harrison. Go, go, go.
A
quick step. It's the Fusion awning. Many wagons, as always, in the Fusion awning. Let's have a little... right. Let's have a look. Everyone scurries away the minute that we get in here. Let's have a look. Who have we got here? Right, Mr. Cranham's mechanic. Come this way. Right, quiet day. It came all right in the end, though, didn't it?
Yeah, we've had a quiet day so far today. Just trying to avoid all the incidents, but yeah, came all right in the final.
Came right in the final. Hopes for tomorrow. I mean, championship is looking, but
It's all blown wide open now, hasn't it? But it's I wanted to be pole today. I think we've got the pace to be pole, so we've just got to make qualifying a bit better tomorrow, and we can do it, I think.
Now, talk about this. So, as a mechanic, they've resurfaced most of this track. Is that right? Or all of it? There's lots of new tarmac down there. How has that changed how you set the kart up for this track? Without giving away too many secrets, but what is the fundamental things that have changed?
I'll be honest, I don't get too involved in the setup. Just as mechanics, kind of just in these larger teams, be told, the team managers are told what, told.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're literally just bolting it together and hoping it don't break.
As far as I'm aware, it's very similar to what it has been over the last few years. It hasn't changed. I don't think it's changed much personally from the way we ran it a few years ago to now. It's all very similar to. It all depends on the kart as well, obviously. How the kart. Each kart goes around the track. That's the main thing. But yeah.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. There you go. That's interesting. So in some of the bigger teams, it's a team manager that decides to set up and the mechanics. Is that something that you're familiar with?
Yeah. So when you get to a certain level, it gets to the point where you have TMs, and a TM might have 4 to 5 drivers each, and they tell the mechanics what to do. The mechanics have no kind of. Yeah. The mechanics have no. What's the right word?
Inputs.
Yeah, they
Clue?
just do what they're told.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Do as you're told. Do as you're told. Right, let's go and have a little wander down
Apart
here.
from I had a dad mechanic who sometimes couldn't quite
grasp
grasp the fact that you do what you're told.
Hello, Nicole's dad, by the way.
Hi, Dad. You don't put an extra 2 psi in the tyre when Drew hasn't told you to, but...
Right. It's all coming out.
It's all right.
Yeah. I think there is a podium going on, which you'll see tomorrow. That was a quiet Fusion awning. Now,
there's a big old dent in
there's
that
a big old
Tillett
dent in that
side pod.
very, very smart wagon. Now, Archie Tillett designed, obviously, the scheme himself. It didn't quite... the results wasn't as good as the kart looked. Let's just say that.
No, never is.
But, I mean, it was all of one corner for the final?
Yeah, just went into the corner. It was a little bit damp and got T-boned and spun round, and then someone went in for a cuddle. So that was it, really.
Oh, for a cuddle. That's a really nice way of putting it, isn't it? I went in for a little cuddle. We'll let you... here we go. A driver fixing his own go-kart. I think that's absolutely remarkable.
I'm only left to do the side pods. The rest of the more important stuff's to everyone else.
Okay, but we do want to speak to Mr. Fletcher. I know that we're camera shy. One thing, I'm sorry to hijack you on the Paddock Show. Can I, first of all, Paul Fletcher, you will be hosting the World Championships in September. First of all, congratulations. And what can the world expect when they descend upon Lincolnshire?
Well, I'm sure we'll make a good job of it. It's not really my field, but at the same time, people who are part of the club are working like hell for it. It costs me a lot of money because they come and inspect the circuit and want barriers all around it and that. But yes, but my driver there, actually, who's won today, he's going to take part in it, even though he doesn't normal race.
Yeah, so I mean, is Gus and Archie, they're going to be participating in, is that an exclusive?
I think so, yes, I think they're going to do. They might as well, they know the way around. We hire engines because we don't normally use those engines, but yes, yeah, all right.
And I think that, you know, there's generations. I mean, we're coming to Kart Masters next week, celebrating 30 years of Trent Valley Kart Club. I think there's generations and generations of people in our sport that just would like to thank you for your passion and your pockets, because they have had to be quite deep.
It's been a bit of an expensive thing, yes. But luckily, I had a very, very large bakery, and in 2000 I sold it, and so we built a kart track.
Why not?
Why not?
Exactly. Mr. Fletcher, thank you very much. Okay, I will see you next week. Best of luck tomorrow. Again, you know, I can't wait. I mean, I was fortunate enough to do the circuit commentary for that 27 World Championship with Ken Walker. Our good friend Anthony Jordan will be bringing that event to you live. It's just fantastic, isn't it, to see this sport needs... I don't know, is backwards walking an Olympic sport? Because we're doing a really good job of it as well.
We could do a race.
We could do, yeah. I'm the world's fastest backward driver. Right, we're going to go around there.
I'm too competitive, though, to not trip you up.
No,
so.
Yes. There's Luke. It's his birthday soon. Mick Barrett Racing. You know, this is an extra long parachute. But we talk about Paul Fletcher. This sport needs people with a passion and the means to support that passion. And, you know, for the second time, UK has the World Championship coming to its shores. It's going to be spectacular. Are you coming to watch it?
Oh, absolutely. I do live 6 hours away, but I've already said I'm making the trip because you can't miss that. Yeah. And I think something with Paul Fletcher as well is how much through owning the track he is invested into the sport. If the country didn't have PFI as a circuit, you know, UK racing, don't get me wrong, it would still be fantastic, but I think that circuit brings drivers on so much. It's incredible. Yeah. And yeah, as a driver, you're really thankful to him.
Yes.
What an interesting man as well, that bakeries to karting.
Never quite sure with Mr. Fletcher whether he's going to say something that isn't quite PC enough. Now, final stop on this marathon voyage. Mick Barrett Racing, here we go. George Edgar, one more lap in Junior X30. Second?
Yep.
Could have been first, but there's always tomorrow.
Yep.
Yep. How are you feeling? You've got to grips with it, because I know it's been a bit of a struggle, hasn't it, to get to grips with X30 this year. But everything seems to. You've got a big audience because George loves speaking. Okay, tell us about your day then.
It's not been very good until the final. In Heat 1 we went backwards to like 13th. Then Heat 2 was a bit better. We managed to come through to 5th. And then the final we started 7th, and there was a few crashes, but still picked up the pieces and finished second.
Because you won here when you were in IAME Cadet. You know, potentially, could you win here tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully.
Excellent. Right, Miss Cameron, how long have we got left on this epic voyage around the paddock? You can tell the Irish are in because the air's turned blue. McPollin over there, shocking behaviour. George, who's this?
Ashton.
Well, tell us a little bit about Ashton then. What's his? Who is he?
My mechanic.
Well, I know that, but like, who is he?
Don't know.
Just a bloke. Who are you, Ashton?
I'm Ashton.
Just a bloke.
George's mechanic, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. He's drilling something into a thing. How long have we got left to go on this? Because
10 minutes.
10 minutes, right. Okay, let's do a quick guided tour around there. George Edgar, take us round the awning, please. Who's this? Name, rank. Who's this? His card?
Aston.
Aston Sharp. He's Scottish, isn't he?
Yep.
Aye. Right, there we go. And how did Aston do today?
He got disqualified from me.
Right, okay. He had a slight issue in post-race technicalities. Right, we're going to go and speak the Irish. Let's go. Go on, Nicole. You go, Mr. McPollin.
Over here.
Go on.
Connor, how's it been going?
Not too bad, considering it's been a couple of years since I've been over and stuff. Age, I'm on the older side of the grid compared to the younger boys.
Is that excuses or?
Well, some lads have 12 years on them, so it's not exactly very helpful, is it? But sure, we come and we enjoy it anyway, don't we? It's all part of the fun.
All part of the fun. Have you noticed here, got the Norwegian flag in the heart on the front of the cart? Obviously, a young driver in Norway lost a life. It's a reminder that, you know, as much as we smile and laugh, this is a dangerous sport.
Oh, yeah, fact, yeah. I've been out a long time, seen a couple of nasty accidents, and unfortunately nothing like that there, but look, we all have to stay safe too at the same time and enjoy the motorsport for what it is.
Now, bearing in mind your advancing years, Connor, how are we going to cope with the racing tomorrow?
Now, that's a question, and I have to just, well, yeah, as Paddy said, I'll say it in a politer term, just drive the wheels off it.
That's the one. That's the one. Thank you, Paddy. I wanted to speak to Mick Barrett a second because we talk about a lot of things. Where's Michael? Where's team? Michael Barrett. Oh, this is where we want to be. I tell you what. Right. First things first. Nicole, you know.
Come on, Mick.
It's a sunny evening. You've got drivers, parents, mechanics, a little bit of hospitality. In a field, blue sky overhead, friends, family. This is what it's all about, yes?
100%. Always has been.
Yeah. Now, first things first. At Kartmasters, we are going to have a special. We're going to have a special guest, aren't we?
Yeah.
So, tell us a little bit about your grandson.
Ollie. He loves watching the telly with the karting, the motor racing. He knows most of the kids' names, and he loves commentating with the telly in front of him and all about it. We tried to get him to come and see you, but he bottled it last time. But I'm trying for next week.
How old is Ollie?
7.
Right, Ollie, listen very closely. Kartmasters next week. You're going to come in and you're going to commentate for a race with me, okay? Promise. And you can't back out of it. It's on camera now. Is that right? Pinky promise. There we go.
We've already been told, you know, all of the names. Does he know drivers' numbers?
No, just the names, I think.
I don't know the numbers either. We just make it up as we go along.
No, he knows all the names. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. So he has to. He already knows. He's got all the knowledge already.
Yeah.
Just going to try and do something.
Yeah, we'll try and do something. We talked a lot about, you know, this paddock and what have you. We've talked a lot about, you know, this paddock. This team has, you know, suffered ups and downs just like everybody else. We've got Racing Pride here this weekend. We're trying to making the sport just better and happier because, you know, this should be a place where you can come, indulge your passion, do something that is, you know, really good and uplifting for the future of the sport, the drivers, and then at the end of the day, come rain or shine, tears or, you know, tears of joy or tears of sadness, to sit around and think, do you know something? We're very, very lucky to be able to do what we do.
Yes, yeah. And we've had lots of drivers go through us and go on and complete their dreams.
Yeah, Alex Albon, Lando Norris.
Yeah, we helped Lewis in the early days, isn't he? And he always says, follow your dreams. And he's not wrong, never give up.
Never give up, follow your dreams, and just be nice and kind, isn't it, as well?
Does help a lot. That does help a lot.
It does help a lot. Again, now, I heard a Paddock Show pooch. We got a second one. First things first. Thank you, Mick. Right, so we're going to go and... Right. Nicole, interview the driver. I'll speak to the pooch.
This is Aston Sharp's dog.
Aston Sharp's dog. Right, come in.
Yeah.
Aston Sharp's dog's a little bit nervous, I think. Coming up. Oh,
so that's not your dog?
No, that's Aston Sharp.
But you are.
And what's
another
Aston
driver.
Sharp's dog's name?
Smith, yeah.
Will Smith?
Yeah.
Not like the singer that sings Miami.
Not like the singer or the actor, no, the same thing, but no, I'm not. No.
And Will, how's your day been going?
Not great, actually. It's been a lot of crashes. Not too slow, but yeah, we're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, really, so it's what it is. We're good at Wilton, but yeah, we weren't here for the Super Prix, so we're at a disadvantage, but it's all right. Still having fun.
Starting on the back foot then, do you feel like coming into this weekend?
Definitely. I haven't been here, well, I've only been karting a year and a half, but I haven't been here since my second ever race, so yeah, it's been all right, though. It's good fun.
So, you've only been doing this for 18 months,
Yep.
and that is a big leap to be competing in this after only a year and a half.
Yep.
What gave you the confidence to make that big jump so early on?
Well, it's good because obviously my brother is in the tent as well, and he's all over Europe doing it. So I was like, I want to get involved as well. And obviously, I'm only doing the British at the minute, so next year we'll see what happens. But yeah, he's given me the motivation really to do it. So yeah.
Some Europe to come then?
Well, we'll see what happens. I don't know if Dad would like that, me racing against him, but we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Can't have any brother crashes,
No.
brother on brother.
Definitely not. And at the minute, he's well ahead of me. So.
Especially not if you're out in Europe and you've got to do a big drive home on the Euro tunnel and you're not talking to each other.
Exactly. That's a very awkward one. I'm not looking forward to that one. No, definitely not.
You've got to do some more singing though. I want to hear Will Smith's
Yeah,
Miami.
Getting jiggy with it. Yeah, I'll come and give a performance later. Yeah, you'll see me off on there somewhere. On one of the motorhomes out there, I'll be doing it.
On the podium.
On the podium as well.
I'll make you a deal. I'll shake your hand now. If you get a podium this year, you have to sing Getting Jiggy With It.
I will 100% do that. I'll 100% do that. Don't think it'll happen, but I'll do it anyway. You know, top 10. We'll say top. We'll say top 10. Top 10. Top 10, and I'll do it.
Why are you like bringing it down? Do you just want to sing?
Well, I barely do it. I can't when I can in the UK. So yeah, top 10, 100%.
God loves a trier.
does,
Now,
yeah.
let's end this marathon paddock show. We're gonna have a little bit of we'll have a little bit of Will Smith later on. This is Ruby Sharp, who's 8 months old, and she's a little bit scared of cameras. But who are we? So here we go. Family sports. You are.
Alexia. I'm Alexia Sharp. I'm Afton's little sister.
And you are.
Maya Sharp.
And you are also Aston's little sister.
Yeah.
And there's Ruby. He's a bit scared. But do you know what? My knee's going to go. Oh. Do you know something? A lot goes on in karting. You have lots of arguments. You have lots of things. But this is what it's all about at the end of the day, is it not?
It's a family sport.
Yep.
100%. I think every single driver comes into this with their parents, with their family. We've got chairs being knocked over by the paddock pooch
chaos,
there.
complete
He's not happy.
chaos. She is a little bit nervous, but she's only 8 months old, aren't you? Only 8 months old. Well, okay. So, on behalf of all the paddock pooches, the sisters, the parents, the brothers, the aunties, the uncles, the nans, the granddads, the circuit owners, the team managers, and of course the drivers, just enjoy this sport. Be yourself, be nice, be kind, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Shenington and Event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Myself and Andrew Mathers are set for the final portion of this weekend's action. On the dummy grid, waiting to go out, this would be Junior X30, Groups A and Groups B. Now, there is no break between the remaining 5 heat races, the repechage for Junior X30, and then the finals. We are clean and green all the way until about 5:45 local time this evening. Andrew Mather,
the weather is continuing to warm up.
It's quite fresh as well. It's a bit of nice breeze across the circuit at the moment.
Yes,
No rain. It's not got rain today.
No, not of course not. There is a look at the Bruno chicane in the foreground, and we are commentating from the two-story building. The little window in the left-hand corner of that building, that's us. Producer James Fitzhugh is in the next window across. You've got the Motorsport UK awning just behind the Demon Tweaks barriers. There's the spectator grandstand filling up. I know that you can hear us. Give us a wave. You're on the live stream, broadcast, not allowed to say the S words. Give us a wave in the grandstand. And the crowds go wild. And there's a car park, which has got lots of cars in it. Some very nice cars as well, and some trucks. And we've also got cars, trucks, and very soon we're going to have karts. But for karts, we need a grid. Race 26, Heat 6, Junior X30 coming up next.
Last of the heats for X30 Junior has George Edgar on pole position, Mayan Patel alongside on the front row. Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham go from row 2. On the third row of the grid we find Kenza Craigie and Leif Khan. Row 4, it's Arjen Kraling and Morgan Moore.
Row number 5, Zach Green and Taylor Orridge, injured hand and all, then Charles Kitely and Cameron Edmonds. Row number 7, Dylan Patel and Monty Brathwaite, Evan Purcell and Sky Parker round out row number 8.
Row 9, we see Joey Brown and Samuel Branston. Harrison Whittaker and Alexander Beneditis go from row 10. Josh Parker and Jack McLaughlin on row 11 ahead of Rashid Hilal. And also on that row of the grid, Theo Lestrange, Jake Brooke and Charlie Myers on row 13. Ashley Harzer completes the 27th.
I have a new hero in life.
Go on.
Thua37 says you're watching the British Kart Championship instead of the race in Belgium. Quite rightly so. No spoilers on the live chat for those who care. Here we go. Lights are not out, we're not racing. Bit like they're not doing in Belgium. Well, they are racing, they're not racing. But it's just, this is where...
raining again.
Yeah, this is where it's at. Who sang that? I know where it's at. Good time. I know where it's
at. But
at.
Genuinely, no spoilers in the chat.
Shut up.
A little bit of a story whilst I won't say go on, then. Where it was or who it was, but 2021, Abu Dhabi was spoilt for me in a racetrack. 2 minutes from the end of the broadcast.
Oh! Ow, ow, ow. That must have been painful.
It was.
We were watching that in Bahrain. There's some great footage at the Rotax Grand Finals at the big screens up in the awning. 400 drivers in one tent, and let's just say that the footage that was there were lots of Max Verstappen fans there.
I remember the comments exactly. Who's here watching this after seeing Max Verstappen become world champion? I was not happy. Anyway, there's the junior race about to begin. Here at Shenington, into the tram lines, eyes on those lights. They go green, we're racing 8 minutes plus 1 lap into turn 1. Good start for George Edgar. Good start for Mayan Patel as well. Not easy starting from P2 on the grid here, but he's done it. He's slotted in to second place ahead of Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham. Cranham, who looked strong earlier, there out of the race. Is that one of the Optimas? Is that the number 22 of Charlie Myers? Was due to start towards the back of the field. Look how busy it is in the midfield. Harrison Whittaker towards the back of that group with a lot of work ahead of him. Someone's going on the inside of the Bruno chicane, and one kart is round. You can see out of the window. Meanwhile, back of the field, Patel to the front. Patel takes the lead. George Edgar shuffled down to fourth because both of the Fusions have got through out of the race. I think it's Monty. No, it's Evan Purcell. It's the GGM.
It's, yes, I was going to say it's either an MDL graphics or the George Gibbons Motorsport graphics, but Purcell is in the Marshall area. The Nassau panel on that go-kart is very, very flat indeed, which tells me that someone might have driven over it. But I couldn't quite see who it was leaving the scene of the crime.
Second change of leader in this one. Harrison Mackie has come to the front. He's supported by his teammate Riley Cranham. Thank you
and by Nanny June on the live chat.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And big thanks to Ian Rogers and the team in timing. Because we've got some icy scores at the moment. Mayan Patel is actually going to be shuffled down as the scores update. So Harrison Mackie is on at the moment. Still a long way to go in this one for 2 victories from 2. It would give him pole position in the final, but at this stage of the season, I think those extra championship points are going to be what he's going to be very pleased about. Another hole of 65. Cranham would be on the front row with him. So, effectively, at the front of this race, this heat, this fight between the Fusions is for another haul of 65 championship points and pole position in the final.
Yes, indeed. And as well as the family members, we got obviously the Wilton Mill Kart Club is racing this weekend, which is being broadcast on Alpha Live. Our colleague John Ratcliffe is there doing the job at Wilton Mill. We've got a couple of drivers who are racing at Wilton Mill and watching this on their phones.
Excellent.
I didn't realise, you shouldn't look at your phone while you're driving.
Oh, actually, that's a very good
So hello, Amrit. There's a poll gone up. Who do you think is going to win this race? Mackie, Cranham, Patel or other? I can't see a driver called other in there. I think we made a mistake. No? Okay. Well, get your votes in very quickly. You've got 5 minutes and 20 seconds. But other. Is that Kenzo's middle name? Kenzo Other Craigie? Could be George Other Edgar. Taylor Other Orange.
The other scenario in this race and how it affects the final grid, Patel there in third, Craigie in fourth. They also hold those positions in the intermediate classification, the live scores as things stand. So you would imagine that your pole sitter for the final is going to come from this top four. You know what? Make it a top five, make it a top six as Craigie down the inside of Patel for third place. There's a lot of drivers in this race who had a strong start in their first heats. Now they're all trying to capitalise on it here in race 26. 4.5 minutes to go. Mackie still looking serene at the front of the order. No move from Cranham yet. They'll have talked this through. They'll have thought about the tactics. They'll be aware, of course, that Kenzo Craigie is not too far behind them. They'll keep this formation going. I reckon probably, what do you say, Henry, for the next 3 minutes?
Yes, I'm going to have to say Buddy50 in the live chat. Goodbye. One of our moderators is about to delete you. Thank you very much. Don't care if you're at Wilton Mill. Don't be a fool. Here we go. Back to the racing. 2 Fusion karts. Harrison Mackie, Riley Cranham, Kenzo Craigie, Mayan Patel, George Edgar. Yes, right, Andrew, you were right. I think holding pattern now for the next minute and a half. Kenzo Craigie is going to catch them. The only question is now that he has caught them, how much momentum does he got? Quite often, when a driver catches the people just in front, then, you lose that momentum if you don't make the move straight away. But at the moment, it looks like he hasn't just made a dive up the inside going to Cafe Corner. New fast lap of the race, though. Harrison Whitcomb in 13th. He started down at the back. He is the biggest mover in the race so far. Up 8 places, I believe. Dylan Patel, Evan Purcell out of the race. Still 25 drivers running. Down to Jake Brook and Ashley Hazer further back. And a change.
Change indeed. So Cranham takes the lead of this one. Mackie didn't defend that one too hard. Probably aware that just keeping this Fusion 1-2 is the critical thing right now, and not giving Kenzo Craigie the opportunity to slip in there. There's a under investigation flag for the number 22 out there. That's going to be Charlie Myers down in 23rd position as down the inside. Mackie for the lead again, and this time Craigie's got his opportunity. Nothing Cranham can do about that. Will find himself in 4th place because Patel's also gone through, but really good racecraft there from Kenzo Craigie to get in the wheel tracks of Harrison Mackie. Take advantage of that. Good move from Mackie as well to give himself first position once again, but 2.25 minutes remaining in this one, Henry.
Yep.
This top 5 breaking away. Morgan Moore and Taylor Orridge still trying to fight in there. Down the inside goes Cranham. Brilliant move for 3rd place.
Now, of course, Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham, they may be teammates. They may get on very well with one another. However, when it comes to championship points and the destination of the British title, there are no friends. Because I have to say, Harrison Mackie, he could have passed Riley Cranham at many other places and not hung Cranham out to dry. But he did it down at Stratford Corner, and that just opened the door for Craigie and Patel to go through. Fair enough. Cranham's got back in front, but Harrison Mackie, he knows that. He doesn't want Riley Cranham right behind him. This is a British title fight we're on about now. Kathy Watson, can I please say hello to John and Shay Watson? Of course I can, Kathy. There you go. Hello, John and Shay. they're watching the truck. And here we go, back to the, there's a move, going into Campbell Corner a bit further back, but it's the number 21 Carter Mackey leading. Craigie, he's got to the lead group. Yes, he's made a move, but he didn't actually have to make the move because someone else made it for him. Mackey made the move for him.
Taylor Orridge still in that second group as well, headed up by Morgan Moore. In fact, Taylor Orridge has moved up that group of 4 or 5 drivers, is now in 7th place. One of the contenders for the win yesterday before that incident with Harrison Wettercombe into this corner here. And it took both of them out of the running and has compromised Taylor Orridge's weekend big time. 35 seconds to go. Point there from Kenzo Craigie. But, you can always be aware in the juniors that the point is there doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be an instruction that follows through.
That might not be adhered to.
Craigie was going to have a go there.
Do you know what? I thought the very same thing as well. He almost had a look at it. There's Whitcomb, who is now up into 12th place. He's actually lost a place since the last time we checked in on Harrison. Craigie's starting to look aggressive. He's just ducking out as the clock strikes 0. Next lap it'll be the last lap, so we've got just under 2 laps remaining. Edgar in the number 17 car to the back of this quintet at the front. He has traditionally just got faster and faster as the races have progressed. There is a defensive move from the number 8 car of Zach Green, that 7th position. Oh, now Mackey is going to have to defend now, and you'll have to watch that. He knows that he hung Cranham out to dry earlier, and all is fair in love and karting. And if Cranham gets a chance, I'm sure he would hang Mackey out to dry because they're the 2 main protagonists. Here comes Kenzo Craigie though, and it's now or never for the Argentine man as Mayan Patel in the Jade Racing Birrell Kart has a little dabble at the inside of Cranham. Oh, here we go, game on.
Mackey defensive into Stratford Corner. Is Craigie going to get enough alongside? He's got a slight overlap. Mackey's got the door shut there before they get to the Bruno chicane. There's a warning for the number 8 of Zach Green. Just a warning, nothing more than that. Mackey checking over his shoulder. Covers off the move, the potential move into Hanger through Wilkins. He's going to hold on to this one. He's going to book himself onto pole position for the final and take the full haul of championship points at this stage of the day. He takes it by a 10th and a half ahead of Kenzo Craigie. Craigie will be on row 2 for the final, immediately behind Mackey at the start of that final as well. Riley Cranham, 3rd in that one, secures the other spot on the front row for the final later today, and a haul of 62 championship points from a possible 65. Mayan Patel will also be amongst the runners on the front 2 rows of the grid with that 4th place. So it'll be Mackey and Cranham on row 1, Craigie and Patel on row 2.
Yes.
George Edgar, 5th in that race, will be on the 3rd row of the grid for the final. He'll be joined by Thomas Min-Spearing. Morgan Moore and Taylor Orridge, with their results in that last race, book themselves onto the 4th row of the grid. Should stress though, those results are provisional.
Jacob Holm, can I get a hello to the GKL UK team watching trackside and live in support of Dylan Briley in Senior X30s? Yes, you can. And because of the misfortune that befell Dylan earlier, I will do a special Arnold Schwarzenegger hello in a kind of oh no. There we are. Hello. Oh, hello. That's my Arnold. Oh dear.
A couple of cars being recovered back to the paddock. A bit of work to do for those teams and drivers, and unfortunately, by having bad results in that race, that might mean it's a fairly quick turnaround.
Repechage time.
Oh no. And that repechage will be the next time we see the juniors. That'll be at 3:30 local time, so just over an hour away. For those who have qualified automatically through the 28 best performers across the heats that we've seen so far today, they will go in their final. It'll be the last race of the day at 5:25.
Yes, indeed. As we wait, the next race up will be Senior X30. Tell Evan Purcell, I said good luck, says Racing Pro. Well, Maybe I won't tell him just yet, seeing as he went out on the first lap of that race in an incident with Joey Brown. I can tell it was an incident with Joey Brown because Evan and Joey are the ones having a chat at the end of that race. Now, if we have as we watch there, Andy Marlowe dragging the recalcitrant number 92 cart of, number 22 cart back. It's time that we hear from some of our sponsors. Take it away.
Seen the juniors complete their heats programme. Now it's the turn of the seniors. Cian Geraghty starts on pole position. He's joined on the front row by Lewis Bird, Noah Wolf, and Aaron Brown starts on row number 2 ahead of row 3, Hayden Eldridge and Freddie Lloyd. Row 4, James Pashley and Harvey Roth.
On row number 5, Henry Gregory and Oliver Rands. Hopefully Ollie's cart is fixed after his earlier accident. Oliver Stilp and Conor McPollin. Another driver involved in that massive incident goes from row number 6. Then it's Luca Mann and the third driver involved in that big crash, Robbie Buckley. Freddie Housley and Archie Tillett are next.
Casper Piecki and Ryan Eckberg start on row 9. Oliver Harris and Nasser Elthani start on row 10. On row 11, the last row of the grid, it's Ty Stansfield and David McIntyre. I believe we have one driver not taking the start in this one, which is Mick Barrett Racing's Conor McPollin. The rest of them go into the tram lines. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to be on pole position for the X30 Senior Final later on here today. Good start for Cian Geraghty, leads away from the front. Noah Wolf straight up into second place. If he wins this race, he'll be on pole position. He's going down the inside, looking for the race lead immediately on Cian Geraghty. Geraghty will fight back on the exit of Stratford. They're side by side. Wolf's got it. He's taken the lead in the early stage of this one. I spoke to him during the lunch break. Henry, he is pumped up for this today, full of confidence and raring to go.
Yeah, and that was a very, very decisive move, but he was aggressive in his defence afterwards. Now, don't expect to see Noah defend like that for the rest of the race, but of course, the biggest opportunity you have of losing a position is just after you've made a move. So sometimes you have to cover it off very, very quickly indeed, and sometimes, quite aggressively. And then now you can see Noah getting back with no defending, and now Cian Geraghty is under pressure from Hayden Eldridge. Cian and his dad set up this team at the start of the year. They've now got a couple of other drivers that have joined into it. Cian obviously, leading the way and is keeping that name at the forefront of the British Senior X30 Championship. Eldridge and the BMR Restart team. Then it is now. Let's have a little look. Let's think back the last couple of years, the British Championship in this category, and now we're looking at a heat race with the Jade Racing team leading Geraghty Motorsport, leading BMR Restart, leading George Gibbons Motorsport, leading Vismo International, and then the first the Fusion cars.
Yeah.
The more things change, the more things. It's just
the more they stay the same.
The more they stay the same. Although it's very different here at the front. It's a variety. It's a spice of life. Speaking of Fusion, there's Fast Freddie Lloyd trying to work his way around James Pashley. Oh, behind them, well, that was Stilp, Gregory and Roth all arriving at Bruno Chicane rather too quickly and almost overshooting it completely.
Indeed, but they kept it all together, kept themselves in this race. In terms of the intermediate classification, the highest ranked drivers down the inside there. That was a little bit of a look from Robbie Buckley, the number 13, who needs a good result in this one. Retired from his first race after that sizable incident down at Hanger Corner. Down the inside, Lloyd looking for a move on Pashley. and gets it done. So Freddie Lloyd up to 6th place. Gus Lawrence, not in this race.
Nope.
In the effective clubhouse is your highest ranked driver who's completed their heats. Gus Lawrence has had a second and a third, 5 points. And at the moment is on the second row of the grid. Noah Wolf would have pole position if he can hold on to this one. Lewis Bird would be joining him on the front row if he can hold this third place that he's got in this this heat with 5 minutes to go. Keane Geraghty up there as well. As look at the scraps further back as the number 22 of Ty Stansfield on the OTK machine there, the privateer, trying to come up through the field. Meanwhile, back at the front, Geraghty's down the inside and has got the lead away from Wolfers. Out is Harvey Roth.
That is a Tim Wilson Motorsport kart in the tyre barriers. It looks as though Harvey was back in the seat trying to drive away. He has driven away. Does he continue or come straight into the pits? No, he does continue. Oh, Noah Wolf having a really, really dedicated look there at the race lead. And it's very difficult. Oh, here's a move. Oh, that's going to be tight. Oh, that's a great move there from Lewis Bird. Soars in as Bird and pounces on his prey.
Now sweeps in like one of the gliders next door to us here at the Kart Racing Club here at Shenington. 4 minutes of this one to go. So with that move, Geraghty now sits in a net pole position place for the final on 2 points. Wolf will drop to 3. Bird will go in the good direction for his efforts, up to 2 once the scores are confirmed at the end of this lap. So Geraghty and Bird again effectively fighting over pole position in the final within this heat and the extra championship points that go with it. Pace of this race is really, really quick. Again, I feel, Henry.
You're going to squeeze an extra lap in like they did earlier. Again, a poll has gone up. Who's going to win the senior exit race? Wolf, Geraghty, Bird or other? Is this other character? Has he got a brother? Is it another brother from another mother? I don't know. But he seems to be in every class. I don't know.
Geraghty defending into hangar from Lewis Bird. Noah Wolf patiently holding there in 3rd place. Hayden Eldridge, I've been massively impressed with Hayden Eldridge this weekend. Is there again in 4th. I can hear a rumble under our feet. That must mean that someone's come into the pits. Or is it? That was just lunch. Out of Cafe Corner, Kean Geraghty continues to lead. It's the number 36 of Harvey Roth is out of this race. Going to save his tyres for the final. As Wolf on the outside. Can he make that one stick? He's still side by side off of Stratford Corner. Geraghty will have the inside into the Bruno chicane. Wolf holds off Bird. Eldridge is properly part of this now as well. Bird cuts to the inside. He's going to get Wolf, you'd think, here into hangar. This is going to be mighty close through the fastest corner of the circuit. Wolf again tries round the outside. Bird's going to slot into 2nd place. There's still 2.5 minutes of this one to go. What an effort there from Noah Wolf.
Every driver has a sort of a trademark style, something that you associate most with that driver. For someone like Gus Lawrence, it is composure, it is, speed, but it's calm, precision. Noah Wolf, like in many respects Macaulay Bishop, have developed a reputation as just one of those drivers, instant overtakers, where most drivers would think, no, I'm going to wait till the next corner. There's a setup corner. Wolf is like, no, here's my opportunity. And he's up over curves, outside, inside. That's Noah Wolf's calling card, is that he has got that reputation as somebody that, not that he won't wait, it's just that where other drivers see an opportunity to set themselves up for a move, Noah Wolf says, no, now, time is now, go. Very, very impressive. However, with that tactic comes the occasional when those moves don't pay off, that you lose a lot of ground, like Wolf has done now. Can he close back in the final 1 minute of this race? Because Geraghty and Bird have pulled clear, and Wolf also has to deal with Lloyd, Eldridge and Parsley sitting right on his rear bumper.
And this is a really big opportunity for Freddie Lloyd. He's similar to what we were talking about with Harrison Mackie. Yes, he's not quite been at the races versus his very, very lofty standards. This is an opportunity to claw some points back in both the intermediate classification, but more importantly at this stage of the year, the championship. 38 seconds to go. I reckon there's going to be 2 more laps after this one. Lewis Bird is trying to get Cian Geraghty off that main racing line once again, but Geraghty is wise to it. This scrapping, though, is going to bring Wolf, Lloyd, Eldridge and Pashley back into the equation. 20 seconds to go into Wilkins, hard on the brakes. Got to have the front end sorted out to get round that complex in a quick manner, and these guys definitely have got that. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. Geraghty continue to hold the lead, but that gap between second and third, it's coming down. It's less than half a second now.
Yes, it is. Wolf isn't giving up yet. The more these two battle, we're not on the final lap yet. Like you said earlier, Andrew, the pace of this race means that we will go to 13 laps. Here comes Lewis Bird. Good, great driving from Geraghty and Bird. They gave each other just enough room. It has brought Wolf and Fast Freddy back into play. Oh, no, Wolf's saying, "Ooh, can I? It'll be not even
quite.
Noah Wolf could make that move going to the inside. But great respectful driving here between Geraghty and Bird there, because that could have been a huge accident. We've seen it happen before.
We have indeed. We're on the final lap of the last heat for X30 Senior. You've got a battle at the front of the field where any one of these drivers could be on pole position. Wolf's down the inside and has got the move done on Lewis Bird. That could be a good moment for Cian Geraghty. He doesn't need to defend now into the Bruno chicane, but Wolf's going to have a big slipstream here down the back of the Hanger straight. Through Hanger, he's a bit far back to have a go immediately to Hanger, but he's within striking distance now. Oh, he gives it everything. Cian Geraghty's going to take the win. He's going to take pole position for the final as well. Wolf will be P2 and also on the front row of the grid. Lewis Bird, third in that race, will be on the inside of row 2 for the final. He'll have Gus Lawrence for company on that one. Freddie Lloyd gets himself back amongst the big boys. With that 4th place there, he'll be on the inside of row number 3.
A great result for Cian Geraghty. Just a heat race, but let's not forget, this is a team that his dad started at the start of this year. So essentially, it's a lad and dad operation. Okay, they've now got equipment and things like that, but this is a small team. And Cian is not only working out how to run a team, because, being part of a team, like Cian was, and running your own team, 2 very, very different sets of skills that you need to do that. And to Geraghty to be consistently winning at this level against the competition he's against with, that is extremely impressive for that young man.
He is indeed. He's had a brilliant year in 2024, and it continues to go from strength
just a quick
to
question.
strength.
Where did Other finish in that race?
I think he might have got disqualified.
Oh dear, he's not there, because 7% of people thought Other were going to win that race.
Dear.
But I can't see him on there. Dear me.
So there we go. That's X30 Senior. They do not have a repechage. They go. All the drivers go straight into the final. The final will be at 5 p.m. here in the UK. If you're watching around Europe, around the world, Geraghty, Wolf, that will be row 1. Bird, Lawrence on row 2. Lloyd and Eldridge row 3, and then Pashley and Cresswell will be row 4. As ever, those results are strictly at this moment in time provisional. Waterswift restricted next. More heat racing to come. We get into the final heats for the Waterswift categories and KZ2. The restricted category for IAME Waterswift will be first. IAME Waterswift, the inter-category, will be after that, and then KZ2 finishing up the heats before we get to the repechage stage of the day. Let's have a little look behind the scenes. Let's have a look at Dave Cam. There he is, David Manchester and Alfie Garford, busy at work. They have a bank of screens in front of them that are carrying feeds from all the CCTV cameras dotted around the circuit, covering every square inch of this Shenington facility, and then looking at any incidents out there, and then, if necessary, feeding those reports of an incident to the stewards who are in a separate room, and then they make the judgments as to whether there's any penalties that are required for the things that have happened out there. But some of the best in the business getting through all of the events out there on circuit. Big thanks to Motorsport UK for that little insight. We'll be back shortly after this short ad break with IAME Waterswift Restricted. Welcome back to Shenington, getting ready for the next heat, which will be the second one of the day for IAME Waterswift Restricted. A very key race for the story of the year for Alfie Davidson, our championship leader. We've been doing some of the maths over the lunch break, and here's the situation. Davidson officially can't win the title today. He needs to go to Three Sisters and pick up some more points for turning up and getting last place in one of the races just by turning up. But a good result here and a good result in the final, as I say, could put Alfie Davidson in a position where literally he just has to turn up to Three Sisters and score points of some description, and he will be champion after the first point scoring stage. The reason for that, across the whole season you get 16 chances to score points. Your best 13 count towards your final championship score. By the end of today, you'll have 12. So that's the situation for Alfie Davidson. This could be a big race for him. It's IAME Waterswift Restricted up next. Heat 2 for IAME Waterswift Restricted. Let's take a look through the grid. Oscar Kenny due to start from pole position. Henry Algar alongside on the front row. Chester Fawkes and Daniel Ferguson go from row 2. Ethan Robinson and James Roots on row 3. There we find on row 4, alongside Harry Chapman, your championship leader, Alfie Davidson. On row number 5, we find Mason Hibbert and Philip Pattereau. William Bennett completes the 11 runners. Results from earlier on today. Ferguson from Davidson from Fawkes, Roots, Chapman, that was your top 5. Ethan Robinson P6, Henry Algar P7, Philip Pattereau, William Bennett, Mason Hibbert, and those were your 10 finishers. Oscar Kenny did not take the start in that one, but he does take the start in this race. He'll have fresher tyres, of course, having not run any laps in Heat 1 earlier today. Results from this race combined with the results that we saw earlier to set the grid for the final later on today. Into the tram lines, green light, away at the first time of asking. Good start for Oscar Kenny, will take the lead through and in towards turn 2. Good start for Chester Fawkes as well, using the advantage of that inside line up into second place. Henry Algar slips down to third. Not a problem though, still a long way to go in this one, and Algar's looking down the inside on Chester Fawkes, immediately responding back up into second place. Where is Alfie Davidson in all of this? He's at the back of that little group there. Oh, bit of a close moment with Daniel Ferguson through the Bruno chicane. Bit of a lock-up for one of the drivers there. Alfie Davidson, who has at a points awarding stage of the season, so either after completion of heats and an intermediate classification or a final, has not had a result worse than second. Bit of a moment there for Henry Algar. Front axle a touch up in the air off of the final corner, loses out as a result of that and slips all the way down, unfortunately, to 7th place. Yes, for Alfie Davidson, another solid score here. And then another one in the final could well put him in a position of effectively being champion-elect. It would require some quite extraordinary things to happen for him to not be proclaimed officially champion when we get to Three Sisters in September. But that's still all to be decided across the course of the remaining 6.5 minutes in this one and the final, of course. Davidson right now is up to 4th place. Tucked up behind his championship rival Daniel Ferguson. Look at this coming out of the final corner. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. As there, the number 23 of Ethan Robinson tries to slip through. This is all 5th place. This is 5th place to the rear of the field. Brilliant scrap involving Algar, Chapman, Hibbert, Roots, Pattereau, Robinson and Bennett. Down the inside, key move, big move. Alfie Davidson has got ahead of Daniel Ferguson. Well, we've been talking about the situation for Davidson in terms of the championship. For the others, it's quite simple. They need to win every race they can, every heat, every final, to remotely have a chance of wrestling the title away from Davidson. And if that's the thing, they've been taking points off of each other throughout the season. It's been a very competitive category here in IAME Waterswift Restricted. Here goes Davidson again, this time down the inside of Chester Fawkes, up to second place. New fastest lap of the race as well, 49.79 seconds. Bit of news from race control, couple of warning flags out there for the number 32 of Harry Chapman and the number 33 of Mason Hibbert. But just warning flags, nothing more at this stage. Let's talk about Oscar Kenny. Not talk too much about him today because he, of course, retired but did not start from in the first heat. He's doing a good job here at the front of this field, but has been caught now, such as the power of the slipstream, particularly in these categories. Here goes Davidson down the inside. Oh, close moment there with Kenny, and they're both going to lose out. Fawkes will take the lead of the race. Ferguson through to second place. Davidson and Kenny continue, but both of them won't be happy about what's happened there. Kenny, who won the E-Plate here last weekend at the Shenington Super Prix meeting, has got it all to do now in the 4.5 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, another change for the lead. This time Daniel Ferguson down the inside. Takes it away from Chester Fawkes. Ferguson, who could secure pole position if he finishes ahead of the likes of Fawkes and Davidson, would give him 65 championship points. There is your live intermediate classification tally. Davidson, once again, another move from Davidson, this time down the inside of Fawkes into Wilkins. That's Davidson back up to second place. The pace of all of these four, very, very good at the moment. In the high 49 point somethings or the low 50s. The rest of the field are all in the low to mid 50 point somethings. 3.5 minutes to go in this one. And this time, Davidson down the inside, and he's got it. Takes the lead away from Daniel Ferguson. And through goes Chester Fawkes. So that's a very good moment in this race for Alfie Davidson, getting closer and closer to that title-winning position. Still got work to do, though, in the remainder of this race. And of course, he's still got the final to come. There's still the professional side of the job to do as well, because we should remind, not that we're saying that this would happen at all. Yes. There's no reason to suggest that it would happen. But yes, the one thing that Davidson and the team must not pick up is a silly disqualification for something, because a disqualification is 0 points and it cannot be dropped. You have to carry it through the season.
Yes, it's and again, apologies for leaving you unattended. Leaving you unattended there, Andrew. Another quick, pressing matter at hand. And there's Chester Fawkes being dropped back to 4th position, and it's something that I in karting you often see it. A driver seals the title on the penultimate day of the season and doesn't go out in the final day. And I've always thought to myself, oh, there's a move. Daniel Ferguson manufacturing a gap there, and do I like it? No. Do I understand why people do it? Yes. Yeah. Did it happen in any other form of motorsport? No. Is any other form of motorsport as close and as frantic as karting? No. So, yeah, it's one of those things that, I mean, I haven't seen drivers go out and just tootle around in 17th position. I've seen drivers go out and trying to tootle around, and then they get involved in incidents and accidents because they're not driving at 100%. And, these families, these kids, they work very hard. It's a lot of money being spent to get to this point, and you don't want to, get an exclusion because, you get caught, suddenly someone stops in front of you and you launch them up a bank. That sort of thing. Davidson throwing caution to the wind, however, back up to P3 at the expense of Chester Fawkes. Big gap behind as James Roots, Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman, Ethan Robinson, Henry Algar and Philip Patterow with William Bennett 11th. Fully agree. In terms of, I don't like it when you see drivers, always, you want them to always have like the parade. My thought is, well, hang on a sec, he's done everything all year well enough without getting excluded, disqualified to earn the championship. So what changed now? Yeah. Suddenly, because you've got the #1 plate on your kart, and occasionally it's the only opportunity that driver gets to drive with the #1 plate on the kart, because they move up a class next year.
The positive, I will say, that at this stage of the season, it keeps the drivers accountable. They know even at this stage of the season that they can't, they can't. Little hooligans. Exactly, yeah. They can't lose the rag. They've got to keep it calm and under the lids. Anyway, 2 laps to go of this one. Still not decided. Ferguson and Kenny have got first and second, but are not completely clear of Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes at the moment. If there's no overtaking between now and the end of the race, which I find highly unlikely, Ferguson would have pole position for the final. Davidson would be alongside on the front row, so he'd keep this run going. of being either first or second at each championship points awarding stage of the season, putting him in this commanding spot. This is a little bit further back. This is the Chapman, Robinson and Algar battle as Ethan Robinson, very brave there, into the Bruno chicane. Credit to Harry Chapman as well, gives him racing room through that part of the circuit. This is, well, a little bit further up the order. That's James Roots and Mason Hibbert looking at trying to get into, well, Roots at the moment is in the top 5. Hibbert's trying to get in there as well. Final lap board is out, and it's closing up again at the front. Alfie Davidson's just hit the fastest lap of the race so far. A 49.56 has closed up to the rear bumper almost of Oscar Kenny. Ferguson will drive defensively into Stratford. Davidson's going to try and do the switchback here, get a good run out of Stratford. He's got alongside Oscar Kenny here, but he's not quite got the miles an hour to get into second place. So he just withdraws from that one, gives himself another shot here into Hanger and then Wilkins.
So 2 corners to go. Hanger, which they're through. Now Wilkins. Really, the last corner is out onto the start finish straight. It's all part of the Wilkins complex as Daniel Ferguson takes the win by 1/10 of a second over Oscar Kenny. So Kenny, doing the best he can. He's still going to be starting down the order in the final because he, of course, failed to make the start of heat number 1. Chester Fawkes, another solid, mature drive to finish 4th behind Alfie Davidson. And now all Davidson's competition are going to be thinking now is, do you know what? I've got a chance here to steal a win. The title won't be coming my way, but Davidson, again, is going to have to just play that thinking game in the final.
So there's your heat results. Daniel Ferguson makes it 2 from 2. Oscar Kenny, P2 in that one. And Alfie Ferguson will, with that 3rd place, be on the front row for the final later on today. Chester Fawkes, 4th place in that one, will be on the inside of row number 2. Will be joined by James Roots, who held on to that P5 spot there. Mason Hibbert, 6th in that second heat, ahead of Harry Chapman, Henry Algar, Ethan Robinson, Philip Patro and William Bennett. A quick run through the provisional, waiting for the result to be confirmed, of course.
Pending Paul Classen.
Pending scrutineering and all of that business. Your grid for the final will be thus: Ferguson and Davidson on row 1, as mentioned. Fawkes and Roots on row 2. Chapman and Kenny on row 3. Watch out for Oscar Kenny, because he's got some good race pace once he gets going. It's a good spot to be there. And then it'll be Algar and Robinson on row 4.
A redemption arc, for Oscar Kenny. We talked about Dylan Brierley having the camera cart and then not taking the start of the race. I did see Stuart Brierley just a minute ago, and he says, we hope to have the cart back on. The camera cart back on. Yeah, there was no issue with, it wasn't like a bad luck charm. It was Stuart getting distracted while he was tying the Jubilee clip on the airbox issue that caused the issue. There's the RAF flag. If you're wondering what that flag is there, the blue flag with the Union flag in the corner, that is the RAF flag, a flag that is very close to the hearts of a lot of kart circuits. RAF Edgehill. This was RAF Edgehill. We are standing upon the ground of RAF Edgehill, which served as an Air Force base from about 1912 to 1954 when it was decommissioned, I think. Anyway, there's today's history lesson. That's the past. Here's the future. Jarlath Sayer, Alicia Barrett there, putting the final touches on the number 42 kart. That is George Clark. Yeah, no, these are the OMS racing team. Wonderful, featuring in the Paddock show. You're pointing at something, Andrew.
And a very, very good F. I know we said this yesterday, but he's got even further. George Clark had, if you weren't with us yesterday, George Clark had a quite hefty off on Friday, to the extent that the helmet was written off. Did its job, kept him safe. But George Clark's really impressed me this weekend. Obviously, young driver, a little bit shaken up by what happened. Going the wrong way up. But he's come back and had a brilliant qualifying earlier on today.
But look at this. You know, we're going to have an onboard camera in this race with Austin Newstead, the baby-faced assassin himself. I was just watching. That was really interesting. We were watching Alicia Barrett there, giving those bits of advice, the hand gestures. You know, that'll be something. Alicia used to race, was a former member of this parish on the track, and just giving, you know, saying, right, think about this. And she was just sort of like, guiding her driver through the opening couple of salvos of this track. There's Fraser Glasby, everybody, on the live stream with his Alpha Live mic and his ginger beard. Oh, bless. There he is, smiling. No, he's not smiling. He's just in a...
He's in the zone.
There are the eyes. You know, you take the crash helmet. Austin, you said he bounds on the paddock. Looks like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. But then, when he's racing, those eyes, like I say it before, it's like the great white shark where it all goes dark and it's just sole focus. Who's going to be starting alongside and behind Austin Newstead? Let's find out.
It's Heat 2 for IAME Waterswift, and it's got Austin Newstead on the front row of the grid, joined by Jarlath Sayer. Teddy Porter and George Clark go from row number 2. On row 3, it's Fusion Sukmani Kira, and winner from yesterday, Finley Lyons. On row 4, Christian Kobe and Blair Smith.
Row number 5, Henry Clark and Max Mason. Austin Gibson and Harry Wilson on row number 6. Harley Musk and Will Green start on row number 7 with Orion Mehta and Luca Holmes-Ballock on row 8.
Freddie Wood and George House on row 9. Callum Graham and Charlie Clough go from row number 10. On the 11th row, it's Arian Nair and Grayson Wortley. Then row 12, Ian Carey and Luca Narroway.
Row number 13, Sophie Campbell from Northern Ireland and Johnston Stewart, a fellow Northern Irishman, then Joseph Davis and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. Colby Patterson, Baron Altonsoy, Mason Brooks and Andy Stewart are next. No, she's not. Andy Stewart in Franciacorta for the Young Iron Dames Academy.
Into the tram lines. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for those at the front of the field. No dramas so far, and it's Austin Newstead who leads from Jarlath Sayer. Here we are on board with your pole sitter. Clear road ahead. We'll move defensively. 2 drivers right. Wants to hold this one through the Stratford. Got a bit of a moment there for one of the ORMs in the middle of the pack. Might have been the number 15 of Blair Smith. Back on board with Austin Newstead, who has got Jarlath Sayer for company. Jarlath Sayer who won the first race. So it's a very simple job at hand. Win this one, get pole position as a result for those efforts, and 65 championship points. This is a very tight category. We've talked about IAME Waterswift Restricted, how in effect, you know, bar the singing and dancing, it could be decided today. This one is going to go all the way, ladies and gentlemen. This will go to Sunday at Three Sisters at the end of September. It means every single race, every lap, every overtake could be the deciding one when we look back at the season as a whole in the autumn. It raises the stakes, it raises the tension for all of these young drivers. It's a breakaway of 4 now. Newstead, Sayer, Lyons and George Clark working pretty well at the front of the field.
Yes, behind them, Teddy J. Porter and Sukmani Kira. We talk a lot in the Rotax class about Dian Pahal being a member of the Sikh community and racing. Well, Sukmani Kira also, you know, a Sikh driver. And I'm just trying to see, has she got the Sikh symbol? So they have, you have these crossed swords, and there's a very significant, culturally significant symbol that the Sikh is a sign of strength and inner strength, courage. The Sikhs use. Sukmani Kira certainly using plenty of that inner strength and courage, not only as a great driver, but as a great young role model. You know, attitudes are shifting, you know, in this paddock, and yeah, there's a lot more, you know, cultural awareness coming in, and and there's an awareness of the curbs by one of the OMS karts. Sukmani Kira down to 7th place now, but some of these young drivers, they are beginning to be aware, even at the age of 8, 9 years old, 10 years old.
Will Green involved. Will Green, championship leader, had a bit of an issue there on the exit of Wilkins and is going to fall all the way down to 17th place.
As we say, they're becoming very aware that they are not just competitors and athletes, they're role models to lots and lots of other people around the world, because these pictures do go around the world. Now, back to the action. Sayer, Lines, Newstead and Clark. Talk about bravery, like you mentioned earlier, George Clark. You know, I don't know where the accident occurred. Was it at Hanger? We had this big incident. Here we go. Now, will we see a Finley Lines, inside lines special from the onboard camera? Not quite.
4 minutes and 50 seconds of this one to go. So at the moment, Sayer is getting that spot on the front row of the grid. Lines would be joining him with this result, but that is not the Finley Lines way. To just sit behind and accept second place. He wants to get another race victory here at Shenington in this heat. Austin Newstead patiently waiting there in third place. George Clark doing a brilliant job. He's holding on. He's holding in there. Yes, there's a bit of a gap, but the second these three start squabbling, he's going to be back on them. He's going to be back in the battle for the lead of this race. Harley Musk currently the fastest driver out there on circuit, 47.56 for the driver of the number 21, and he has just broken into that top 10. He's got past Christian Kirby a little bit further down the order. Freddie Wood, Charlie Clough and Colby Patterson all fighting their way up the order. Have got past Callum Graham. Such a depth of talent in this category in particular. So many of these drivers not just racing here domestically. Oh, look at this side by side. Through goes Newstead. Gets both of them. Brilliant stuff from Austin Newstead. As out of the race is Luca Narroway and the premium karting number 78 of Joseph Davies.
Oh, that's a shame. That's there's the fine line. You saw it, bird's eye view. The difference between inches one way, the move comes off, inches the other way, two karts in the barriers. But they're both up and out of their kart, are Davis and Narroway. But, it's, yes.
Really, really hard weekend for Luca Narroway. All these drivers will make the final. There's no repechage for the IAME Waterswift today, but it's going to take a mighty, mighty effort for either of those drivers to get back amongst the big scoring points here today. 3 minutes to go. Newstead, Lines, Clark, Sayer in that order. Sayer is still actually holding on to pole position right now. He's going to go down the inside of George Clark because, again, it's the psychological battlefield that is so interesting in IAME Waterswift this year, Henry.
Yep.
That, as I say, they all want to have that edge over their competitors before that final.
They're coming up on some lapped traffic, I believe. Yes, it is Narroway who has got back into the race after his incident earlier on. And here come the lead for Newstead. We'll see. Now, let's see about good driving there. And Narroway pits. I was about to say, I wonder if we'll see how Austin Newstead negotiates lap traffic from a bird's eye view. So, Newstead there is Narroway into the pits, so that evolved kart has devolved into a retirement.
Has indeed. I tell you who else we need to keep an eye on. We'll come back to that in a minute because George Clark's having a go at Manikira. Right on cue. Thank you very much. Kart number 28, Luca Holmes-Ballock, has gained 11 places in this race. Stepping into the IAME classes, we've seen a lot of him in the road tax classes so far in 2024. But this could be important for Finley Lines.
Yes.
Because it's his first run this weekend. Luca Holmes-Ballock is not a championship contender. If he can start getting up there and helping his teammate Finley Lines, that could be a big, big part of Finley Lines as ever to win the title. He's fighting with Austin Newstead though at the front of the field, and Lines is through.
Great move there from Finley Lines. Now what can Newstead do? You can see Lines checks over his shoulder, positions his kart accordingly. They go through Stratford Corner and they were millimetres apart. Onto the grass runs Sukmani Kira. She is now up into 5th position. Now let's see what will Newstead do. He has got Sayer pushing him along. This is at 12 wheels, make that 16 wheels with George Clark working in harmony, inches apart, inches off the ground. We've still got 45 seconds plus a lap to go. Where does Newstead make his move? At this point of a race, ladies and gentlemen, all Austin Newstead is thinking is where. Has he planned it already? We don't know. Has he got someone in mind his team have talked him through beforehand? We don't know. But he is absolutely now squarely focused on setting Lines up to make the move, cost Lines as much time as possible, and even potentially get a breakaway himself.
I don't know how good Finley Lines is at his maths, but there's another game to be played potentially here, because if he can back the field up and make Charles Sayer have a bit of a difficult time, it could switch where pole position goes in this race, and that would be a 6-point swing in the championship. Lines would gain 3, Sayer would lose 3. We're on to the final lap here. This is what we mean, that this title picture is so tight. Every single race in IAME Waterswift can be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's a gap. There's a gaggle of them, and there's a top 11 covered by 2 seconds here. Finley Lines is getting the job done, it would seem, so far. He's still got a couple of overtaking opportunities to navigate his way through. Sayer is still there in 3rd. That would be good enough for pole position. It would be determined by the timed qualifying performance earlier on here today in a tiebreaker scenario. Into Wilkins we go. Is Lines going to hold on? There's a move further back with Blair Smith coming through. Finley Lines is going to take victory. He's going to get himself in at least the front row of the grid. 2nd for Newstead, 3rd for Sayer. Sayer will have pole for the final and 65 championship points. He pulls a little bit more back ahead of Lines, but also he pulls a lot of points back on Will Green. Where did Will Green finish in that race? He was 11th. Well, he'll be on the 4th row of the grid for the final, but that is a very important phase of this championship picture.
Now, it's a great view. So this is what happens. The drivers will come in. There's a weighing scale. You can see driver and kart onto the weigh bridge. And yes, the camera obviously weighs something. Not a great deal, but that has been taken into account. It's under 300 grams. Or as I like to call it, you know, like a dog ketchup. Yeah. Now, they'll go through the weigh bridge. There is George Clark, who finished an excellent 4th. Now the kart goes into Parc Ferme. You can see where, in those little pens, that's where the top 3 karts go, because the scrutineers always take the top 3 karts and decide what they want taken off, what they want to be done to those karts. Now, earlier this year, I was speaking to Stuart Lines, Finley's dad, and he was saying that, you know, at the start of the year, we saw Finley the first time at the O-Plate, the Rotax O-Plate, where he was blindingly fast. And then, of course, everyone else catches up, and he was noticing in all the classes, in this class, in Mini-Max that he races in, that when somebody overtakes Finley, they instantly start to defend. But whereas Finley overtakes somebody, he hasn't learned how to defend without blocking. Well, after that race, and watching how Finley drove in on the last 2 laps, defending but not blocking, I think it's safe to say that box has been ticked.
It has indeed. There were a couple of +5 second penalties in that race. Sukmani Kira, the biggest of them. The reason I mentioned that could have influenced some of the grid positions and therefore championship points. Very much news to be followed. It could be, stress the word could here, ladies and gentlemen, tied on points between Will Green and Jarlath Sayer going into that final, with Finley Lines not too far behind. It is mighty close in IAME Waterswift in terms of the championship. And this is the point of the season now where that pressure... You don't think about this when you're at PF in round 1, because it's round 1. Now you do, when you've got one final and one full weekend to go. This is when the pressure really starts to tell.
You don't think about it, but you have to think about it, because, you know, that 1 point at PF International where you didn't attack or didn't defend, that could come back to haunt you at Three Sisters 7 months down the line. There is Finley. There's Rashid Al-Mari, who's come all the way from Bahrain to help to mechanic for Sheikh Ahmed Bil Khalifa. There's Alicia Barrett. So again, we saw the pre-race pep talk between driver and mechanic. This is the post-race prep talk, where, you know, debrief. They will go back to the truck afterwards. There'll be data. There'll be lots of sensors and temperatures. They will have to go through the data afterwards. Speaking of data, it's about time we talk about some advertisers, because their data helps promote this championship to put on your screens.
Back here at Shenington, getting ready for the next heat, the last heat of the weekend. It's KZ2, their second racing appearance of the day, and quite a topsy-turvy result from race one, or heat one, earlier on today. James Glenister took the win, but a very mixed support. We'll read you through that in a moment, after the quick message here from Demon Tweaks.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suit, boot, gloves and helmets from all of the biggest brands in the game. We're so much more than that. So if you're looking for kart parts, then we've got you there. Come and have a look. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashes, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. Oh, and if you're looking to hone your skills away from the track, then we've got everything that you're going to need to build the ultimate sim rig. So whether it's karting, sim, or motorsport in general, it's safe to say we've got everything that you're going to need.
Heat 2 for KZ2 has Ella Stevens on pole position, Ashley Lewis alongside on the front row, James Glenister, winner of heat number 1, alongside Jake Weston on row number 3. It's Josh Price and Miles Murphy, both for Moore Racing, both retired from the first heat. On row 4, Nat Thomas and Lee Ward.
Row number 5, Derek Morgan and Ryan Green, George Barker and Bryn Kinch. On row number 6 with Charlie Turner. Back on row number 7. You may notice a slight difference in appearance in the Miles Murphy kart after the damage sustained in the first heat race. That incident between a number of drivers down at Wilkins, the entry to Wilkins. There's no more Demon Tweaks graphics that haven't been scuffed up yet. Shh, don't tell anyone. So he's
Apart from the ones on his suit.
The ones on his suit are okay. But
oh
no, Ryan Green. Yes, no. Speaking to Ryan about tyres earlier, he said that the new KZ2 tyre this year is much harder.
Yep.
So that even though newer tyre is still an advantage, obviously, but not quite as critical like you saw at Glenagorse. However, James Glenister did a very, very similar thing in Heat 2 yesterday and came to win the final. Call me a cynical speculation and nothing more, ladies and gentlemen. So, has the clutch been fixed on Ella Stevens' kart? Are we going to see all those top names that retired from race number 1 charge to the front in race number 2? Or will James Glenister, who's now on the other side of the coin, he's got the oldest tyres now. Let's see. Revs go up. Oh, yes, Ella Stevens finally gets it underway.
Good start there from Ella Stevens. Got the launch absolutely right, and now this is a great opportunity. Fresh tyres, fastest race pace in the field so far this weekend, and nobody in front of her at all into Stratford for the first time. Are they all going to make it through? There's Miles Murphy running a little bit wide. Now on the standard pink and white of Moore Racing, but really needs a good result here. Has a little look at the number 24 of Lewis into the chicane. But look at the lead that Ella Stevens has got now. This is where she can tear off at the front of the field and book herself a win. There needs to be as well. Needs to almost let the rest of them just fight over second place and get involved with one another. Scupper each other's plans a little bit, because she's going to have to fight through from probably around the 3rd or 4th row when it comes to the final with this result.
I have to say, I mean, you say this is where she can pull away. This is where she can show how quick that we all know that that package has been all weekend. But Ryan Green gets his Daniela Rossi kart back to pit lane. Now let's see if he has a cursory glance down at something or other that may or may not be loose. To be a cynic. Well, let's have a look. But Glenister on older tyres against Price, who didn't finish the opening heat, did he? I don't think.
No, Price was one of the karts out in that instance to Wilkins.
So there's the battle for second or third, 1.24 seconds behind Ella Stevens, who, you know, then there is another gap back to Ashley Lewis, and pretty in pink, Miles Murphy, Jake Weston, who had an engine failure. That could get expensive. He's now sixth. Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, Lee Ward. First time Lee Ward hasn't been up in the top 5. Then it's Charlie Turner, and then a good battle at the back there between Bryn Kinch and George Barker.
Ella Stevens very much into the management phase now. Won't want to take too much out of the tyres. Want to make sure that she can take advantage of this situation. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and to Nicole, I believe, has some information on Ryan Green.
Down in Parc Fermé then with Ryan's kart. Ryan's just retired from the race. Looks like he's got a water pipe issue. We'll go back into the comms box to speak about that. But yeah, not ideal for Ryan.
Not ideal at all.
But he stopped it early.
Before he blew the engine.
Yes. No, it looked like there was a pipe that was not attached or anything.
Bryn Kinch out of the race as well under our commentary box window, Henry. So, yeah, that's Knockit's Rush Performance, who seem to be having a few issues in this one. They had a great set of results in the first heats earlier on today.
But he's new to the championship, just starting out. Shows just how difficult this is. Ella Stevens, say how difficult it is, as Ella Stevens sets another new fastest lap and opens up her advantage over James Glennis at the 2.04 seconds. The rest of the field, or the majority of the rest of the field, are still very closely, pushed together. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th are all together. Then it's all the way back to George Barker, finished 7th in the first heat, and his lap time is getting so much better. So impressed with young George Barker. I hope that's his actual fan club on the live chat. If it's not, then you could say goodbye right now. Nicole has got more news from yonder pit lane.
Back in Parc Fermé then, next to the 42 Maranello. I've just caught up with the driver who said he has retired from this race because of driver fitness and he's just too tired to carry on. Back to you, Henry.
Wow. I mean, fair play, Bryn Kinch. We said, first time out of the championship, full day of racing yesterday. He's probably thinking, great move, pricey on the anchors. Luckily, he's got some extremely large guns to help haul that steering wheel round the corner. Again, we're now seeing the flip side of the coin with Glenister. Glenister, he can't retire the kart, but he has to just keep on trucking as high up as possible, but without using the rubber, because Miles Murphy, do you know what? Miles Murphy is driving better than ever. Now he's got the pink graphic kit on. Now the Team Intrigues graphic kit is no longer on the kart. That could be a problem. for his day job.
Moving swiftly on
yes,
from that one. The interesting thing, did you say that? We nearly put the cursors on Miles Murphy there. I'm sure James, is a very, very shrewd operator, and he'll have done. He's not really, in terms of the IC, he's not really in the same race as the drivers around. No. These are all the drivers that have problems in race one.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter really too much if he gets beaten by them, as long as he's ahead of the likes of Lee Ward and Ashley Lewis. He'll still have pole position for the final later on this afternoon. So there's actually quite a good opportunity here for Glenister to save the machinery a little bit.
Glenister can get passed by Glenister can be passed by Murphy, Lewis and Weston, who are the next 3 karts, and still safely be on pole position for the final. And it wouldn't just be pole position for the final, it would be maximum heat championship points.
It would be indeed. Got to remember that James Glenister missed Warden Law though, so he did start the weekend on 0 points. 2 minutes and 9 seconds of this one remaining. Jake Weston having another good run here. For me, I think Jake Weston was the driver I felt most sorry for in race one, because he'd driven a brilliant first half of the race. Fully deserved being there. He's led for a while, then got overtaken by James Glenister.
And then,
so great to see him back in amongst it here. Young driver, learning his craft at this level and having a good scrap here with Ashley Lewis for 5th place.
I think what happened, this is the technical term for what happened to his engine. Him engine be mash up. That was what happened. And in lots of small metallic pieces. Ending Jake Weston's heat 1. Now, always interesting. Look at the different ways that the Maranello of Glenister in kart number 37 and of Ashley Lewis, the different way the nose cones sit up more than the Moore Racing kart. So obviously you've got the Maranello bodywork, Moore Racing, they use the KR chassis. So again, it's different bodywork and a different way the bodywork is arranged on the kart. That is setup. That's a deliberate thing with the setup of all these karts, it has to be said.
And it's a point you make about we've taken Miles Murphy has had at least a bodywork change, maybe even be a bit of a chassis change as well, because they do keep multiple chassis all scrutineered, of course. Well, the KR chassis can be a bit on the knife edge sometimes. So
yeah,
I just wonder whether there is even just a new frame or a newer frame is actually giving Miles a bit of a performance boost here.
Well, judging by the way he performed earlier the weekend, the way he's performing in this race, he might have had a driver change as well. Are you sure that's not Luke Moore out there driving Miles's kart? I know it's Luke's birthday this week, but I mean, that would be interesting. But Miles is back to Miles again.
Yes.
Remember Miles back in the day, raced against the likes of Sean Babington, Rossi, who else have we got there? Michael Cox in junior TKM 4-stroke. You know, now we're talking back in the day. I raced senior TKM 4-stroke. They were good karts. They were. Second in the Welsh Championship 2006. Thought I'd mention it.
Time is up. We'll see the last lap board next time around. Ella Stevens has had a pretty routine drive here, and it just shows getting those starts right. So key in KZ2. Ella just needs to bring this one home. Meanwhile, battle for second place, Price, Glenister and Murphy. Glenister looking good for pole position in the final. Again, just needs to get it home cleanly for Price and Murphy. Now, there is something to be fought here between Price and Murphy, because there's 1 point separating these two drivers in the intermediate classification right now. This could be the difference between starting on the 3rd row of the grid for the final or the 4th row of the grid. Here's your race leader, Ella Stevens. Brilliant job here last week to win that E-plate. And now the clutch is fixed. Now it's a race victory. Ella Stevens takes the checkered flag with a brilliant performance. That's more like it. Josh Price will be P2. James Glenister 3rd will have pole position for the final. Miles Murphy back on song with a P4 there. Ashley Lewis also in the top 5 and will also be on the front row of the grid, the outside of the front row of the grid for the final.
There's Ella, whose victory celebration is the letter E. I can tell that. I can see that now.
That was a prediction, wasn't it? That was before Ella even got the E-plate.
Yes.
That was at Warden Law, that
or is it
taken.
because Ella is... No. Because you're quite right. Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. Josh Price, 2.61 seconds. That is something that she's been threatening to do all weekend. Yes. What a time to do it before the big final. Yes, she's got work to do in the final after failing to finish the first heat. However, yes, we're on the money in terms of how the car is handling and the speed of it. Price, Glenister, Murphy, Lewis, Weston, Turner, Morgan, Ward, Thomas, Barker, and first of 2 retirees, Bryn Kinch with fatigue, and Ryan Green with dim water.
Indeed, so we'll
see. No water in Welsh.
See KZ2 back out again at 4:35 for their final. So just over an hour for the drivers and teams to get ready for that one. That is the completion of all the heats. Just got the matter of the repechage for X30 Junior before we get on to those finals.
And that will be coming up very, very shortly.
There is Arjen Kraling. Quick pep talk with his mechanic. We'll be back in a short moment's time with the next race, the repechage for X30 Junior. Time here at Shenington for the 31st race of the weekend. It's going to be the repechage for Junior X30. Six places remain on the grid for the final. Here are the drivers who are going to be competing for them. Rashid Halal on pole position, alongside on the front row of the grid is Theo Lestrange. Arjen Kraling on the second row alongside Alexander de Benedictis. Evan Purcell and Jake Brook on row through. Ashley Harzer and Josh Parker on row number 4.
Zeff Nurnberger and Charlie Miles go from row number 5. Dylan Patel and the luckless Jacob Bashler go from row number 6. So 12 drivers, 6 transfer spots. Have I got that right, 12 drivers? Yes.
Yeah, we've got 12 drivers. There was a little bit of a delay for Rashid Halal in the Victorious Motorsport entry, but thankfully for Rashid, he has now got going again. Now the question is he going to have enough time to get back into the main group?
Andrew Mather, we are standing up here in the Shenington Clubhouse. Behind us, Chris Walker of kartpicks.net has just walked in to make himself and us a refreshing cup of tea.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
How many sugars do you take?
2 today.
2 sugars, please, Chris. Thank you very much. If not, just get Graham Smith to do it. He's got nothing else to do. Right, back to false start.
It's a falsy. It's a falsy.
Oh, okay. An international field in front of this one.
Yeah,
Bahrain, Qatar, Ireland, Germany, England, Northern Ireland, Jamaica, and 4 England represented. So, if you want an underdog to cheer for, why don't we cheer for Jacob Bashler, who must have walked under a ladder, run over a black cat or something like that, because if it could have gone wrong, it has gone wrong for Bashler this weekend. He's starting last. Well, Jacob, as Yaz said, the only way is up, baby.
There's Halal just getting back into position. So remember, it's 12 drivers, 6 spots on the grid for the last 3 rows in the final. Let's find out who's going to get them here today. Green light, away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Hilal has the lead. Kraling P2. There's all sorts going on in the second half of the field. On balance, I would expect Arjen Kraling to win this race, Henry. Even not if he does things like that.
Exactly.
Gets very close to Rashid Halal. It's going to be 3 wide off of Stratford. This actually could be a little bit of a banana skid for Arjen Kraling. He will not be used to a race like this. He's never been in a repechage in the British Championships before.
Exactly.
And he's going to have to be careful out there.
Yes, he's probably thinking, and my German's, why are you doing that? That's my Arnold Schwarzenegger. But that's my Arnold Schwarzenegger again. Arjen Kraling, he doesn't need to make moves like that. He doesn't need to risk that, because if that incident has not is a run bumper down, that could be curtains for Arjen Kraling. I don't think it has. It certainly doesn't look disattached. Well, if at first we don't succeed, let's just go in again the next lap and hope that Rashid Halal doesn't come across on him. Now, Rashid Halal, there's Zeff Nurnberger, the purple people eater, almost having a munch on another rear bumper. But, Rashid Halal, this is a great opportunity for Rashid Halal. Just sit, follow, pull away, because behind is all this chaos.
And there's an even more reason to do that now, because unfortunately Rashid Halal has got a 5-second penalty now.
Well,
it's 5 seconds. If you can get 5 seconds up the road from whoever finishes this race in 7th, he's okay.
I mean, at the moment, we're lucky to have 7 karts running at the end of it. The way that this lot are going at each other, hammer and tongs. The number 36 kart is out of the race. Theo Lestrange didn't even get to sing his song. Devastating for the Irishman. There's the purple people eater, Zeff Nurnberger.
Now it was all very close quarters in through Cafe Corner. I just wonder if a couple of rims have come together there and popped the rear tyre off the rim there. It's out of the race. It's Ashley Harzer. Ashley Harzer is out as well, so we're down to 10.
He was the other driver involved in the incident with Lestrange, and we saw him very slowly touring away from the incident. He has stopped just outside, just the right of that camera angle there. So yellow flags waving. Good work from the Orange Army here at Shenington.
and hopefully Ashley is. I mean, I did see Kart's hitting, so then maybe he's tweaked the wrist while holding on the steering wheel. It's been wrenched out of his. I don't know. Well, we hope he's okay. So the danger man at the moment is number 22, Charlie Myers.
And we've got exactly the same situation we had yesterday. It's Myers, Nürnberger and Bashler. They were all battling over those last 2 spots. The other key thing to remember as well, Hilal's 5-second penalty at the moment would drop the number 48 down to 9th place.
Well, it would drop, yes, it would. It would. It dropped into 9th place.
10th place.
Yes.
The gap is growing, so I don't know whether Myers, Nürnberger and Bachler will be aware that there's a driver up ahead with a 5-second penalty, but there's an element of they've got to work together so they keep themselves in range of being able to benefit from that penalty.
Yes, indeed. So at the moment it would be Crailing, Purcell, De Benedictis, Myers, Nürnberger and Bashler. What an irony it would be if Jacob Bashler finishes 6th on the road in yesterday's repechage and doesn't take the final transfer spot because of a penalty, and he finishes 7th on the road in today's repechage and does make the main event because of somebody else's penalty. Irony, spelt with a capital go-kart.
4 minutes to go in this one. I've got to say, Hilal and Purcell are doing a very, very good job here. I know that Arjen Crelling may be doing a bit of race management here, folks, but this is a top driver, not just in domestic karting, but European and world karting.
Yep.
Hilal and Purcell are staying with him right now and have got good pace. They're in the low to mid 43s in this race.
But we've seen it before. This is not the first time a world-class driver has been in a repechage this year, as Bashler makes the move on Charlie Myers, because Callum Bradshaw, Wharton Law, former CIKFA World Karting Champion, in a repechage. Because even the best occasionally have a bad day, and if you have even a semi-bad day here in the Wera Tours British Kart Championship, then you're in the repechage if your class has a repechage. But let's have a little look. Hilal would... now it's getting interesting. So Hilal would be 5.9 seconds behind the leader. He would be just behind Zef Nürnberger on the corrected scores. He would be in 7th position. Rashid Hilal, if these 4 karts battle and slow each other down, Rashid could still make the main event.
Rashid Hilal's best friend out there right now is Alexander De Benedictis, because Alexander De Benedictis, he's going to defend. He's in the likely situation. He's going to try and hold on to this 4th place. He doesn't want to drop into that perceived danger zone where Bachler and Myers are right now. He's just going to try and hold on to this spot. Last time around, 43.23 for Alexander De Benedictis.
I tell you what,
Italian descent. Bachler down the inside. De Benedictis has got through. There's a car that's also in the pit lane. We'll identify, I think it might be Josh Parker.
Yeah, from the back 63. Of the field, he is stomps away from his car. Now, Racing Pro, Miles on the live chat says, can you tell Evan? Miles says, go on. Hang on a second, let's go out the window here. Miles says, go on. There we go, done that for you.
90 seconds to go. Crailing, Purcell, they're looking good to go through. Rashid Hilal, it's all depending on where the 5-second penalty is going to place him side by side. This is where the action is, ladies and gentlemen. Going through Pitts Bend now. Bachler's breaking away, but it's then, you'd imagine, 2 from these 3 of Alexander De Benedictis, Charlie Myers and Zef Nürnberger. Bachler had a bit of a wide entry into Stratford there that nearly caught Alexander De Benedictis out. De Benedictis is holding on, mightily holding on. Here comes Zef Nürnberger, who's going to be alongside. Charlie Myers is on the outside. He's only just come back to the sport, but he's now in the danger spot. The gap is growing to Rashid Hilal as well. There's going to be 2 more laps. 40 seconds to go.
Very close. Let's have a look. Right.
About maybe a second and a half.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an almighty scrap. Well, look how much slow he's down. So, the as the purple people leader goes down to the Stratford, there's action on the track. Oh, they're all tripping over each other, but Nicole's got some more words.
Over in Parc Ferme, kart number 63 has retired from this repechage. That's the end of his weekend, and it looks like it's due to a back bumper issue.
Indeed. So out of the race is Parker, but this is one of those strange races that's got a bit of a time trial aspect. And good news for Halal. They got over the line with 2 seconds to go. That's going to be another lap of this race.
Yep.
That's more time if these three keep fighting with one another for Halal to get those 5 seconds. At the moment, he's got what? He's got 4.
So
he's got 4 of them. In fact, he might be there.
Yeah,
he's there. He has got
1.25, 6.25. Yes, he's 200ths of a second in front of Charlie Myers. He's 200ths of a second in front of the number 22 car on corrected time. What can Myers and Nürnberger do? They're going to get one more lap. And the key thing you're looking at there is Rashid Hilal. What has Rashid Hilal not got around him? Any other go-karts. He can just drive, whereas these will be defending and scrambling for their lives. I think...
Oh, Charlie Myers down the inside. How about that for an overtake on the last lap of this repechage? Dylan Patel's going to come back into this battle. Jake Brook is potentially also. Alexander de Benedictis has a little look down the inside. They all do not want to be in that 5th, 6th region going into Wilkins. They all want to just hold on the road there. Myers holds ahead of Nürnberger. The gap for Halal is surely going to be more than 5 seconds now. It's going to negate the penalty. Who of these drivers is going to be on the back row of the grid for the final? Krayling's there, Purcell's there, Hilal's there. Start the timer for 5 seconds. It's going to expire. Backler gets through, and it's de Benedictis and Nürnberger who qualify for the final. Nürnberger by 0.2 of a second.
Yes, Zef Nürnberger, 6th on the road. Well, Hilal, look at that. So add 5 seconds to Hilal's time, so plus 6.2 seconds. That would actually put him 4th. So De Benedictis and Nürnberger for the second day running. Myers misses out on a place in the main event by 1 place. Karting can be cruel.
But if one of either De Benedictis and Nürnberger have any problems,
any post-race issues to get through,
Myers will be back in.
Yes. Now, finally, we just saw a glimpse of him there. Finally, a reason to smile for number 69, Jacob Bashler, the MCL Motorsport team. Oh, wow.
Good effort there from Jacob to get back into that. Well, what a pulsating repechage that was for the X30 Juniors. Their final will, of course, be the last race of the day. They've got a bit of time to get themselves ready for that final, which will be due out at 5:25. That is the last time. We'll say 8 minutes plus 1 lap this weekend, because that is all the heats, all the repechages done into the business of the finals. Next, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Over on the grid then with Alfie Davison starting second. Alfie, a win yesterday. How's that helped you today?
It's boosted confidence with the championship, so I think we'll have a good chance, but we'll have to see when we go out.
And you've put your helmet on, so you've covered up your haircut. I was talking to you about that earlier. Anything you'd like to say about that? Does it make you faster?
It makes me faster because everyone in the team, Jarlath, Sayer, Marcus out of the team, everyone, Ollie, calls me Skin No Fade, which is because my haircut has got no skin, but it's got skin, but it's got no fade. So
you've got Skin No Fade, but you've got some good shades that you wear around the paddock as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alfie. Good luck. We'll head down the grid then, because I really want to speak to Oscar Kenny. So Oscar qualified on pole for the heats, but didn't get away for one of the races. Where has he gone? Over here. Oscar, the E-plate. Oscar, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Feeling confident.
And do you think you can come back after a bit of bad luck earlier on in the heats?
Yeah, I think we come back.
Great. We'll let you get on, Oscar, and best of luck to you. We'll head off the grid then, as they head off and back up into the comms box.
Here we go then for the second time this weekend. It's the IAME Waterswift Restricted Final. Daniel Ferguson on the front row of the grid alongside the driver who's won every single one of these finals in 2024. Championship leader, potentially championship elect at the end of this race, Alfie Davidson. Chester Fawkes, second yesterday, starts on the second row of the grid for this one and is joined by James Roots. On the third row of the grid, Harry Chapman for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Oscar Kenny won here 1 week ago in the E-Plate. Can he do it again there from 6th place on the grid? Ethan Robertson and Mason Hibbert go from row number 4. Henry Algar and Philip Patero start on row number 5. It's an 11-kart field completed by Wales's William Bennett. So, the scenario, Davidson wins this race. He puts himself in a position of where he's not officially champion, but effectively just has to turn up to Three Sisters for the final doubleheader of the year, get points for being classified last in the class, doesn't need to win it, doesn't need to finish 5th, not a top 10, literally turn up, get some championship points on the board, get the 20 bonus points for being an attendee at every single event, and he'll be champion. So what it means with this one, if he wins it, he effectively, bar the singing and dancing, becomes champion. But lots can happen across the course of the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Here we go then for the final here at Shenington. Good start for Daniel Ferguson. Good start for Chester Fawkes as well. They've both got ahead of Alfie Davidson and they know that's what they need to do. That's what they need to achieve across the course of this final to give themselves a glimmer of a hope. But this is Alfie Davidson back down the inside, takes second place. There's a yellow flag out at Stratford. I think we've had one kart. I think it's one of the Evolve Motorsport entries. He's had a problem through Stratford on that first lap. May well be Henry Algar. We'll check through in a moment. No, I think it's James Roots. It's the other one. It's the other Evolve. So that's a real shame for James Roots. Started on the second row of the grid, but has had a problem there. I think there's also been an issue for Philippe Patero on that first lap as well. Was slow and delayed through sector number 2. Here goes Davidson down the inside. He wants to make it 6 wins from 6 in IAME Waterswift Restricted in 2024, and he can do it with moves like that. Down the inside of Daniel Ferguson, takes the lead at the start of lap number 2. Through Stratford then. Change for 6th place. Mason Hibbert has got ahead of Harry Chapman. There's a notification from Race Control that we can see on our screens in the commentary box. Under investigation, Oscar Kenny, currently 4th in this race at the back of this group here. That's just an investigation. Nothing more at this stage. As here, down the inside, Ferguson being followed through by Chester Fawkes. Alfie Davidson doesn't fight that one too hard. And this is what Henry was talking about earlier. Of course, Alfie Davidson would love to win this race, but if he can get another big haul of points, it moves him closer and may well still be into that position of that scenario of just turn up to Three Sisters, get some points, get that 13th score that all the drivers need to get a full complement of championship scores in this series, and he'll be champion. To the end of today, they'll only have 12. That's why he's got to keep going on to Three Sisters. It's the best 13 scores from a full season of 16 scores that count towards your final championship tally, and there's an extra 20 bonus points for being an attendee at every single round. Oh, it's off. There's a wheel off there.
The wagon. That's the number 99.
William Bennett has lost his rear left wheel. That will have been a scary one.
Yep, his hands in the air, saying, "Oh, what do I do?" And the man's like, "Get out of the cart." That's the starters. It's that's something that no driver ever wants to have happen to them. There's probably a very stressed mechanic who's thinking, I knew there was something I forgot to do. Oops. What you were saying about Alfie Davidson, well, why wouldn't anyone not want to go to Wigan and Three Sisters? I mean, I go there for my holiday every year. That go-kart is quite close to the edge of the racing surface. And as we've seen, karts are making passes in there. As I say that, one of the Orange Army is straight on Det Ponder case and is removing said go-kart from the side of the circuit. But yeah, I mean, I go to Wigan once a month at least just to say I am. Yeah, you know.
Beautiful part of the country. I have to say that, because Well, not from Wigan, from Preston.
Oh, okay. Lancashire.
Where all my flaws
neck
come
of the
from.
woods. I'm now looking at a mechanic wearing a Birrell shirt, walking rather frustratedly, angrily, even one might say, away from the spectator grandstand with a wheel gun in his hand. Anyway, main thing is, young Mr. Bennett is A-OK. As we watch the top 4 head down hanger straight into hanger corner. Davidson has been, obviously, he's been watching TikToks of Finley lines because he's been looking about doing the inside lines into Wilkins. The last couple of he's made one move, and again, let's talk about Chester Forks. Very mature drive there, but the man who is going to be hungry like the wolf, great punk version of that song by Real Big Fish, is Oscar Kenny in 4th place. There's Davidson, and you know what? Ferguson made that oh so easy. Why did he make it oh so easy, you might say? It's 7.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
And this is the thing with the championship picture, with the lead that Alfie Davidson has got. If you're Daniel Ferguson and you are going to overhaul it, you need a perfect run. There's no point having a battle, 7.5 minutes to go, ending up the bank and going, oh well, that's 9th, 10th place today. That's no good to him right now. He needs to keep himself part of the picture.
Yeah, because Mason Hibbert and Ethan Robinson are, not too far behind, 2.2 seconds off the back of this group, and that gap can close very, very quickly if the lead quartet decides to battle and slow each other down. Ferguson up the inside of Forks for. No, there's got to be 4 forks. There's got to be a forks handle, fork handles, fork handles. No, yeah, handles, folks. Well, folks has got a good handle on proceedings at the moment. We've just lost 90% of our audience who don't know who the 2 Ronnies are. And shame on you as well, 90% of the audience, for not knowing one of the greatest comedy sketches of all time. Apparently, Ronnie Corbett and Ronnie Barker wrote that after listening to a Henry Beaudette and Anthony Jordan commentary.
That's understandable.
Understandable, yes.
6 minutes in this one to go. Daniel Ferguson, new fastest lap of the race, 49.48. Can he make the move, though? This is one of those that's just going to stay together for the next 4 or 5 minutes and then really get into its stride in the latter part of this race. Chester Forks has this run of having been on every single podium so far this year in IAME Waterswift. He hasn't had a race victory, such as been the form of Alfie Davidson. He's been hogging the limelight in a way, taking every single first place trophy so far this year. But again, as a whole picture, Chester Forks has impressed before this weekend.
Yes,
to be absolutely clear.
Yes, he won his very first race in the Vera Tour back in a Bambino, Glenagorse a couple of years ago, as a novice. But yeah, it's incredible.
But I think as a whole picture, this has been the most complete weekend for Chester Forks. From free practice, time qualifying, first heat of the weekend, he's been there every single race. He's just fallen down to 4th place now. Oscar Kenny's made that move down the inside, but thoroughly impressed again with the privateer effort there, running with 38.
Absolutely. What does the R mean on the live timing? That means they're a series rookie. They are a series rookie. It's their first full season of the championship. And okay. The R in the brackets, it's Waterswift, it's restricted. Yes, thank you, Nigel Barber. I was getting.
But you are correct.
I was correct, yes.
Yeah, about the R's
there is an R next to on the entry list that signifies rookie. This is Waterswift restricted. Okay. This is like the micro division, slightly, and then the non-restricted non-restricted. I've gone all Jonathan Moss again.
It's the full cream version.
It's the inter class. So you've got micro, inter, and this is the definitions across wider karting. You have micro, inter, junior, senior. Rotax have Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max. IAME have Waterswift restricted, Waterswift, Junior X30, Senior X30. There.
Hey.
There'll be a test later in the day.
End of lap number 10 then. Alfie Davidson, new fastest lap of the race, 49.41, and important, difficult situation in terms of the championship. A bit of a tricky spot now for Daniel Ferguson because he needs helpers. He needs people to take the title picture onto Three Sisters, to hold on to that chance. He needs more drivers up with himself and Alfie Davidson to hopefully firstly get the move done on Alfie Davidson and then hope that Davidson falls further down the road. Right now, second would be, I reckon, good enough for Alfie Davidson to become champion-elect.
And of course, Daniel Ferguson knows this. He knows that, unless, lightning strike, a plague of locusts, some kind of force majeure, Alfie Davidson will be this year's Waterswift restricted champion. However, as a driver, all you can do, just take it as far as you can. Make Davidson race it out. Like you said, make him like, not just turn up at Wigan,
be competitive,
but make him go out on the track. And then that's the way you think it. Take it race by race by race. Eventually, the inevitable will occur. But of course, the inevitable will occur a lot earlier if you just throw your hands up and go, do you know what? Yeah, you've won this year. I'm just going to settle for second. Even though second is probably the outcome that faces Daniel Ferguson in the championship, never settle for second.
Into Wilkins again.
Another interesting thing, there's another poll up.
Is Other out there again?
No, he's not. So he has got a younger brother. There's only two others.
Oh, okay.
So, it's Davidson, Ferguson, Kenny or Fawkes are the four options for victory. So, yeah, there is no a younger other from another brother-mother. No, there's not. There's only two others. Neither of them are in Waterswift restricted.
Good. That clarifies it for everybody.
Yes.
Biggest move in this race, Oscar Kenny, up 3 spots. Just missed out on a podium yesterday. Would love to put that record straight.
Yes.
Follow up his win here 1 week ago. At the moment, he's doing the job. A quick check over the shoulder to see how is Chester Fawkes getting on. Oh, Ferguson had a little look there to the inside, but Davidson, it's an interesting way of how this circuit drives between a TQ and a race. If you've got your eyes in, if you've got your best spectacles on, next time they go through that part of the circuit, through hanging, there's like a seam down the middle of the circuit that in time qualifying the drivers are right over to the left-hand side, sweeping in as now Davidson starts to defend. They'll all be hooking to the inside. They very rarely stray over that line when in race trim. They keep the corner entry tight as Oscar Kenny's down the inside of Daniel Ferguson for second place there. Ferguson left enough room and holds on to the position. Got a really good run out of the Bruno chicane there. There again, see that seam down the middle of the road. Ferguson's found a way down the inside, has got the move done. Forceful one, takes the lead, 2 laps to go. Davidson trying again, and there's rubbing, there's a bit of tyre smoke there, and round the outside goes Oscar Kenny. Oscar Kenny takes the lead of the race. Second now for Chester Fawkes. Could this be the opportunity for Kenny to break this run, get on the podium? Could he do it with a win? Fawkes hasn't had a win yet this year. Davidson now off the podium completely.
But of course, Daniel Ferguson, he was aggressive, but yes, he should have been aggressive because he'll think, well, Alfie, you know what's at stake here, so you could finish second and I can have the win and it won't matter to you, you're still going to be a champion. But of course what Daniel Ferguson hadn't planned on was Oscar Kenny and Chester Fawkes nipping through into P1 and P2. Because here comes Chester Fawkes, wheel to wheel. Oh, Kenny and Fawkes, Ferguson is through. It's happened again. It's happened again for Oscar Kenny. He was a lap away. The podium might still have to wait. And Davidson now comes back into play. Fawkes and Ferguson wheel to wheel. I wouldn't be surprised if Alfie Davidson wins this one eventually anyway.
Davidson goes through into second place. He's ahead of his nearest rival in the championship. This might be it. This might be the moment where Fusion Motorsports celebrate. Yes, they'll still have to go to Three Sisters and do the formalities, but not this time, because is Ferguson going to try and go down the inside? Yes, he is. Daniel Ferguson. It's going to be another one of those classic Shenington drag races to the line. Can Ferguson take his first win of the year? Yes, he can. And look how close it was on the line. Ferguson wins by 0.07 ahead of Davidson. 100th clear of Chester Forks. The top three is covered by less than a tenth of a second. Oscar Kenny misses out again. He was 0.13 seconds off the leader and finishes in fourth.
A tenth of a second behind the leader, and you're not even on the podium when you led going into the final lap. You cannot help, as you're looking now, Alfie Davidson chatting with a forlorn-looking Oscar Kenny. Oh, he just Ethan Robb behind the top four. Despite all that, they were still 6.5 seconds clear of Ethan Robinson in 5th and Mason Hibbert in 7th. Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, a somewhat subdued performance from James Roots in 9th, followed by Philip Patiro and William Bennett. Yes, Andrew?
I'm going to give a shout out to Ethan Robinson for that 5th place. It's a shame we didn't be able to get to see much of it, the Robinson clan at home, but forgive us, that was a mighty battle in the top four. That is Ethan's best final result of the season, and by quite some margin. He'd had a couple of 8th places, but that is a really, really good run for Ethan Robinson. Full credit for a best result of the season so far.
I tell you who is also happy. There's Alessandro on the live chat. Will be very happy to see Daniel Ferguson. Oh, that's the first final out of the way.
It is,
yes.
and to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, that kind of results does put us in that scenario where to be fully, mathematically, all the rest of it, champion, Alfie Davidson still needs to turn up to Three Sisters, pick up some points, which will be a bit of a formality. And so he is, I think we're calling it, he's a champion-elect. He's not quite had his inauguration yet.
No, exactly. Well, let's have a game, shall we? That is one final down. We've got 4 to go.
Yep.
How many of the next 4 finals will be decided by less than 1 second? Put a poll up there. Put a poll up on that one. Nicole Sutherland is about to chat to a relieved, a happy, and ecstatic, and exhausted, any of the above, Daniel Ferguson.
Daniel Ferguson, then race winner. Daniel, so much last lap action there. Can you tell us about it?
Well, firstly, I thought I had lost the race totally, 4th, going into the last lap, but then I see them crash and I'm like, come on. At the start, I thought I was going to crash myself, but I rode the curb like 3 wheels on the grass, and I just defended and won.
Congratulations, absolutely amazing drive. And who have you got to thank for that one? I saw some happy parents, happy mechanics.
Yeah, my parents, Ben, Danny, everybody who helped me, my brother, and especially Ram.
And then the next round then, we're going up to Three Sisters. How are you feeling about going into the next round against your competitors?
I'm feeling like if I can beat Alfie twice, I feel I'll be very, very close to possibly the championship. Just have to drive harder than the last one and I'll be there.
Congratulations, Daniel. We'll head up to some highlights of that action-packed race and then I'll see you on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole. What a great little interview there. Yeah, exhilarated, thrilled, exhausted, relieved, all of the above. Here are the highlights of a race that has already been nominated on the live chat for the Race of the Week awards. Ferguson got away early at the start. Davidson pounced, and Chester Forks, I think we'll see probably go through at some point as well. There was a move there. That was a scary moment for William Bennett, out of the race with her left rear wheel parting company, but he was okay. Then the holding pattern
It took a little while for Fawkes and for Kenny to close in. Once they did, however, Ferguson was the first person to make a move, quite aggressive. There is, over the curbs goes Davidson, the fist in the air. There's a lot more highlights than that, but we've only got a few minutes to show you the key moments. You'll be able to watch this back on the live broadcast on the Karting UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live channel. And you'll also be able to see, you might even be able to see that race in full again when Alpha Live do their race of the week. However, it's a very, very busy week of racing across all the Alpha Live broadcasts this week. Nicole Sutherland may have a driver not quite as ecstatic as Daniel Ferguson next.
Back on the grid then with Austin Newstead. Austin, thoughts on your weekend so far?
It's been really good this round. Obviously a second in that last heat, maybe, and 7th in the first. That it'd sign third for the final. Hopefully I can get first.
And we've seen in this championship so far, you've had a little bit of bad luck, but you've always had some really, really good pace. How have you bounced back from that?
Yeah, obviously it's not just about the one round, it's about the points. So if you get one bad round, it's not as bad because it's a whole championship. You just need to get overall as high up as possible.
Have you got any tactics then going into this race?
No, really, hopefully just get away and can win.
Good luck then, Austin. We'll keep heading down the grid because we've got a little bit more time until we head off for this final. Trying not to get the back of my ankles trod on by the carts going down. We'll talk to Austin Gibson. Austin, we saw yesterday you had the onboard camera on you. You had some good results, good pace. How are you feeling about this second day of racing?
Yeah, it's been a lot more difficult this weekend today, and struggled a bit in quali. Excited for the race to start and just hope for the best right now.
What's that struggle been caused by? Is it kart setup? Is it you?
We just messed up with track's position in quali and, well, yeah.
Do you think then, because it's a bit of a tight corner, a tight track where people sit on the white line a lot and defend a lot, does that make qualifying a lot more crucial in a weekend?
Yeah, it is, but also rolling a lot, it can slow people down because, yeah, I mean, it's a really tight track, so it's good to do some moves there, and it's fun and enjoyable.
Thanks, Austin. We'll head over and speak to Sukhmani Kira, who's also over here. She started 9th, the race her Alpine driver. Sukhmani, last time I saw you, you were giving us some really good answers to the Olympic quiz. How are you so good at knowing Olympic sports?
I've watched it for a few years now. I really enjoy watching it, so yeah.
We've also caught up earlier on with Abby Pullins here to show some support. She's also on the Alpine Academy. Alice is here helping you. What's Alice and Abby said to you before this final?
Just to keep my head down and try to get to the front as soon as possible. Because unfortunately I got a penalty in that one, so starting P9, so hopefully we can get to the front.
Good luck, Sukhmani. Hopefully I'll see you at the front. We'll head up to a quick word from one of our championship sponsors, and then the Waterswift will be underway.
Back here at Shenington, Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette in the commentary box for you, getting ready for the IAME Waterswift final, which promises to be, it's going to be a great one. This is tight, it's close in the championship. We've got probably any one of 15 drivers who could get on the podium in this one. it's going to be a very, very tense 12 minutes.
Yes, indeed. A lot will depend on how the lead group behave, or specifically the drivers in second and third behave in the opening laps or two. You could end up with a runaway winner. You could end up with 15 karts all climbing over each other. That's the nature of this circuit at Shenington. It does lend itself to slipstreaming a lot, but you do lose an awful lot of time if you're battling compared to if you're running on your own. You can see the mechanics at the bottom of our screen there. The mechanics wandering off to the behind this. The drivers are now alone on the dummy grid. Motorsport Magpie making a very good point that beating Fusion in Waterswift as a privateer, muchos impresivinos, if that's a word. Not sure it is. Don't care really, because very shortly we're going to give you the starting lineup for another candidate potentially for Alpha Live's Race of the Week.
Let's take you through the grid. There could be drama already. Jarlath Sayer and Finley Lines are due to be on the front row, but Lines has stopped rolling out of the pre-grid. Austin Newstead and Blair Smith due to go from row 2. Will Green and Austin Gibson on row 3. George Clark and Harley Musk, they're on row 4.
As you watch Finley Line try to coax that kart into life, Sukmani Kira is next, then Luca Holmes Balak, Teddy J. Porter and Christian Colby. That's the top 6 rows. Harry Williams, George House, Henry Clark and Colby Patterson round out your top 8 rows on the grid. Max Mason, Ian Carey, Freddie Wood and Charlie Clough are next, followed by Sophie Campbell, Mason Brooks, Callum Graham and Ian Nayar. Okay, Grayson Wortley, Luca Naraway, Joseph Davis and Johnson Stewart are next, followed by Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, and they're going to go around again.
Right, so
Finley Lines, Stuart Lines, Dickie Lines, Mike Spencer, and the rest of the senior, the rest of the Synergy Racing team breathe a sigh of release. And I noticed the rest of the mechanics on the garage stand saying, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up!" Oh, Grace Smith gives me cake. Thank you very much.
So we'll go around a formation lap again. This is one of those strange points of a race meeting where the formation lap, a lap that's not even part of the race, could be one of the most important laps of the race.
They're all trying to hurry up to stop Finley Lines getting back into his starting slot. And let's have a look. Right. No, okay. Finley Lines is still
only at the Bruno chicane.
Only at the Bruno chicane. Now, Tom Moore's son, Luke Moore, it's his birthday on Tuesday, and Graham Smith has just given me a slice of cake. Oh, cake commentary, cake commentary, cake commentary. Oh, I know.
Into the tram lines, 12 minutes plus 1 lap are not underway by the looks of it on our screens.
Oh,
no, I think we have gone green. We have gone green. The ticker has started. There was a bit of confusion at our end. So the race has begun fairly clean and composed at the front of the order. Finley Lines has now started. He's got his hand up going, what's happened here? I thought they were going to wait. No, that's not going to happen, Finley, when you're a championship contender.
Yeah, no, the rest of the contenders will quite... And again, it's not against the rules.
It's professional sports
It's a professional sport, this is. It's a professional play. And when you're the only synergy driver, well, apart from Luke Holmes Balak, against a whole crew of Fusion, ORM drivers, Jamie Green Racing, BMR and the rest of it. Now, the question is, they'll complete lap number 1 now. Will track Finley Lines' progress? Because I've got a feeling he is about to put on a clinic. He is going to be angry. He's going to be all sorts of other words that we're not allowed to use on the live broadcast. There he goes.
So he's about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds off the back of the main pack.
7.92 seconds behind the race leader in 31st place. Remember that statistic. In fact, somebody in the live chat put it down. 31st place, 7.92 seconds off the leader. I'm eating and commentating. Who says I can't multitask? It's very nice, though.
10.5 minutes, end of lap number 2. Austin Newstead has the lead of this race. Jarlath Sayer P2. As things stand, Jarlath Sayer would not have the championship lead. It'd be 1 point the difference because Will Green. It's Sunday. It's a final. What happens in IAME Waterswift? Will Green turns up from wherever he starts on the grid and leads down into Stratford Corner, out of Stratford Corner. Where has this come from? Will Green, we saw it at PF, we saw it at Wilton Mill, out of the races, Luca Narraway. Bless Smith has taken the lead. Bless Smith off of Stratford and towards the Bruno chicane has got his ORM machine up to first position, but Will Green, he's been nowhere by his lofty standards all weekend. He's been 5th, 6th, 7th, down in the teens at some point, but this is why he's a championship contender. He has this knack. He flew through the order at PF International to take the win in round 2 on a Sunday. Started a bit higher up the grid when we were at Wilton Mill for round 4, won on a Sunday. Is he going to continue this streak here in round 6? Or is it going to be one of these other drivers who are going to stop this streak of Jamie Green Racing and the number 2 machine? Down the inside, it's the lines move. It's the Findlay lines move. But this time from Will Green in a final. Thumbs up there to Blair Smith. It got very close indeed through the Bruno chicane. But Will Green leads again, but he's got everybody. He's got half of Oxfordshire on his rear bumper now. End of lap 4. It's a train from first down to keep going, keep going, keep going. 14th of the top 14 are covered by 2 seconds.
Well, we said this is either going to be a breakaway victory or a lead group of 15. We were wrong, but only because Findlay Lines at the back. Otherwise, it would be 15. And still they changed. Now, I know that Blair Smith's grandparents were watching, and they were watching from up in... Is it Stonehouse? Stonehaven?
Yes.
They're from, they're up in Scotland. That's a very smart... That number 46 car, very smart indeed. With the... who's that on... Oh, I couldn't quite see the number on the cart. Now, Findlay Lines update. Findlay Lines is now 29th, 7.3 seconds. So he's gained 0.6 of a second on the leader, whoever the leader is at the time, and he has already passed a couple of people. He's now caught the rest of the field. He has to now, I mean, we're not going to be able to see much of it because understandably we are going to try and focus on the leaders as much as anything else. There is Findlay Lines. Okay, green, the bright green crash helmet.
But
this is great for Findlay Lines. This is absolutely superb for Findlay Lines. Look at them. None of them want to give an inch. They are tripping over one another. And I've got to say, in 7.5 minutes' time, if any of these drivers on our screen now are looking at Findlay Lines' go-kart, they will kick themselves.
They will indeed. But right now, Will Green continues to lead this race. Look at this. This is not the first lap if you've just tuned in.
Nope.
This is lap 6, and it's going to go on like this for the remaining 7 minutes. Warning from race control to Will Green. Okay, that's a little bit of a wag of the finger from race control. Nothing more than that. It's not a time penalty. It's not an under investigation, but that will be on the mind of Will Green now. Second in this championship last year. He wants to go one further. He has, if the result was to stay this way, his lead would be 8 points. 7.21 versus 7.13 for Jarlath Sayer heading towards Three Sisters. There has been a 5-second penalty to a couple of drivers. The number 66 of Teddy Porter is one of them. The number 96 is as well. That's Ian Carey, the Irish privateer, is currently in 19th place. Lines update. Still in 29th. He's just trying to get onto the base.
But the gap
is coming down.
6.4 seconds. So Findlay Lines has been in clean air now for 1 lap, and he's put a full second on the rest of the field. Okay, he's now caught the field. How many can he get through? He's going to start... Wow, let's have a little look. Now, Sukmani Kira, she has the Sikh symbol, the Kanda, on that... number 9 cart. Now, according to this, that is the Sikh flag. Charity, sword and victory. It means charity, the brotherhood of man, and the sword of righteousness should always prevail. Well, speaking of righteousness, this is an absolutely righteous go-kart race, ladies and gentlemen.
5.5 minutes to go. Good move there by Austin Gibson. Got down the inside of his teammate Jarlath Sayer and is up to third. Gibson has properly arrived this weekend in IAME Waterswift. He's had a quiet season so far, stepping up as the champion of IAME Waterswift Restricted in 2023, but is looking potentially at a podium here. But here comes his teammate Sayer down the inside. He needs every position. Every point counts for him right now because his title rival Will Green is getting away at the front of the field. Austin Newstead is playing this spot on tactically when he's there in second place. There's very little point of going for the move at this stage. It will just bring Sayer, Holmes, Ballack, Gibson, Smith, Porter, Kira, Clark, House, all of them back in. It's half a second at the moment, but if he could just eke it out a little bit more so that Jarlath Sayer no longer has a slipstream, it could be a key move in this race.
A 5-second penalty for Callum Graham. I was just saying, I'm trying to recall pretty much the only time we mentioned Will Green on commentary the last day and a half was when he ran off the track at the start of the second heat race today. The rest of the time he'd be nowhere, and suddenly he is there all the way through. It's what makes champions champions. Jarlath Sayer will be second in the point standings, third. But now the party is over for Finley Lines, because the leaders finally, probably under instructions from the mechanics in the grandstand, saying, what are you all doing? Just drive straight. Now Finley Lines isn't gaining as much ground on the lead pack. He is still obviously gaining. He's up to 26th, 25th position, but he's back to 7.8 seconds behind the leaders. So he gained nearly 2 seconds on the race leader, as the number 80 Kart just off underneath our commentary position. That's Sheikh Ahmed Bin Khalifa. But of course, now that these drivers are all lapping as quickly as they can, not slowing each other down, and now that Finley has to try and overtake Kart's almost every corner, he isn't gaining ground on the lead. He is gaining places in the race though, because Finley, third in the point standings. This would drop him. I know that on drop scores it's a lot closer, but
you'd rather have the points in your back pocket going in towards the last meeting.
Luca Holmes Ballack. Irony. Luca Holmes Ballack, new to the IAME, the Waterswift class this weekend. Finley Lines' only teammate for Synergy Racing, brought in to help Finley, sets the fastest lap of the race. So that's even more annoying because, yes, finally, after being the lone gunner, so for Synergy in this class all season, Finley Lines finally gets a teammate in the one race, and he's out the back through no fault of his own because his kart wouldn't fire.
It's real shame. Sophie Campbell was having a bit of a problem there, the driver from Northern Ireland. Hello to everyone at Nuts Corner, by the way. They sent a message to the DMs during the last IAME round. Apologies, guys, I missed it. So it's a little bit late, but hello to all of you watching from that part of the world. Lovely, 2 minutes to go. Will Green and Austin Newstead still in control of this one. For Newstead, this would be a big result. He hasn't been on the podium in one of these finals, in the Vera Tools British Kart Championship, since PF International. I mean, it isn't a long time ago, but it feels like a long time since we've seen the best of Austin Newstead. And how good would it be for him to take a victory as well?
And I have to say that through the madness of the opening 6 laps of the race, it came down to Austin Newstead was the person that is responsible for the race now forming this pattern. Because when he got into second, and he made a concerted effort not to take the lead.
Yeah.
And Will Green getting the warning flag. Will Green realised, okay, yes, I can't keep defending. Oh, I finally got somebody that's not trying to dive at the inside of me every corner. And Austin Newstead went, let's go. And the pack has spread out accordingly. Jarlath Sayer, Austin Gibson and Blair Smith, second, third, fourth and fifth. Oliver Rowland Motorsport Carter Smith. This pack are still having a good old go. That is for about 9th, 10th and 11th. Shukmani Kira is 7th, Teddy J. Porter 8th, Harry Williams 9th, and Max Mason 10th. I think Max Mason is the front of the huge big gaggle that are still tearing strips off each other. This gaggle. Yes, that gaggle there. Finley Lines update. 23rd, progress is slowing.
Yeah. And the other problem he's got, we were saying earlier, the depth of this field, not just a domestic level but a European level, is so strong right now. You think of all those drivers that we had in IAME Waterswift last year, the ones who've stepped up, the ones who've stayed as well. The maths kind of proves the point here. This is going to be the hardest title, I think, to win in the IAME categories all season, because it's still, as all, Newstead looking down the inside has taken the lead. So Newstead, and it's going to be final lap this time around, has thought now is the time to go. Will Green down to second place, but still holds the championship lead. Sugman Edward now trying to fight back through Cafe Corner. Here comes Will Green. Is this going to be an opportunity for Sayer, Gibson and Smith to have another go at the race victory? Newstead defends into Stratford, needs to get his exit right off of the corner, and he's just about done it, but that's a great exit from Will Green. Will Green's going to have the advantage into the next corner. It's a right-hander, then a left. He takes the lead again, but back comes Sayer, Gibson, Smith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all going to go into Wilkins' corner on the last lap here at Shenington. Which one of them's going to take it? Green's going to get on those brakes more hard through the corner. It's Sunday. It's Green's day. For the third time this season, Will Green wins in IAME Waterswift and will go to the last meeting of the year, championship leader by 8 points. That is why you never, ever write off this young man, because on a weekend that was not a good one by his standards, he has emerged victorious once again in the number 2 for Jamie Green Racing. Austin Newstead is on the podium for the first time since PF International. Jarlath Sayer will head to Three Sisters, breathing down the neck of your championship leader. What a race, what a finish, what a drive from Will Green.
Do you know what his performance here and the season so far tells me about that young man on your screen? That he can handle pressure.
He can.
And everybody else will think, do you know what? We might be able to gain some ground, but hang on a sec. Come the last race of the season, come the Sunday final, the potential championship decider at Three Sisters, oh dear, Will Green's going to be on top form. That's a psychological advantage as well. Austin Newstead, he impresses me so much with the way that he reads a race, the way that he does this without any teammates, without any help. He took the race by the scruff of that neck, by the scruff of its neck, and pushed away. Even when he was under pressure on the last lap, he was able to hold off Sayer, Gibson, and Smith. And yet, you go back, ladies and gentlemen, to look at. There was a camera shot that that Fraser down on the pit lane got of Austin Newstead before this race, and you're just looking in his eyes and you're just focusing. And like I say, joke about the smiling assassin and the great white shark, but you look at those eyes, you look at how he drives. Wow. Nicole Sutherland is with very, very happy Will Green now.
Our mini class, they're so young, but they are truly seasoned like professionals. Will, firstly, congratulations. How does that win feel for you?
Yeah, it was a tough race and I'm really glad with that win. I've got a bit more of a bigger championship lead, so it's been a good race and I'm very happy with it.
And Austin Newstead, you know, he gave you a bit of a run, almost had you on the later stages of that race. Were you panicking at all when you could see him?
Yeah, I was a bit stressed when he went back in at the last corner, but I just knew that I was not sure if it was going to be the last lap because the time ran out as we went across the line, so I just made sure that I kept relaxed and just focused on my own race.
And I spoke to you earlier on in the weekend. You've been doing about a bit out in Europe. Do you think that European racing and coming back here, you've learned a lot that you've used this weekend?
Yeah, it's been a tough few weekends. I've been all around the world, to be honest. I've had a few weekends in Italy and back here. I think the racing everywhere is really tight and it's really good.
Have you got anybody you'd like to thank this weekend, Will?
I'd like to thank Kart Republic, Aventus Power, JGR and my mechanic James.
Congratulations. We'll throw up to see some best bits of that race and of Will's win.
Thank you very much, Nicole. This is going to be another one of those
best bits.
Best bits.
Where do we start?
We're going to replay the whole race again, and even before the race.
Well, the drama started as the karts left the demi-grid. You will not see Fiddy Lines in this shot. That's because he is about a quarter of a lap behind everybody else. What happened at the start? Well, everything happened at the start. How many leaders did we have? We lost track. How many lead changes did we have? We lost track. And it wasn't until lap 7 that things finally calmed down. But you know what impressed me, Andrew? You're looking at all this battling. How many karts did not finish that race due to contact? Due to incidents, rather? Two.
2 out of 32.
Well, Andy Stewart didn't start.
Oh, of course, yes, because she's an interlude.
And Luca Narroway, I didn't see Luca Narroway pit with I saw him pit maybe mechanical failure. But all this battling, all this, I mean, somebody got, all this squabbling, and okay, we don't know how many nose cone penalties are going to be, but there were no incidents, accidents, karts flying off the circuit, drivers having to retire from the race. That's what impresses me so much.
It just shows another point of what I've thought about IAME Waterswift, and we're so lucky in Britain to have this group of drivers. They are special. They are really special.
Always have been in this class since I've been in this sport. It was called Cadet Coma to start with, then it was Cadet IAME. It was IAME Cadet, Coma Cadet, and now IAME Waterswift. We have this.
I'm going to make a prediction.
So
I'm going to make a prediction now, which some people are going to be like, "No, don't say that." I would not be surprised if 3 of the top 5 at IAME World Finals later in the year were in that race.
I think the other 2 in the top 5 would be quite lucky. There's only 3 in the top 5. You know, I was speaking to Rashid Al-Mamari, who's brought Sheikh Ahmed Bil Khalifa over from Bahrain. And I said, what do you think of it? And he's just like that, well, the kid's got to toughen up.
Yeah.
I said, is he okay? Because he's holding his ankles. Yeah, he's got to toughen up. This is why British karting is the best in the world. You're looking at it now, and the proof is in the pudding. Nicole, we go from the youngest to the not-so-youngest, and Nicole Sutherland is down on the dummy grid, ready for the next race.
Back on the grid then, ahead of our KZ final. Ashley Lewis, you've got a Maranello teammate front row lockout. How are you feeling about this race?
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit nervous, but I know James quite well, so should be okay. Yeah, very well, very well. Nah, just trying to keep our head down and just try and take each second, but just keep it clean and hopefully get 1-2 at the end of the race.
So do you think it's going to be a bit of a teammate game? Are you having some tactics going on, or?
Yeah, might have to tag on the back of him or vice versa, yeah.
What was that, an all-out war, did you say?
Yeah, no teammates on the track, is there? No, I'm joking. We'll be sensible about it and go from there and see what happens.
And then you're coming off a win yesterday, James. How's that helped you today?
I've been playing around with setup all day and going back to what I was on the final yesterday. So fingers crossed it worked, because in that Heat 2 it was hard work to try and get the chassis to even corner. So.
And yesterday you said you made a setup change which really helped in the final. You're still not going to tell me what that was?
Funny enough, it hasn't worked today. We went really low on pressures, like stupidly low, and it worked yesterday. And for some reason today it's not working. So whether the track's evolved or what, I don't know.
I suppose it's a bit warmer than it was yesterday. We had a bit of rain, so that could have contributed maybe to a bit of a surface change towards the later stages of yesterday's racing.
It's a hell of a lot hotter than yesterday, so that might be a big factor to do with it, just because, I was struggling with a lot of understeer, so it could be just the back end of the kart sitting flat and pushing the front end on. So hopefully that's resolved for the final, but I don't know. We'll wait and see.
And then a KZ, I've never jumped in one. My dad would never let me. So, but what? No. But what makes it tough to drive, in your opinion?
Just consistency. Like if you miss a gear, you can lose yourself 0.5 to a second just by missing a gear. Like direct drive, you make a mistake, maybe you lose 1 or 2 tenths. And it's just consistency and it's just hard work. Because when you got someone right on you as well with the slipstream, especially around here, you can sit behind someone and sort of ease off and just catch them on the straights again. But if you're leading it with no one in front of you, you've got to basically push your tyres to the limit to even break that toe. So it's tough right here. So I'm not looking forward to the final, that's for sure. No, I'm that good as it is. So,
Hey, your neck's going to be hanging off.
If I can breathe, hopefully, when I come in, So. We'll see.
Great to speak to you then, James. Good luck to you both. We'll head up for a quick word from our championship partner, and then we'll see if James can hang on for this final.
Time for the final in KZ2 for the second time here this weekend at Shenington. The round 3 final will take us to the halfway point of this KZ2 season. And it is due to be another fantastic race, an intriguing race. It's been an up and down day for a number of our competitors. The first race saw a number of retirements, Henry Beaudette. This one should be pretty good as James Glenister appeared and then disappeared.
James Glenister's, what was it? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. No, the curious case of Benjamin Button. James Glenister will start from pole position. Ashley Lewis, good little banter on the front. Lee Ward, my driver of the day nomination for this weekend. Derek Morgan on row number 2. Ella Stevens, Josh Price, Nat Thomas and Jake Weston are next.
Charlie Turner and Ryan Green on row 5, George Barker and Bryn Kinch on row 6. Miles Murphy, the curious case of Miles Murphy's 2024 season. This is the next chapter. He starts from the back of the grid.
But in his new pink livery, which he seems to like, judging by his performance in race 2 earlier, could be ready to take a huge step forward.
And the reason why Murphy is at the back is he had a 5-second penalty in the second race. So
he actually did a bit on the track and then got a penalty for it. Well, fair enough.
So he had...
Nat Thomas had a 3rd place finish earlier on. Now, has he got that engaged? It looks like he's able to go. Go on.
Trying to get the compression valve. No,
she won't
that's
go.
going to be the end of things. Very, very difficult to get restarted, these KZ2s.
It was a bit like, the old bobsled start, run alongside, then hop in, and she didn't turn.
So, unfortunately, that takes out one driver. I was really looking to see how Nat was going to get on in this one, but oh well, not the way that Nat would have wanted to finish the weekend.
Especially after he was the driver on the placeholder for Alpha Live's coverage of this weekend, up in lights. And now he's out of race, sadly.
So 12 minutes on the schedule for this one. And then, of course, the +1 lap. James Glenister, theory, well, I think not more than theory, we saw it in action, had the advantage on the tyres yesterday. He hadn't run in Heat 2, and he used that to his advantage. He's not got that today, but he has got a lot of speed and track position. We shouldn't forget about how important that is. But
he may need that track position.
He may need that track position, but we've seen it is not easy to get these KZ2s off the grid here. Ella Stevens had 4 attempts at it, got it right the 4th time.
Just a quick question. Remind me, Ella Stevens won on her KZ2 debut back in Kimbolton 2023. Has she won a final since?
She has.
I don't think she has either.
Not in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships.
No, not
Won
in the
here
Vera
last weekend to take Super Prix. Ashley Lewis on that front row as well will look to sweep into the lead. Keep an eye on Derek Morgan as well there in the centre of your chart. Kart number 7, 2nd row of the grid. Eyes on the lights, away we go. Brilliant start for Lee Ward.
Go on, Lee.
Lee Ward rockets into the lead off of the grid and will lead down to Stratford Corner for the first time. They've all got going well. Ella Stevens there having a fight with Charlie Turner through Pitts Bend, but what a start. What a time to do it. We said how difficult it is to get these karts off the line. I think we've just seen the best one from any KZ2 driver here this weekend from that man there, Lee Ward.
But you know what else is really difficult? It is to maintain and get one of these into a winning performance. And Lee Ward does it as a privateer. That's even more impressive. Yes, there are other privateers, including Derek Morgan, the only driver here on a right chassis, in 4th position. But you have to excuse me, the fan in me came out there at the start. You just want to see privateers to be. This is nothing against the teams at all who bring a level of professionalism to this sport that you can only dream of. But if this sport becomes inaccessible, beyond the realms of a dreamer, of a privateer that can come here and plonk their wagon down and compete at the same track, same space of tarmac as all the big guns, then you've lost the sport. And Lee Ward has proven that it can still be done. Whether he wins or not, who knows? He is giving it the beans, and everyone else is tripping over second place.
They are indeed. James Glenister and Ashley Lewis came very close quarters there on the entry and the exit of the Bruno chicane, to the extent that they've lost a second to Lee Ward now. Miles Murphy, well, a switch has been flicked, because he's up into 8th place now, is the fastest driver out there on the circuit of 45.49. Was down the inside. Derek Morgan, Del Boy on the move. It didn't quite pay off, because I think he's lost one position from this. Well, when I first saw and met Miles back in the old BUKC days, which is about 10 years ago now for both of us, Miles was a master of coming through the field. That's where he caught my attention. Normally when he was flying past me in a Coventry kart. He's going to need all of that.
There he goes. He's
right
up,
now. There's another one, and he's disposed of Ashley Lewis and is up to 6th place now. There's Jake Weston having a go as well. Had a very good start to the day before his retirement in heat number 1. How he would love to be back up in the top 5. 9.5 minutes of this one to go. Josh Price is now the fastest driver out on circuit. 45.18 has disposed of Charlie Turner. Is up into the podium places. He is your championship leader at the moment, remember. Still the early days of this championship season. A bit of the opposite to what we've been talking about in the IAMEs. These drivers will go on to Kim Bolton in 2 weeks' time and then rejoin the IAME classes for their own finale at Three Sisters, their second double header of the year. This could be a key race for Josh Price, because he's been the consistent one so far this year. His lead would be 23 points over the race leader at this stage, so he's going to be looking to keep things nice and calm in this one.
Through the old BUKC days, the British University Karting Championship days. The risk of making myself sound ancient, I was a champion at BUKC, a driver's champion back in 1999. Won the championship here at Shenington after driving up the bank halfway through the race meeting. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Yes, before the days come 100. Now, Lee Ward, let's see what we're made of now, young man. Out of the final corner, 8.5 minutes to hold off 2022 championship runner-up James Glenister, who has won more KZ2 finals in the modern era of this championship than anyone else. And Glenister glides up the inside with consummate ease. Price following him through. So you have the most decorated KZ2 driver. You have the last year's runner-up and ex-British touring car driver. And behind you, Lee, you have got former Team GB member in Rotax. You have former British champion and current British Open champion. And there you are as a privateer. It would be great if somebody watching this puts a sponsor logo on that plain orange overalls, because Lee Ward has got some talent and he's showing it now. A podium is not on the cards right now, but we got 7 minutes to go. The cavalry, led by Miles Murphy, are coming. However, Lee Ward just got to hold on. But whatever happens, the KZ2 fans, they will be aware of Lee Ward's talent at the end of this one.
Under investigation, not good news now for Miles Murphy. The roller coaster continues, just under investigation for now, but that's going to be something hanging over the number 4. We've not seen anything from our view in the commentary box, which is somewhat restricted, we just mentioned from what we've got here, because it's a very long circuit. They disappear out of our view down at the far extreme ends of the track. But yes, Miles Murphy is under investigation for something that's happened out there, but he's still got pace. He's closing in now on Lee Ward. Keep an eye on Ella Stevens as well. She's the fastest driver on circuit now, 44.64. The trouble is she's down in 8th place. A repeat of last weekend's heroics to take the E-plate, looking not quite on at the moment. 6 minutes of this one to go. Now, is this going to be the point where we start talking the T word again? Tyres. Yes. Josh Price is the flip of yesterday. Josh Price's tyres are one race fresher. He was a retirement, an early retirement from the very first heat of the day. We know he's got speed. No. We know he's got pace. The ex-BTCC driver has got James Glenister in his sights now, down the inside into Stratford, hairpin, and Price takes the lead.
I was going to say, James Glenister, I sort of, you know, when I'm talking about saving tyres and tactical retirements and things like that, I don't mean it as an insult to them. It's a fact, whether it's true, whether it's the actual case. Some drivers will never admit it, but it's not against the rules. And I know that James Glenister would dearly love to turn around and say, 2 fingers up to you, Henry, I can win it when I've done every lap, as well as retire from a race. We'll have to see.
Miles Murphy, new fastest lap of the race, 44.60. His next job is trying to get past Lee Ward. This could be one of his most key moves of the race. If he could get it done quickly, he's got the speed, he's got the progress ratio to get back up to Turner, Glenister and Price.
Glenister's having a go.
Brilliant.
Glenister
on the road. And very close there into the Bruno chicane. Price will hold on to the lead. Now the question's going to be, we've seen a bit of rim to rim, close action and punctures here today on this circuit. Is Glenister's kart okay? Are all of his fun? No, he's got a little bit of a slow moment there. Did he just miss a gear? Or is that indicative of a further problem for James Glenister? He's got his teammate Charlie Turner all over the back of him now, and the rest of the field, in fact. Lee Ward's still there. Miles Murphy completed the top 5. This could be the moment for Josh Price to gallop away with this one and further extend his championship lead.
I wonder if we could possibly see a replay of that. Oh, what was that? Lee Ward, hand in the air. That wasn't a problem. I'm wondering if we can dig into the... let's have a little look. Now, Price defends. Oh, Glenister keeps coming. There's a curb there. And I think Glenister was just trying to come back across well, because he didn't want to go over that curb. That's a worrying thing. No, they're all still there. Okay, Glenister's recharged the batteries. He's now attacking Price again. Charlie Turner in 3rd, and there's a half-second gap back to Lee Ward. We have got 8 karts within 1.6 seconds. Oh, Ashley Lewis out of the race.
Bryn Kinch out of the race.
New leader, James Glenister.
Glenister through, and Turner's gone through as well. Price is going to try and fight back here towards the Bruno chicane. Turner closes the door firmly in the face of the championship leader. Miles Murphy has found a way past Lee Ward as well for 4th place. Keep an eye on the Demon Tweaks backed driver there in kart number 4. 3 minutes to go. Derek Morgan's got through past Lee Ward now. The brave defence of Lee Ward in the number 10 is starting to falter. Ella Stevens is still part of this. Jake Weston is still part of this. But the big question now, has anybody got the performance to take on the Rush Performance 1-2 here? Glenister on the brakes into Stratford once again, and like we saw at Warden Law, Charlie Turner had a bit of an up and down weekend, but he came to the fore in the final to take that one. But is there something up with James Glenister?
Has James Glenister's radiator sort of sat down a little bit? Look at the profile of his radiator compared to the profile of Turner's radiator. Is it running a little bit lower? Because that was the side of the car there was contact on. I've got to say the C word because there was wheel-to-wheel contact, and I wonder. And of course, on the grid, chatting to Nicole, James Glenister saying that, make a race between myself and Ashley Lewitt, his Rush Performance teammate. Well, he's got another Rush Performance teammate now breathing down his windpipe, that of Charlie Turner. And don't count Miles Murphy out just yet either.
And a bit of a...
He did say it's Luke Moore's birthday. Luke Moore, the son of team owner Tom Moore, and Luke idolises Miles Murphy. And so I might be joking. Come on, let's give Luke a podium for his birthday. Not he doesn't like Josh Price or anything like that, but Miles is his favourite, and why not? And I want to say I'm gonna steal a joke from Troglodytes on okay, what do you call a small blue Miles Murphy?
Go on,
Miles Smurfy. Thank you very much. I can't even claim thank you, Troglodytes. I love that one. I love that one. Right now, Turner.
60 seconds to go. Glenister still leads. Everything looks A-OK for Glenister in the number 37. But what about now? Charlie Turner turning up the pace now. Glenister made it 3 wins in the space of 4 finals here at Shenington. He won in 21, he won in 22. He's not got the punch off the corners. I don't think that Kart is singing at 100% right now, Henry, because it's whenever he comes through a traction zone and tries to get on the loud pedal, there's a little hesitation with the momentum of the number 37.
And do you know what the worrying thing is with Glenister? Is the biggest hesitation coming out of the last corner, coming out of Wilkins. Yeah. That's where the biggest hesitation is, right where you don't want it. Now, you've got Rush Performance 1-2, More Racing 3-4. The grandstands finish is on. Each one of our finals today has been a contender for Alpha Live Race of the Week. And we're going to have one more lap in KZ2. Can the KZ2 contenders cement their place for a bid for Race of the Week? Let's see.
Down towards Stratford then for the final time. Should note that both of the More Racing drivers, the 2 of Josh Price and the 4 of Miles Murphy, are under investigation. You'd imagine that for Josh Price it's for that moment with James Glenister earlier on in this race. We did see that moment coming out of Stratford. Charlie Turner, what does he do here? Is there a way past his teammate James Glenister to take his second victory of the season? Into Wilkins once again. Oh, no. Is Turner going to do something clever? Glenister gets off the corner and wins again at Shenington. That is 4 final victories in the last 5 KZ2 Wera Tools British Kart Championships finals here, and it's James Glenister again. Tyre advantage or no tyre advantage, the class of this man is permanent. Absolutely. And James Glenister is on top again.
Incredible. That's what you want to see. The handshake. Not quite sure if that handle extended down to Josh Price in 3rd position, because of course, everything happens so much faster in a KZ2. What a race. And let's just think, 0.6 of a second covering the top 4. So those of you that voted for, well, so far, not one race separated by more than a second and 2 to go.
Yep.
That's not a bad little statistic at all. So Miles Murphy, he almost got you a podium, Luke. He almost got you a podium, but not maybe next time. Derek Morgan ended up as a leading privateer, just 2.2 seconds down. Jake Weston and Ella Stevens. Stevens fast, just couldn't make the moves. Lee Ward, 8th position, does not do that drive justice in any way, shape or form. Following Ashley Lewis in 9th, Ryan Green 10th, George Barker in 11th, and Bryn Kinch, he did a few laps, but he admits himself he's getting beaten up by these karts. And Nat Thomas, you can see Nat in the blue t-shirt there, running over to his Jade Birrell ART, was the only retirement. Oh, right, I'm prepared to eat crow now, James Glenister. Yes, Nicole, I know James Glenister can win regardless of how many laps his tyres have done. I stand corrected from yesterday.
KZ final winner then, James. James, are you feeling all right? How's your arms?
My arms are fine. I'm just out of breath. It's just like, well, I haven't done much testing, well, barely any at all. It's not so much like the sort of physical side of it, because that sort of kind of stays, but it's just like the fitness, like you're breathing. And obviously when you're pushed, like Charlie was pushing me on the track and that, and you can't afford to make a mistake. You're just like, you're so focused, it's just absolutely knackering. So the adrenaline's like wearing off now and I'm feeling more and more tired.
I think on the penultimate lap there as well, Charlie got a fastest lap. Were you nervous that he was going to overtake you, or did you trust him?
If I left the gap, Charlie would have definitely gone for it. So I covered it, 2 laps from the end. And again, on the last lap, I had a few bad corners coming out, and I was trying not to overshoot the corners. So I backed off on pace a bit. But no, if there was a gap there, Charlie would have definitely gone for it. So we're in the same team in that, but it's still racing at the end of the day. So you come here to win.
Have you got anybody you'd like to thank for your second win of the weekend?
God, Rush Brian, he's over there. Rush Performance, he does so much for me. Like, I couldn't make it on the Friday, and if it wasn't for him, basically, none of my kit would arrive here or anything, and the engines he supplies are just absolutely mega. So I feel guilty a lot of the time, especially I didn't turn up Friday because of work, and then to come and get a double win, it's like, tops it off.
Congratulations, James. We'll see you on the podium for the second time.
All right, thank you for that.
We'll head up and see some highlights of that race, and then we'll head over to the grid for the senior Rotax. Senior Rotax.
Nearly.
Oh, the look of fear in Nicole's eyes. Love that. KZ2 race.
KZ2.
So I call it KF1 just to make it up. Well, I mean, that was about as far. Can you imagine how close that race was? That is lap number 2. And Lee Ward led by a country mile. But yes, tyres, kit, privateer kit versus, James Glenister talking about, the equipment that the team provides and stuff like that. And, sometimes you just can't compete with that as a privateer. But Lee Ward showed that a privateer can still mix it with the very, very best. And everyone, Andy Warhol said, everyone gets their 15 minutes of fame. Lee Ward will have his at some point, I'm sure. That could have been utterly catastrophic. And I noticed James Glenister. Did James talk about that incident with?
I think he was fairly coy in terms of that one. But that was the point at which he made the move stick on Josh Price, and key at that point that Charlie Turner was able to get back through as well. That's what set up the Rush Performance 1-2 through to the end. I think there were still some concerns out there for James Glenister, particularly through Wilkins. Just a little hesitation there, but he had good speed, good top speed. That indicates as well that in terms of a race setup versus a timed qualifying setup, they got it absolutely spot on for James Glenister this weekend. That was the last we'll see of KZ2 till Kim Bolton.
Yes.
Henry?
Now back down to Lucy Derrick. Oh, sorry, not Lucy Derrick. Wrong name. You get it wrong sometimes. Everyone makes a mistake. Nicole back down on the grid.
I've joined Henry Gregory on the grid ahead of the senior final. Henry, what's been going on this weekend?
Just been struggling for pace, really. Had an up and down weekend. I'd come into the weekend knowing it'll be my worst round, as I haven't done as much track time as the rest of the field. But with the amount of track time I've done, I'm quite happy for where we are, and hopefully in this final we'll just make up a few places and hopefully finish in a good result so we're not so far down in the championship.
And we're getting on a bit now in the championship. We're quite far through, and the next round will be the last 2. Do you feel the pressure at this stage?
No, not really. I think we're currently 7th in the championship. I think a top 5 still on the table. Just go in as your normal race weekend and just go from there. I think when your pressure gets to you, you kind of don't drive as well.
Good to hear from you then, Henry. We've got a Vismo teammate starting in front of you. So are we going to have any team games going on, or is it every man for themselves?
As long as I'm in front, I don't think it really matters.
Did you hear that, Henry?
Yeah. So
So you completely going to do your own thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm fast enough to run at the front. I've just not raced well myself. My racecraft's not been very good today. So I'll try and improve on that in the final.
So has that just looked like not going for moves or making silly mistakes? Why has your racecraft suffered?
I've not had great starts, I'd say, and then ended up with sort of a train of karts behind me and having to defend, and then sort of losing momentum and not going forward with the speed I've had, really. Yeah.
Great to hear from you. We'll head up and hear from Viritools before we see this Senior X30 final.
Back with us here at Shenington, getting ready. I love that answer from Aaron Brown there for the head of this X30 Senior final. Sure to be a hot one out there on circuit. Temperatures in the mid-20s here at Shenington.
And so you've got Brown Power. He's doing the engines.
Does the engines himself? Yes. Yeah, we had a really good chat with him earlier on in the weekend. So gave us a little bit of insight. I would hazard it out. This is one of the busiest people in the paddock because not only being a driver, engine tuner for numerous drivers across this field. Joker as well.
Team player.
Yeah.
Can I just say a couple of quick things? Thank you to Troglodytes for single-handedly supplying with some very bad jokes, but also for improving the Alpha Live algorithm on YouTube.
Absolutely.
With all the comments. Thank you very much.
Comments coming in.
It's Senior X30, 20, X30. Yeah, up next.
Here we go for the X30 Senior final. Cian Geraghty has pole position. He won here last Sunday. Can he do it again in the British Championship? Noah Wolf alongside on the front row. Lewis Bird and Gus Lawrence start on row 2 ahead of Freddie Lloyd and Hayden Eldridge there on row number 3. Row 4, James Pashley and Alistair Cresswell.
Starting on row number 5, there he is, the busiest man in karting, Aaron Brown, alongside Fred Green, Henry Gregory and Joseph Smith are next. Oliver Stilp and Ty Stansfield are on row number 7. Then Ryan Ashberg and France's Tony Casabwell.
Row 9, Harry Ewell and Harvey Roth. Sam Lewis and Archie Tillett complete the top 20. On row number 11, we find Luca Mann, the second of the Gregorty Motorsport runners there, alongside Robbie Buckley on row 11. Row 12 is Freddie Housley and Kasper Payecki. Row 13, David McIntyre and Juan Pablo Girard, Oliver Harris and Dylan Briley. And next, William Smith, Oliver Ans, Nasser Al-Thani complete the field. Away we go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Geraghty, leads into turn 1. Through goes Bird as well into second place. Off
the 54 cars.
Off the race. In the middle of the field, it's Henry Gregory. It's the second of the Vismos who was behind his teammate Aaron Brown and doesn't even see Pitts Bend on lap 1.
He is up and out of the kart and okay. I got a little bit distracted there. Kieran Ragg of Alpha Live suddenly started sprinting across the pit times. Maybe a camera battery or something like that. I thought that something had gone wrong. That's why I was distracted. Maybe that's why. No signal, and yes, yellow flag. The Battenberg flags are out. So restarts have not been good. I've got to say, a couple of times been caught out by restarts happening very quickly. This morning being one of them. The great work by the Shenington marshals there. The tyre barrier is already replaced. Henry Gregory, I would assume, is going to come round and pit because he's got a very...
he did get going again.
Yeah, he got going again, but he is damaged. And certainly the nose cone has been all skewed. Is Gregory going to come out?
Yes, he's just come over to register lap 1.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Uncle Tyrone, can he rejoin the field? Of course he can. Right, now, everybody else needs to get themselves in order here because Geraghty, Wolf, Lawrence, Lloyd, Bird, Eldridge, Cresswell, Pashley, Stansfield and Joe Smith. That's your top 10. That's the only umbrella we've seen today. Thank goodness. And the good thing is, can Henry Gregory actually catch the field?
He has. He's caught the field. He's part of the main pack already.
Right, so we'll watch out for Gregory.
Fred Green also lost out in that. Fred Green's actually allowed Henry Gregory back through, I think. Are we going back to green? Yes, we are. Away we go then. Cian Geraghty and Noah Wolf immediately on the attack. Oh, my goodness me. Noah Wolf has already pulled off one spectacular move on Cian Geraghty today. That was nearly another one right off the restart. Defensive down into Stratford. Lloyd trying to find something around the outside, but in the end, Lutz out to Lewis Bird. I think Luca Mann might be out of this race in the number 91. Meanwhile, his teammate at the front of the order, Cian Geraghty, just trying to hold on at the moment because there's a baying crowd behind him of Senior X30 drivers. Noah Wolf trying to go this way and that to find an opportunity to overtake Gus Lawrence sitting there calmly as ever in third place. End of lap number 3. It's Geraghty from Wolf, Lawrence, Bird, Lloyd, Eldridge, Cresswell, Pashley, Stansfield and Roth, your top 10.
I'm still, as we watch Kart slowing down, coming out of... I'm still trying to catch my breath. Fair play. Noah Wolf, you have some John Stones, my old son, to try and capitalise. But again, I think the Noah Wolf from his mini days, that would have been a big crash.
Yes.
This Noah Wolf, okay, we'll go for it. Same, attitude, same, instinct, but more composure. And what it looks like is a Waterswift final all over again. Here we go. Geraghty, Geraghty's going to get himself in trouble if he's not careful for over-defending.
There you go.
But what can you do when you're just a sitting duck? Basically, you are a sitting duck. If you don't defend, you are a sitting duck. And so Kian's thinking, well, what am I supposed to do? Because look, he's not going to lose one position, because the minute that Wolf gets up the inside, that's going to be an open invitation to Gus Lawrence. He's like saying, house party at my house, bring your own booze, everyone's welcome in,
The train is down to 18th place. Sam Lewis is the last of these runners within, a couple of kart lengths of each other, as Gus Lawrence is half on the attack, half on the defence, trying to hold on ahead of Lewis Bird. Right now, championship picture we must mention as well, Lawrence would have the lead in the championship by 5 points over Cian Geraghty.
Wow.
It is very, very important for Gus Lawrence in his title defence that whilst ever Cian Geraghty leads this race, he keeps himself as far up the order as well. Of course, if Noah Wolf finds a way through, the eyes of Lawrence will widen at the opportunity at getting ahead of his closest title rival. But right now, he's got to focus on keeping himself there in that decent position and on the podium.
Plenty of nudging going into that, going there to braking. Now, the only saving grace that Cian Geraghty has is the fact that everybody behind him, you've said it perfectly, one eye on attack, the other eye on defence. That is the only thing. The pace is ridiculously slow. David McIntyre, who's 21st, has set the fastest lap of the race. But again, that's the only saving grace that Geraghty has got, because Noah Wolf has got to sort of keep one eye focused on Gus Lawrence. Likewise, Lawrence on Bird, Bird on Lloyd, Lloyd on Eldridge, then Cresswell, Pashley, Stilp and Roth, so on and so forth, back to the end of this lead gaggle, which is... I'll tell you exactly where it is. Kasper Piecki in 23rd position.
But this is the difference in almost the beautiful simplicity of this circuit. We've talked a lot this year about leaders backing up the pack, the concertina effect. A huge thing now at, say, Wilton Mill, the new Wilton Mill. You don't get that here because it's long straight, big hard braking zone. Lewis Bird. Big close moment there for Lewis Bird. He's going to lose out. He's going to slip down to 6th place. But that natural defence of the concertina, I don't think it's as big a thing round here, because it's your long straight, big braking zone, get off the corner. You don't necessarily have, sweeping formation of corner into corner into corner into corner that you do get a concertina effect. It's hard work to be a leader around here. We've seen it across the whole weekend, but right now you've got to give it to Cian Geraghty. He is doing a magnificent job to hold this pack behind.
It's not a track that I find a particularly rhythmical track. It's a track of specific sectors.
Yeah.
I know you say that every track is made up of sectors, but like, see, for example, a track like Clay Pigeon, you can get into a rhythm. One flows into the next, flows into the next, flows into the next. Not the case here. There's this sector, the next sector, the next sector after that. You have to prepare yourself to defend in one half and then use the rest. I mean, looking at, the entire Junior X30 grid and all their mechanics are on the pit gate looking at this action. We are 8 minutes and 8.5 minutes into this race. We're running lap number 10, and yet 3.8 seconds separate the top 21. Geraghty gets another warning.
Yep.
I mean,
that's 3. That is 3
so
now.
His dad is learning about the role of team manager. which is, part manager, part diplomat, part politician.
And there it is, plus 5 second penalty. That is a big, big moment in the story of this race. An in-race 5 second penalty has been given to kart number 73, Cian Geraghty. And it is, in the context of this one, a massive penalty. It drops him all the way down.
Implication penalty.
To 23rd place. He now opens the door. He's now got to change his tactic. He's now going to get up the road. He's got to spread this 23 kart pack apart, because otherwise he is going to lose a huge stack of championship points.
Oh, dearie me. Let's have a look now. Well, we can't second guess the officials. They make the calls. We simply talk about what we see. Okay, Cian Geraghty knows he's got a penalty. The gesticulation, shaking the hands. How does this change his approach? He now has to put his foot down and get away. And will he get overtaken? No.
The other question, how does it change the mentality of Noah Wolf? Because he will know that he is currently sat on a race victory in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It would elevate him to 4th place in the championship standings. Gus Lawrence knows that as well. Wow. It's now all about whoever can sit on the rear bumper of Cian Geraghty for the next 3 minutes plus 1 lap is going to take the 65 championship points here. You can see Geraghty is now relying on the pace. He's stretching it out. We're going to keep an eye on what position 5 seconds back is. We talked about P23. It's now P18. It's still a huge loss of championship points for Cian Geraghty, but at least it's going in a better direction. Bold one down the inside there from Hayden Eldridge on Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd has had a quiet weekend. At the moment, he's looking at 3rd place in the championship standings, heading towards the final meeting of the year at Three Sisters.
I'm looking at this now, at the way that Cian Geraghty is beginning to drive away. And again, yes, that, defending is a part of racing, and there is a school of thought that says, look, you shouldn't be defending, at the early start of the race. And there's another school of thought that says, well, if you're leading a race, as long as you're not weaving or blocking, which Cian wasn't, then you can do whatever you like. That's a debate for another time. The frustrating thing now for Cian is that he is getting his head down, and he is pulling away the rest of the field now. His speed, he is setting his personal best lap after personal best lap after personal best lap. Now, I'm not saying that if he had done this at the start, he wouldn't have retained the lead, because I'm sure that Noah Wolf would have made a move for the race lead. Now Noah Wolf doesn't have to, but just look at the way. There were 23 karts in the lead group 2 laps ago.
Now he's gone for it.
Now there's 3. And Wolf leads on the road, and of course, Geraghty doesn't fight. That's smart. Now, he doesn't want to let Gus Lawrence past. He wants to push Noah Wolf away. If Geraghty is smart, only a minute to go. But in a situation where the championship hangs in the balance, Geraghty can gain, 5, 6, 7 positions by simply pushing Noah Wolf and keeping himself between Wolf and Gus Lawrence.
And then that's what we were talking about earlier, about the experience of Noah Wolf now. That was a key move for me 1 lap ago, because Gus Lawrence had just lit the afterburners, like the jets that fly over his home circuit of PF International. He was flying. He's the fastest man on the circuit. Wolf's now got track position. He can hold Cian Geraghty as a buffer until that moment there, because Lawrence has got down the inside, has got past Cian Geraghty. That is smart work as well. Gus Lawrence now knows if he can find a way past the Jade Racing Team youngster ahead of him, he's going to take another victory. He's going to extend his championship lead. They're going to see the last lap board this time around. Noah Wolf, can he hold on? Can he give Jade Racing Team a victory here at Shenington?
Well, we're into Cafe Corner for the final time. It's frustrating for Geraghty because now Wolf has to defend from Lawrence. That will slow all 3 of them down, and that will bring more drivers back to within 5 seconds of Geraghty. So Lawrence to the inside, Wolf defends. Geraghty he can't trip over himself. That's smart from Kieran Geraghty. That's going to annoy Gus Lawrence, but it's smart from Geraghty. Geraghty can't afford to lose time. Wolf checks over his shoulder. I don't know why Noah Wolf's defending, because he knows Geraghty's got a 5-second penalty. And look how close the rest of the field have caught back up already. Lewis Bird there in 4th place, but Noah Wolf wins on home soil for Jade Racing and the Birrell ART. Wolf, after a spectacular weekend, it has to be said, Wolf wins. Now let's calculate how far down Kian Geraghty falls. Andrew Mather, the answer is
15th. 15th he falls to.
But he's 15th, but if he was a 1/10 of a second further up, it would be 14th. If he was 6/10 of a second further up, it would be 13th. That's championship points.
Yep.
So, you know, again, that is why Kian Geraghty didn't want to let Lawrence attack Noah Wolf, because it would have slowed them down. And you look at that, if Geraghty had been another half a second slower across the line, it would have been an 18th place finish. That's how tight it is. There is your results. Wolf, Lawrence, Bird, that's your provisional podium. Then it is Lloyd, Cresswell, Eldridge, Pashley, Stansfield, Brown, Stilp, Roth, Smith and Tillett. And Archie Tillett, who they named a kart seat after him. That's nice. Oliver Rands, and after Oliver Rands, that is where Oliver Rands sits there, 5.11 seconds behind the race winner. That is where Geraghty would slot in, just in front of Buckley, Cazagel. So again, you know, one more corner behind, got Lawrence and Wolf both defending, and that would have cost Kian Geraghty 2 more spots. It's such fine margins, you know. We try. You think to yourself, why, Henry? Shut up! Stop over-explaining it. There is no over-explaining it, because, you know, it is that close. Nicole, take a breather. What's Noah Wolf got to say about that?
Race winner Noah Wolf. Noah, you're back on the top spot of the British Kart Championships. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Fully deserved for the team. They've done an amazing job with me. It's their home win pretty much, because they live here. They've done an amazing job, really. I can't say much more.
And, you know, you went for that move quite late in the race. What were you thinking when you went for that?
I just thought he was holding me up a little bit, so I went past. I didn't really gain anything, lose anything, but I was in the perfect spot the whole race.
And other than the team, have you got anybody else you'd like to thank for this weekend?
There's loads of people behind the scenes that helped me, but another huge thank you to Jordan, my boss.
Congratulations, Noah. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
We'll head back up then to see some highlights of Noah and his win, and then I'll meet you on the grid.
Absolutely. Well, Noah Wolf will head off to Sweden next week to compete in the FIA Karting European Championships. So let's have a little look at how he took his first victory of the season in this X30 Senior Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The first half of the race, a bit of a strange one in a way, Henry. Kian Geraghty doing the old Gandalf of "you shall not pass" until that 5-second penalty, which completely changed the story of this race.
Thou shalt not pass, slam stick into the ground. But of course, the race directors went, we'll slam our sticks into the ground. It'll be 5 seconds worth of sticks into the ground. But then Geraghty, frustrated as he was, he started pulling away. That's the frustrating thing. That kart was so quick. There was the move, the winning move from Noah Wolf. Lawrence, again, I'm sure that Gus will have, you know, yeah, he would be pleased because Geraghty was defending in a 5-second penalty. But again, you explained the differences, so tight indeed. And yeah, there is a fist pump in the air. I think for some of the passes, on balance, let's look at the whole body of work for each driver this weekend. On balance, I think when you did the spectacular almost accidents yesterday, some of the passing manoeuvres and the speed, you combine all those facts, I think Noah Wolf, a deserved winner, probably the right driver won.
I'd tend to agree with that as well.
Now, for the last time, and the winning margin, 1/10 of a second. So here we go. Nicole, you've got to now speak to your junior X30 drivers. if they behave themselves and have a nice race, we would have had every final decided by less than 1 second. Tell them.
I've joined GP plate Taylor Orridge on 11th on the grid. Taylor, what's been going on today? We don't normally see you this far down.
Yeah, we just struggled a bit today in the heats. We didn't have the best qualifying, and we didn't really show the pace that we did all yesterday. We had good pace yesterday. Just not really struggling, just not got that edge that we had yesterday.
And this track, we see a lot of defending going on, and it's really tight. Do you still think you'll be able to race your way through?
Yeah, well, we just got to pick our moves, but this track's just a bit boring, isn't it? It's like 4 corners. We drive around on the white line. It's just like track, innit? It's going to be so hard to get through, but I'm going to try and pick my way through and use a bit of pace.
Great to hear from you, Taylor. We'll go over to Harrison Whitcomb, who'll be sat next to Taylor on this row. We'll speak to the Argenti driver. Harrison, we'll grab you for a second. Yesterday we saw DNF in the final, but what are you thinking of today's final?
Well, I'm just looking to win it.
And I just spoke to Taylor. I asked a similar question where you see a lot of defending going on this track, and it's a short lap. It's really tight. Do you still think you'll be able to race your way through?
Yeah, I'll still be able to make my way through because everybody will just be defending. I'll just pick my way through one by one.
Great to hear from you. I do want to speak to the Birrell Art driver, Laith Khan, who is one of the drivers this weekend we've been seeing has come through the grid quite nicely. Laith, how are you feeling ahead of this race, and can we talk to you about your improvements throughout this championship?
I'm feeling exciting going into this. A bit nervous, but just planning what I'm going to do. Yeah, I've made a big improvement this year compared to where I started off. I barely got any points at Wilton Mill, but I've made an improvement this weekend and starting in the top 10. Hopefully I can keep that position.
This is a track as well where we see it gets quite bunched up. It almost ends up being kind of one big pack of karts. Do you think that's going to make it a challenge for you, or would you prefer that?
It's going to make it more difficult, but that also means the drivers behind me also have that. It's not just like I have to deal with it, so hopefully I can just make my way through the pack.
Great to hear from you. I do want to go up to our poleman, who is Harrison Mackie. Harrison was our final winner yesterday, and he is the official International Junior X30 FIA #1 in the world at the minute. Hello, Harrison. How are you feeling ahead of today's final?
Oh, I'm happy. We've had a good day so far, so I'm just going to go out for the final and enjoy myself.
Your brother Lewis sat down there, doesn't look... Are you right, Lewis? You got a heat stroke or something? Why? Holiday. And your brother giving you any tips ahead of this final?
Just to enjoy myself. You don't have to win, so as long as you enjoy yourself, that's all you need to do.
Great to hear from you then, Harrison. Best of luck for the final. We'll head up and hear a quick word from Vera Tools, and then we'll see the Junior X30s.
Welcome back to Shenington, getting ready for the last race of the weekend, a long weekend here for Event 6 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. It'll be the 6th final of the year for the X30 Junior category. There on board is going to be our live camera giving shots from kart number 74, which I believe is going to be, yes, it's going to be Zef Nurnberger, who qualified through the repechage earlier on today. A very entertaining race, which has had changes, by the way. There was a DQ in that race, which put Rashid Hilal outside in this one. So it is going to be a rearranged order at the back of the field who will make it through. The 4 qualifiers were Ian Kreling, Evan Purcell, Jacob Bacher, Alexander Benedictis, Seth Nurnberger, and Dylan Patel, because there were other penalties as well. So, yeah, quite a shake-up in the repechage that sees Hilal out. Charlie Myers would have been in, being the next driver on the road with the Hilal disqualification, but he got a penalty as well. Jake Brook would have been in, but he got a penalty as well. So Dylan Patel was the one who jumps up into the top 6. Those drivers will be going from the back of the grid. There is Riley Cranham.
Yes. No, I went out and I was sort of loitering around the Parc Ferme area.
As you do.
As you do, just to gauge the certain reaction. And, well, you know, obviously there's a bunch of people frustrated, you're just hugging the white lines and all that, as they do. And then there's another bunch of people saying, well, that's just racing, and it's the nature of the circuit, which is part of it. And then there's the Mr. Garrity's mechanic sort of there going, I'm not sure we need to do that. We were so fast.
Tense stuff. Tense stuff. Next up, it's the X30 Junior Final. Here's your final grid of the weekend. Race number 36, the X30 Junior Final. As Harrison Mackie on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is teammate Riley Cranham. Kenzo Craig and Mayan Patel go from row number 2. George Edgar and Thomas Minspearing start on row 3. Then it's Morgan Moore on the podium yesterday on row 4 here alongside Zach Green.
On row number 5, Monday Junior Canini and Laith Khan. Taylor Orridge, Leanne's mum is saying, go Tay. And Harrison Whittaker. Side by side, couldn't have written it better. Aaron Richardson and Cameron Edmonds. Yesterday's Naughty Boys are together as well. And Samuel Branson and Aston Sharp are on row number 8.
Max Ulanaccio in next. Zhao Shenji and Harry Walsh take us down to 20th place. Row 11, Sky Parker and Hamish Forrest. Row 12, Joey Brown and Monty Brathwaite.
On row number 13, you've got George Quartermain and Jack McLaughlin. Charles Kitely and Nat Johnson are on row number 14. Ian Kraling, Evan Purcell, Jacob Bashler and Alexander Di Benedictis, Dylan Patel and Zef Nurnberger. How many people can the Purple People Eater eat in this race? Lights are not out.
Nope.
No.
Go around again.
So, our onboard camera
with Zef Nurnberger.
Okay, this is good. So, if there was a vote for the most spectacular driver here, and the best retro Jade kart livery that there is, then Zef Nurnberger would win. I think James Fitzhugh, that little thud in the background is our producer James Fitzhugh having a heart attack because he realises what have we done? What are the chances of this camera coming back unscathed? It's going to be exciting no matter what. Should we come back to Shenington every round? Did I just say that? Oh, the race has been absolutely superb. Now, come on, Junior X30. It's been a great advertisement for British karting these last couple of hours. Let's round it off with a barn burner.
Big one for this for Harrison Mackie, similar to what we talked about with Alfie Davidson earlier on the day. He has a sizable lead. Yes, there's drop scores yet to come into play, but can he lead with a comfortable advantage going towards Three Sisters with a good result here? Away we go.
No, because one of the Jamie Green racing karts, let's have a look. Who was that? I think that was Zach Green having a problem. Zach Green didn't get away. Now he draws back up. So, I mean, okay, producer James, decision-making time now. Do we follow on the first couple of corners the leaders, or do we get a bird's eye view of what it's like to start one of these races with 35 karts directly in front of you? Oh, can we do double box?
We could do double box.
Can we do double box? Let's do double box. Let's keep the action on the main screen, and we'll keep Zef Nurnberger's bird's eye view in the double box. How's that? Oh.
Two championship leaders on the front row.
I told you how much I love Shenington lately.
Mackie 697 points already secured. Cranham 635, but has had A couple of scores which he will hope to be drops at the end of the year. Taylor Rovage is third on 6:05. Craigie 6:03.
What's
Spearing
Zach Green doing?
5:95.
He's the mid. Sorry, Andrew. He's in the middle of the pack again. Is Zach Green? I'm not sure. There's a kart slowing down. Now the race is underway. Here we go into turn number 1.
Good start for Mackie. Leads away at the front of the field. Craigie is immediately hopped up to second place. Look out for Mayan Patel. Could be a bit of a dark horse in this race. Has had some fantastic pace across the course of the weekend. He's down the inside of Cranham, has got third place. Having a look at the out is Zach Green. Green is gone. The number 14 is gone as well at a quick sight there. Yellow flags out on the entrance of Bruno Chicane. That's going to neutralise the far end of the circuit because the number 17 of George Edgar is out of this race. Archie Owen was the other driver who did not see the start. End of lap 1. Mackie from Craigie, Patel, Cranham, Spearing, Moore, Canini, Orridge, Richardson, Sharp. That's your 1 through 10.
I was wondering why the back of the field was so spread out. And the reason was, as you were going through the championship points, Andrew, I was thinking, obviously there was a problem with Zach Green's kart because he was suddenly, it was the middle of the 2 rows, creating a 3 wide. Everybody else started picking up speed. Green's kart didn't. And obviously, Archie Owen cannoned into the back of Green's kart. And the third kart that was also off at the side of the circuit, Dylan Patel's Piers Sexton Racing kart. George Edgar was involved in a separate issue as we watch the number 18 of Riley Cranham passing Mayan Patel. So, Purple People need to update. Zef Nürnberger 28th. And look at this, a wall of go-karts. He somehow negotiates them. But the lead pack are all there. And now things begin to bubble up nicely. Kenzo Craigie. I think Kenzo as a driver really needs a big win.
He does.
He needs a big win. Yeah, we talk about, Formula One young driver programs and stuff like that. And it's hard to ignore that. But sometimes, as a young driver, just for the driver's sake, needs a big win. And here we are. So,
only the single podium for Kenzo Craigie so far this season, which was back at PF International. So he's not had one in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, at least in X30 Junior, for quite a while. On board with Zef Nürnberger, getting a bit deep and feisty there into the Stratford hairpin. I think that was Monty Brathwaite just ahead of us. And the number 85 back with the race leaders. Bit of a gap between Craigie and Cranham. Cranham has got through into third place. Cranham second in the championship at the moment, but we've got to remember, I think he had like a 19th in one of the finals earlier on in the season. That's why he's a little bit further back. If he can get on form and continue the form that we're seeing here into Three Sisters, he's going to be pushing Harrison Mackie hard for the rest of the season. Fastest driver on the circuit, Henry's Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb up to 10th place.
Yep.
Just up behind Aston Sharp, who's gained 7 places in this race. Great start, but there they are, side by side. Whitcomb through and past the Scottish driver through the Bruno chicane. That is another one of the Argentis moving up the top 10.
Yes, and of course, you can see the difference in the style of race between the senior X30 race and this race. Harrison Mackie, he has just got that extra bit of self-confidence in the package, the equipment that he's got at his disposal. Yes, he knows there's a group of drivers all sitting right behind him, hungry to pass. They head round Stratford Corner and up Runway Straight. But he's resisting the temptation to defend. He knows that, okay, at some point Kenzo Craigie might stick a nose up the inside of me going into a corner, and if that's the case, now here's a traffic jam. Oh, and up the side of the track there. That was how quickly it happened.
Hamish Forrest and Alexander De Benedictis.
Oh, two of our, De Benedictis, one of our repechage qualifiers. But again, you just saw the flash of karts, the side of Zef Nürnberger's peripheral vision. And, that's how quickly these drivers have got a split second to react. Quite literally, blink and you miss it, or rather in the driver's case, blink and you're in it.
7 1/4 minutes to go, then breakaway of 5. Mackie, Craigie, Cranham, Patel and Spearing at the front of the field. There's Taylor Orridge. Got to give it. Taylor Orridge, he's not at 100%. If you're just joining us for this final, he had a significant incident with Harrison Whitcomb in yesterday's final. He's fine.
Yep.
He's been medically cleared, but he is racing with a bit of a bruised hand. He's not at 100%, but he's still giving it his all. He's still there in the top 5 in the championship scores. You never know how important this 6th place could be. Back on board with Zef Nurnberger. That's Monty Brathwaite to the headers. Down the inside goes Craigie for the lead and gets it done through the Stratford hairpin. Kenzo Craigie to the front.
And you've got to say that these 5 leaders, you've got a pair of drivers from Fusion, a pair of drivers from Argenti. The wild card really is that red and white Birrell ART of Mayan Patel. Now, obviously, having not done the first couple of weekends of this championship, Mayan Patel is not a name off an entry list that I would have picked as a potential winner. What do I know? Now Mackie back in front. There's no fear. The drivers are trusting each other. Mackie knows the stakes are high. He defends into Stratford corner. But he also knows that, yeah, Kenzo Craig, he's not just going to come across and wipe me out when I make a move with 6 minutes to go. Now, there's the gap. The gap is still growing. There is Orange in 6th and Whitcomb in 7th. I've got to hasten to add that, you know, it's not a, you know, there's no anger between Whitcomb and Orange or anything like that. Now, Monty Brathwaite goes to the inside of... looks like McLaughlin there, and Nuremberg tries to go through. Oh, there's Cranham and Mayan Patel, who started this weekend spinning at the first corner of race number 1. Talk about individual growth over the course of the weekend. Patel learning lap by lap, and he's a very, very quick learner. Andrew Mather.
A couple of penalties coming in. Charles Kitely, the number 65, has got a +5 second in-race time penalty, as the number 57 of Cameron Edwards as Zef Nurnberger down the inside. There's the big point saying, look at what's happening ahead of him. It's all kicking off. This is classic X30 junior racing at its best here at Shenington. Less than 5 minutes to go on the clock. End of lap 10. Mackie leads from Craigie. Craigie, another driver who will be heading north to Sweden next weekend for the last round of the FIA European Championships. But right now, one of the busiest drivers in European and British karting wants to get his first victory of the season, but he's got to find a way past the statistically best driver across the whole world in X30 junior racing. Harrison Mackie is that 10th and a half ahead, and at the moment, again, he's just looking cool, he's looking calm and relaxed. It's a great relationship that he has with his brother Lewis, who prepares the kart. Lewis, a long-time racer himself, and this is why he just keeps Harrison in almost this zen-like state, that when he then needs to make a move or needs to make a defence, he pounces like a lion, and he's going to need to. Here goes Craig, he's back down the inside to take the lead. Here comes Patel as well, he's through to second. And Cranham's going to have a go at his teammate, but Craigie once again back to the front, but it's Mayan Patel, the wild card in this scenario. We've already seen one win in X30 in the senior category for Jade Racing Team. Could they have another? Cranham's trying to find a way round Mackie past his championship rival. Thomas Mintz-Spearing starting to fade a little bit. He's losing touch with the top 4. There's 3.25 minutes to go. Craigie has the lead, but he's got a hard job ahead of him to keep this victory within his grasp.
Do you know something, as we're watching this, Shenington is like the Darlington's race spray in NASCAR track. It's the grand old lady of British karting. Is it a bit cramped? Yes, for us. Is it the most modernised facilities? No. Is it absolutely brilliant for kart racing? Oh, heck yes. And this is why we come back year after year after year, because it produces racing like this. And what odds against a win for Mayan Patel with 2.5 minutes to go?
But these two have got to remember it was this same situation 24 hours ago between Harrison Whittaker and Taylor Roberts. And Thomas Smith-Spearing's trying to go around the outside.
Whoa!
And he gets a face full of curb and tyre there. Mighty effort. It was Orridge and Whittaker at this stage in the final yesterday. First and second, they fought, they tangled, and it was Harrison Mackie, who was sat in third place, who took the spoils of war. 2 minutes to go. Out of the final corner to complete lap number 14. Craigie holds to the inside. No opportunity for Mayan Patel to make a move on that run through Park and then Cafe. Thomas Smith-Spearing's probably back part of this as well. They're about 2 seconds clear of the next group, which is headed up by Taylor Orridge. But this is where it's going to get tough now for Kenzo Craigie. He's going to have to make his Argenti Motorsport machine the widest machine in Oxfordshire to hold onto this race victory. Riley Cranham defensive there, holding on to 4th place ahead of Thomas Smith-Spearing. Bit of a gap now, like half a car length, which as soon as we said that, it's gone as Patel closes back into Craigie. He's doing the business at the moment, is Kenzo Craigie, Henry, but we've still got probably 3 more laps of this.
And do you know what? If Kenzo Craigie said you're going to be leading with 2 laps to go, what driver do you think is going to be sitting right on your rear bumper? I'm guessing he would have probably, with no disrespect to Mayan Patel, he probably would have gone through a lot more drivers, and Mackie trying to go the old Slim Shady route, inches away from disaster. I think Kenzo would probably have gone through a lot more drivers' lanes before he got to Mayan Patel. However, on home soil for the Jade Racing team, Mayan Patel will try to topple the might of Argenti. Evan Purcell gets a warning. 30 seconds to go. Kenzo Craigie's first win of the British Championship came on the most emotional of weekends. You can remember the 11th anniversary of Martin Hines passing, and he won for the first time on a zip kart in Honda Cadet. He's had a fantastic journey since then. There have been GP plates. Oh, Patel! And it's now 3 wide. Kenzo Craigie wants to take this win. He's down to 5th place, make it 4th place, and it's a Fusion 1-2. Here comes Orridge, here comes Laith Khan.
And Aston Shark's part of this as well. Plus 5 second penalty for Morgan Moore. Was already down and off the podium today. That's going to make things worse. Harrison Mackie, it's happened again. Like yesterday, he was sitting in 3rd. He was waiting. He was being patient. He's 1 lap away from a double finals victory here at Shenington and moving 1 step closer to becoming Wera Tool's British kart champion in X30 Junior. But it's his teammate, Riley Cranham, right on his rear bumper, his closest adversary in the championship as well, who's trying everything to make his way through and take his victory, his first victory of this part of the season. Mayan Patel still there in 3rd. Could be a brilliant run and his best result of the season. Cranham, can he find a way through? The answer's no. Harrison Mackie, the best in Britain, the best in the world in X30 Junior racing, wins again at Shenington. He will take a commanding lead to Three Sisters for the season finale. It's another Fusion 1-2. Cranham on the podium again, and Mayan Patel is on the podium as well. It's another home bit of success for the Jade Racing team.
For the last 20 years, that team of Harrison Mackie's Fusion Motorsport, they continue to produce champion after champion. There is an investigation going on. We don't know what it's for. Cranham in 2nd, Patel 3rd. The wait for Kenzo Craigie goes on just a little bit longer. However, he was back on form. And in the midst of all that, Taylor Orridge managed to nip past Thomas Smith-Spearing for 5th position. Aston Sharp, and once again Cameron Edmonds, up into the top 10. Laith Khan, Harrison Whittaker, and in the midst of all that, we obviously concentrated on the leaders and the implications of the leaders. But from the repechage, Ian Crayling finishes 11th.
and Sky Parker takes 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 Argenti Motorsport karts in the top 14. Congratulations to Joe Turney, who's helping to run that team this weekend. The next time we could see Joe in the UK is September, where
he could be a European champion already.
And he could be we can't say it.
We won't go that far
but
yet.
You
He's still
know
got a job
what
to
we
do
mean.
next weekend.
Mondi Jr., Canini, Joey Brown, Sam Branston, Jacob Bashler taking a top 20 finish after a day from you know where. Nicole will be interviewing the winner down in a short time. Let's have a look back at some of this. The start, look at the front, look at the slow, how much of the back of the pack was down, was away from everyone else. That was because Zach Green slowed down Archie Owen, unfortunately getting involved. It broke down to a group of 5. The Purple People Eater, where did the Purple People Eater eat? 24th. And Camera was not munched. There we go. Well done, Zeph, and thanks for a great entertaining weekend. But, right, pick the bones out of this one, Mr. Mather.
Well, this was the move with about 4 or 5 minutes to go. Mackie back ahead of Craigie. Craigie would return to the lead a few laps later. This was some of the action involving Zeph Nurnberger. Great fight he had with Monty Brathwaite and Jack McLaughlin over the course of that race. Craigie was very strong down into Stratford in particular. Good run here from Mayan Patel to get up into second place. And right at this point, you thought, yeah, Kenzo's he's not completely got hold of it, but he's got a good grasp on the race. He was just ticking the laps on by, but it was this moment there, and the moment with Mayan Patel, that opened the door for Harrison Mackie to step through into the lead of the race, and then it was the defensive work. And this is, for me, arguably the finest bit of Harrison Mackie's tool set this year is his ability that when he gets to the front, he's not one of those drivers like a Gus Lawrence who will, just incrementally get away, but he just has this ability of getting to the front and just staying there and positioning his kart. He's one of the best in the game at it.
But 2 laps at Stratford Corner after his race almost ended, where he clipped a tyre, made the same move, had faith in himself, made it stick, and was able to earn the win. What a story for the whole family.
Yes.
Lewis, the mechanic, parents, Nanny June on the live stream, it's official. Harrison Mackie is ranked the #1 junior X30 driver in the world. And on that note, let's see if he can avoid saying any naughty words when he speaks to Nicole now.
We're with our provisional winner, Harrison Mackie, for the 2nd day in a row. Are you getting used to the winning feeling yet?
Yeah, it's actually, it just keeps getting better and better. It's a nice feeling to keep having, so.
And then we saw a bit of chaos in those last stages of the race. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in your eyes?
Yeah, going on the last lap, the second to last lap, went into hairpin and I got pushed into it a little bit and then ended up just getting the swads back. But at the moment, it's still a good result and just enjoyed the race, definitely.
How are you feeling going into the last round at Three Sisters?
I'm excited. Everyone says it's quite a nice track, so I'm quite.
Never been?
No, I think we're doing testing at some point, but everyone says it's a nice track, so I'm looking forward to it.
And then what event have you got coming up soon? Anything big?
Kart Masters.
A win at Kart Masters? GP plate, do you reckon?
I'm going to try my best.
Congratulations, Harrison. We'll let you go and celebrate with your brother.
Thank you.
What an action-packed 2 days of racing then from our X30 grids, as always. Absolutely fantastic to be a part of this series. I think highlight for me is seeing, Charlie Turner in the KZ coming through the pack. And then we've got my co-commentators, Henry and Andrew, have joined me. Wow. Andrew.
Have a good one, it was, really, Shenington delivers again. I don't just say it because I live 15 minutes down the road, but to commentate on races around here is a joy. The juniors put on a brilliant show. Every single final was close until the end, and bring on Three Sisters, because that's going to be pretty special as well, I reckon.
Incredible. Shenington, we call it the grand old lady of British karting. It's been here since karting first arrived on these shores. Is it the most modern? No. does it have that character that we love? Of course it does. It oozes character. History provides some incredible racing. I mean, today's race was incredible. From start to finish, every single final, Nicole, was world class. World class. Oh, I'm going to have a lie down now, I think. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. You know, it's been a pleasure to have you on board. It's always wonderful, you know, to tell stories. What we do, we tell stories, and those drivers helped us tell a great story about British karting at Shenington today.
Next up then for this championship will be Kim Bolton, Henry Beaudette, Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you next time.